contest. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station.
Check out the BetQL network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
That one's popped up on the infield. Tuck fires the bat away. It's frustration. An 0 for 5 night as Lofton makes the catch, and that'll do it for the Astros tonight. 11-2 the final score. It was a 7-run third inning that was the difference this evening, as the Royals have now won 6 in a row, winning the first 2 games against Houston.
That was painful last night. 11-2 the final score. The Royals beat the Astros. Hey, everybody. Happy Thursday to you. Welcome in. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Seth, we've had 2 of these now this week where the Astros call up a minor leaguer. Spencer Arrighetti, I think, thought to be far more of a prospect than Blair Henley on Monday. That was more of a triage emergency thing. But for the second time this week, we've watched a youngster come up to the big leagues. And I'll give Arrighetti credit. He had 2 good innings. That looked encouraging for a while. But then that third inning felt a whole lot like Henley's first inning on Monday. And it's like, God, this poor kid just can't get anybody out. 7 runs.
Oh, my God, dude.
You know, like
It was honestly, the first 2 innings were awesome. At least, thank God it wasn't like Blair Henley's start where he just couldn't even get an out. I've never been more excited for a rookie to get an out than for Arrighetti to get up there and get an out immediately. I'm like, oh, there we go.
Yeah.
His family's up there. One of his family members, the male, I was monitoring him closely because he was the most vicious, and excited of the Arrighetti tribe that was cheering, but he was also eating something the entire time. And in good shape, too. Yeah. I got to talk to Spencer Arrighetti about this guy. This is what I'm telling myself, Sean. This is what I'm telling myself. Honestly, and I'm not this isn't something I'm trying to trump up within me or anything. The Astros, as many of you might remember, started off the season 0-4 to some team from up in the Northeast.
Yeah. Now that you mention it, yeah.
Since then, having started 2 rookies at pitcher, they've gone 4-5. Mm-hmm. You know? Like that, honestly, in baseball especially, if you're hovering around 500, it's basically the equivalent of playing with your backup quarterback, except worse. Then I'm not gonna panic. I'm gonna try to focus on some of the positives, including in Arrighetti's start. Arrighetti afterwards was very just open and honest about this is life in the big leagues, man. You can't make one little mistake. The big thing last night was that they weren't chasing his sweeper at all. So his sweeper, which is a really nice pitch, but he realizes, okay, it's a little tougher to trick these dudes up here. Yeah,
Spillane was on. He was doing his weekly yesterday with John and Landry, and they talked about Arrighetti and Spillane. That was the first thing. Adam Spillane, he's as you guys know, he's our Astros guy. He covers the Astros beat for us here. He's baseball spo. That was one of the first things he said was he's got trouble with control, which is fine in the minor leagues because guys will chase that sweeper in the minor leagues. But you get up to the big leagues, and even the mediocre hitters, for the most part, are disciplined enough to not chase that. And he learned, he learned it the hard way. I like your glass half full there view. Yeah. Okay, so we ignore the Yankees sweep because accidents happen, and then since then they're 4-5, starting a kind of ratchet rotation, dealing with all these injuries here.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I can get with that. That and alcohol. That and copious amounts of alcohol are going to get me through this thing, Seth. Thank you.
If you can be 500, well, you have an entire starting rotation on the IL. Then that's probably a pretty good sign for if and when you ever have any healthy pitchers again.
Yeah,
because that's it. I mean, that's the big thing looming off there in the distance. There's no law against more Astros starters getting injured or sucking.
Right.
So there's that.
Yeah. Well, here's the other thing too, and look, the pitching is going to be obviously very much a work in progress here for the time being. The Astros might have some of the phoniest hitting stats early on this season, that I've seen. You know, they're first in this, they're first in that, like some really important stats. Home runs, they're leading the league, and they've scored all these runs. Ooh, and OPS, and this and that. You don't get to spread that out evenly over 13 games. You don't choose to spread that out evenly. They are, and look, through the course of this dynasty that they've had, they've been this way. Probably not as acutely as they are this season because they're 4-9, but a lot of these numbers have been piled up in bunches so far this year. This has not been a good offensive team so far this year in terms of being consistent, in terms of being timely. In the games where they've won, they've generally piled on for the most part. So that's troubling as well. Like the Bats, you got a lot of highly paid guys in this lineup, and if they're not highly paid, they're looking to be highly paid. Go earn it, man. Go, I mean, they need to mash through this this stretch of starting pitching here.
Let me tell you one area as I continue to, as it's always been, I'm the positive one in the relationship.
Right.
Let me tell you one more thing that is for real, I think.
Yeah.
Second lowest strikeout rate in the majors. Like, that's for real. This is not like the 2015 Astros where they're hitting a boatload of home runs but also striking out as much as anybody
contact.
else.
Okay.
Yeah, they are. So they're actually, like, they've got good plate discipline.
Yeah.
They still have the potential for a whole lot of power and explosivity.
Yep.
But they're not like all of a sudden a bunch of haggard losers up there at the plate.
I'm with you. I'm 100% with you, and I'm glad you pointed that out. They got to sack up, man. I got no other better way to put it than they just got to grow a set.
Runners in scoring position. Like, runners in scoring position, one of the ones that you always. Like, yeah, people always want to. Even the stat nerds really don't have it in their heart when they say, like, well, that's just randomness and chance. No. They know there's a clutch factor there somehow.
Yeah.
Their meager little computers can't quite figure out yet.
Of the 30 MLB clubs, if we can't sit here and talk about clutch factor with the Astros, then it doesn't exist, period. I mean, this is the most clutch team I've rooted for in my lifetime. And that now is the time, man. Like, it's one thing to be clutch when you got a starting rotation with Justin Verlander or Garrett Cole or Framber Valdez or healthy Lance McCullers. I could go on and on and on. You've got your rotation right now is Christian Javier, Ronel Blanco, Janky, Hunter Brown, and J.P. France, and then whoever they're bringing up from Sugarland du jour. Like, that's your rotation right now.
And you, we were talking about this before, and you made a really good point. Just as last night Spencer Arrighetti got a kind of a wake-up call, is like, oh, wow, this is what it's like in the majors, and you just can't give them one little inch. We as fans are realizing, where is this cornucopia of prospects that we've become accustomed to?
That's
like, why? Instead of wow, boy, finally this guy comes up, we're like, oh, boy, man, I don't know if this is the best thing for Arrighetti just yet. The guy's had 10 AA or AAA starts in his career. This is where it's getting uncomfortable.
That's the scarier thing, big picture to me. Like, and that's my biggest takeaway. Like, driving in this morning as I'm sitting and I'm trying to process where we're at with this baseball team, is that the reinforcements are not on their way, and the reinforcements are not on their way either to directly take hold of this situation coming up from the minor leagues, nor are they there to go get you a solution to fix some of these things. Like, we're
sitting on the beach in Dunkirk, Sean.
That's where we are.
Just hoping.
No, but you've got a team right now that's hesitant to sign some of your core guys long term, right? And this is not shade at Jim Crane for not spending. He's spending money. But the problem is now some of the money they're spending is not smart money. Some of the money is sitting on the IL, and there's not reinforcements coming on their way, and missing those first and second round picks for a couple of years, even though there's no guarantee those guys would have become good players. They would have become something fungible and usable to extend this thing here. Like, they are standing on a ledge right now, both within the 2024 season, and I know 162 games, I get it. I just recited who their starting rotation is, and that ain't changing anytime soon. They'll get Verlander back in the next couple weeks. We have no clue what Verlander is going to look like when he starts throwing to major leaguers again, or he starts pitching to major leaguers again. So they're standing on a ledge, not only here early in 2024, but I think the way things have gone down these first couple weeks of the season is the fact that there's no solution imminently to fix the worst first base situation in Major League Baseball.
Yes.
The fact that when the rotation, you used to just, the rotation, you'd get an injury, and all of a sudden Christian Javier turns into a beast, or Luis Garcia is there. All the guys they signed to those minimum contracts from Latin America, they're all there. Those guys, Ronel Blanco is the best that we've got right now in terms of that kind of story, and who knows how long that thing lasts. So that's my biggest fear, big picture. While there's no real baseball to enjoy right now in 2024, is, man, this is there ain't a safety net for this team right now.
No,
long term.
That's the potential terrifying part.
Yes.
So I am kind of enjoying being in this position. I do, honestly. Like, it feels like it's back to the basics. You know what it feels like, Sean?
Yeah.
It feels like Rocky IV.
Okay.
It feels a little bit like Rocky IV. We're living in a duplex. We've seen better days. We've been to the heights of all heights. But now we got to realize, like, oh, okay, this is, we gotta really focus on the really elemental things.
That's
in life.
5 you're thinking of, where he has to go back
You're
to
right.
the old neighborhood.
Yes. Yeah.
I like to think it's Rocky IV. This is where I thought you were going.
No, you're exactly right.
No. This is where I thought you were going with Rocky IV. I thought we were like out in the Russian woods in a cabin getting ready to start working out and coming back from this 4-9 start.
That stupid hag Adrian was gone, we thought.
Oh,
yeah. We had like just a respite of just
he was
me
a
and
hag.
Mickey. Me, the ghost of Mickey, and who was training him at that point? Just hanging out in
that
the
was
woods.
Apollo's old manager, Duke, the
That's
bald-headed
right, Duke.
black guy. Yeah. I'll be him.
I wish there would have been
You can be
a
the ghost of
appearance.
Mickey, and I'll be Duke.
It would have been cool if there was a ghost of Mickey appearance.
There was in Rocky V. There was a ghost of Mickey appearance.
Was it an appearance, or was it kind of like a vision that he had?
It was probably a vision, but Burgess Meredith was there to act it. That I know. Yeah.
Oh, he didn't die in real life?
No.
I always assumed it was one of those things where, like, the actor died in real life during the filming, and they had
wrote him out?
They had to pivot right into it. Yeah.
No. He was alive enough to make that. Remember, Rocky was on the ground outside the bar. Tommy Gunn had just knocked him to the ground in the street fight, and Mickey said, "Get up, you son of a bee."
That's right. That's right.
'Cause
Yeah.
Mickey loves you.
That was more of a vision.
Yeah.
I think that I still doubt that it was the actual character. I think that was something they taught. That was some old footage they had took
You
from one of
think?
the previous movies or
I don't
something.
know.
Yeah.
I'm going to check when he died. All right. That's
I think that
my
he might
project
still
for
be
the break.
alive. Who knows? My one big complaint also about the Royals, Seth Lugo. Listen.
It is
Seth used to
jarring.
be a relatively unique name. Okay. It used to be Jews and me. Those were the people named Seth.
Right.
And now all of a sudden, now we got all these non-Jewish Seths out there other than me. And I'm disgusted with it.
You popularized it. When you were a
Apparently
player,
so.
it's like all these Shaqs that are showing up now, like it's,
No, the weird thing is, I think Seth Rogen popularized
Maybe
it.
so.
Because Seth
You
Rogen
should
came
take
up
credit.
in like the late 1990s, and I think there were a lot of people that were like, there's Seth. Okay, I like that. Maybe my kid won't be a dopey stoner, but still, yeah.
I choose to believe that it's you. Everybody wanted a Seth Payne. I'm going to name my kid Seth. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Astros lose last night. We've got some Shohei Ohtani news that we're going to get to. We will get to that. And also, question from a texter yesterday. It's a good question. I saved it for today. He's nervous, 8130 if you're listening, nervous the Texans could be the 2024 version of the Jags. Flavor of the month, media darling. Why are they not going to be the Jags of last year, the Texans? We'll dive into that coming up next. Suit Mart, I can tell you why you're not going to be just the average Joe walking into a job interview or a party, because you can go to my friend Gary Dante at Suit Mart and get looking good. I got so many compliments on my suit that I wore for the CJ Stroud event that I did a couple. Today.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Get to the Texans here in just a minute, but one of the big stories trending nationwide today is we have an update on the Shohei Ohtani situation with the gambling interpreter, the gambling fiend that is Ippei Mizuhara, and apparently it would appear, unless there's a whole lot of lying to the feds going on right now, that the story of Ippei Mizuhara stealing money from Shohei Ohtani and Ohtani not knowing the money was being stolen from him is true. That's according to a New York Times story. Ippei Mizuhara is currently negotiating with federal investigators on his admission that is exactly what happened.
He's in negotiations to plead guilty to federal crimes in connection with the purported theft, according to 3 people briefed on the matter. Basically, the allegations revolve around him somehow altering the banking settings in their brokerage account, whatever, for him to be able to have access to everything. One thing.
Real quick, and for Shohei to not get notifications about all this stuff.
Right, yeah. I 100%. I was kind of surprised by how many people thought it was implausible that Shohei Ohtani, who's long had a reputation as basically just being a baseball monk, living very cheap, not caring about money, in doing so, probably doesn't keep super, super tight watch on his finances and just assumes that the people he trusts are taking care of it. Yeah. I think that Mitsuhara is a guy that he trusted, and Mitsuhara violated his trust. And it's not like this is not that rare an occurrence. I think I saw so many people say, like, oh, yeah, like somebody would have that much money stolen from them. Yeah, it happens all the time. But the biggest thing that I've learned from this, Sean, it's a trend I've noticed, and I blame binge watching various dramas on Netflix and what have you. Mm-hmm. People expect the entire legal process on any situation to be played out in the course of 8 hours as you sit on your couch. I've seen so many people say, how come Mitsuhara is not in jail right this moment? Well, because that's not how the process works.
Dude, it's so funny you say that. So when Amy and I were up in New York, one of a driver that we had to go down to Philadelphia was a former cop, a former Philly cop for like 27 years, and he had been an extra on multiple episodes of Law and Order. Oh yeah, and he said that was one of the things that they needed to tell people, like in the real world, when they were interviewing them to be on juries or whenever there was any sort of court thing playing out. Yeah. There was almost one of the checklist items was to remind them that this is not like TV. This is going to take a long time.
Yeah, you know what they always say also, people in the actual legal profession? Jurors come in expecting there to be DNA evidence for everything. It's like shoplifting case. Like, well, where's the DNA? If he's guilty, then how come he didn't leave it? Well, we've got video evidence right now. I mean, dude, that's him.
Exhibit A, a blood sample on this cake carton of Tide. That's funny.
So, there's not just DNA everywhere and anywhere that you can just grab up. So, you see it all the time. Not to get off on too much of a tangent. Yeah. I noticed this, man. When somebody does something that's almost definitely illegal, and immediately half the responses, this will be live streamed or something somewhere, and they're like, well, if this was such and such, or if this was the political party which I'm not affiliated with, that person would be in prison already. Right. Like, whoa, wait, it's happening right now.
Now that said, this is moving along a lot faster than people anticipated, because I think people anticipated the story that was put forth eventually of what's happening, of what happened, to not be true. I think there's a lot of people that were skeptical that there were lies going on in all this. And the fact that Mizuhara is just stepping up working with the feds, being very cooperative, which is the smart thing to do, by the way. Is having this whole thing play out to where anybody who is hoping for Ohtani to be somehow embroiled or entangled in all this and that he was gambling, it looks like right now the possession arrow is pointed heavily towards that not being the case. Like, this thing may wind up being a fairly boring story in the end compared to what it could have been.
The biggest question we all had was, okay, well, if this is indeed true, the current version of the story, if this is true, that Mitsuhara stole from Ohtani, then Mitsuhara's got to end up charged with something. He stole $4.5 million. And
he will.
So far right now, that looks true. Now, look, there's no end to the potential conspiracy theories. Okay, is Ohtani paying off Mitsuhara to be able to take the fall? All of that. Honestly, for me, just looking at it from the outside in, all of the reports from people who have known Ohtani that have basically said he's never shown any interest in gambling at all. It feels like this is the most obvious explanation, that Mitsuhara. And remember, the only reason that there was an original version of the story was the guy who is now the alleged criminal would have been lying to everybody.
Yeah.
It's really not outside the realm of possibility. The dude who stole $4.5 million from his friend was also lying to everybody to try to not get into trouble.
Quick text on this, then we'll shift over to the Texans here. It would be awesome to find out Major League Baseball paid the interpreter to plead guilty. That would be next level. The payment, the payoff to Mitsuhara to take the fall was actually a level above Ohtani. Like a season of 24 where you watch it and 11 episodes in, you're like, well, that's the kingpin right there. And then come to find out, no, that guy's 2 levels below the actual kingpin.
And honestly, this is where I stand on this, because I think there are a lot of Astros fans who understandably just want the Dodgers to get some kind of a comeuppance for the way they've treated the Astros.
Very much so, yes.
In my mind, that's no different than the people who are going to boo Yordan Alvarez for the cheating scandal or so. Yordan wasn't on the major league squad or anything, but that's where I am with that. I don't booing or hoping for bad stuff for Ohtani as he just recently became a Dodger. I can't go there.
I was hoping he was gambling like crazy. I'm not going to lie. That would have made the story super interesting if the biggest star in baseball was betting on soccer and golf. It would have been, baseball would have been the big thing, but he's betting on all these sports and he's wiring $500,000 to some underground thug bookie in New York, that would, or in LA, I should say. That would have been fun. This is a little, it's a little tamer. So question from the text page yesterday, 8130. I'm nervous the Texans could be the 2024 version of the Jags. Flavor of the month, media darling. Why are they not going to be the 2023 Jags? And I guess we should reset for those who don't remember. The Jaguars were one of the hottest teams in football at the end of 2023. They won a bunch of games to get to 9-8, win the division, make the playoffs, then won a playoff game by coming back from 27-0 down against the Chargers, and then went to the divisional round and put up a hell of a fight against the Chiefs, who went on to win the Super Bowl. So, the Jags came into 2023, Seth, with a lot of the same buzz that the Texans are coming into 2024 with right now. Right. Yeah, the momentum and unlimited growth for the young quarterback and everything else. They were getting Calvin Ridley back from his suspension. Yeah, Calvin Ridley was one of the ones. The Calvin Ridley part was... I kind of forgot about Calvin Ridley, and then I remembered, and then he looked really good in training camp at times. But I think that was still probably one that in hindsight was the one where people were, to steal the old metaphor that our friend Stefan Diggs likes to use, they were putting the cart before the horse. Carriage, a little bit there. Yeah. You can say cart. I like cart before the horse more so than carriage. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Carriage sounds a little too fancy. Like rich folk back in the day. I'm with you. So, I think that one of the biggest things, aside from how you feel about Trevor Lawrence versus C.J. Stroud long-term or anything, was that this year, one of the excuses that people make on behalf of the Jaguars is that Trevor Lawrence was banged up the entire year. Okay. That he was dealing with 3 or 4 different injuries, and that maybe he'll be a lot different when he's healthy this year. Valid? Is that a valid excuse for the Jags? Is that Not really, because C.J. Stroud was injured all year too. He just didn't have to talk about it all the time. That's right. It wasn't, he wasn't. His play wasn't such that you had to create excuses for him. Yeah. Every quarterback in the NFL is injured.
I don't look. If you're in the game and you're an NFL quarterback, you're playing well. Okay, if you're a good NFL quarterback, unless it's your index finger on your throwing hand or something like that, figure out a way to get it done.
Yeah.
So no, I don't buy it. I don't need, not for these nagging injuries, these like non-serious injuries that barely even put you on the injury report. That's not an excuse for a quarterback to play poorly.
The biggest difference for me is, and look, I think C.J. Stroud is a better quarterback than Trevor Lawrence. I think there's a good chance DeMeco Ryans is a better coach than Doug Peterson. I don't know that we know that for sure yet. And Doug Peterson won a Super Bowl, so I want to respect that. But to me, the biggest difference between the two is that when the Jags had their big offseason where they're like, wow, everybody's signing with the Jags. This is crazy. They're making all sorts of moves on both sides of the ball. They made signings on defense. They signed a bunch of weapons for Trevor Lawrence. They had to make those moves just to get to where they got to in 2022. The Texans are making their big swing of an offseason coming off of a 10-7 season, not a season where you had the number one pick in the draft and you took Trayvon Walker with it. You know,
right.
The Texans are elevating now to get to that next level. So I for sure don't feel like they're going to fall out of the playoffs this year like the Jags did.
Oh, I don't know though. Falling out of the playoffs, like it's almost like they could play at the same level as they did last year and not make the playoffs this year because of the schedule.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm trying not to get too. I do feel like it's putting the cart before the horse a little bit to just put them in as chalk to make the playoffs.
No, for sure. I understand that. Trust me, as a gambler, I know nothing's guaranteed. I just think they're a better football. The schedule is harder. They're a better football team.
Yeah.
They're better equipped to deal with it.
The other big part about the quarterback dynamic is that Doug Peterson has a history of getting a whole lot out of an athletic young quarterback, and then the guy not really developing. I'm not blaming Doug Peterson for the saga of Carson Wentz, but I think he was able to extract a lot out of Carson Wentz, and a lot of that is doing some college-type stuff, via RPOs and quick decision-type stuff. That it's kind of like, Sean, it's kind of like a young pitcher going in against a team like the Royals, for instance, just hypothetically, that the first time around, nobody's used to your stuff. Once they get used to your stuff, that's where it's hard for that young pitcher to really do anything. And yes, last year I think Trevor Lawrence it was his second time through the rotation, and teams took advantage of it. Multiple defenses after games against the Jaguars would say, Trevor Lawrence is a first-read quarterback, get him off his first read, and he's kind of lost. They made excuses for that, too, including the receiving core not being on the same page as him. All right, well, that's up to your veteran QB to get the receivers on the same page. That's one of those things that's another one of those things that Tom Brady was so good at that people can't give credit to because it's not a highlight reel.
Yeah.
But Tom Brady was the best receivers coach in the NFL.
Yes.
Just flat out, you know. And I think C.J. Stroud spends a lot of time with his receivers and understands the importance, having talked to Tom Brady a good chunk last offseason, of getting those guys on that kind of ESP level of communication.
Yeah. Did you see the picture that was floating around on Twitter of CJ and Stefan Diggs when they were working out at UCLA this past week? And CJ's got the iPad out and he's pointing something out to Stefan. CJ brought an iPad with him for just tossing around workouts out at UCLA.
And it wasn't just because they were out of the state of Texas and Pornhub was finally available.
Right, I don't think so.
It was like they were actually
not in
probably
that moment,
talking.
at least.
It was probably football stuff that they were looking at.
I would like to think so. Yeah.
You gotta have NetJet money these days to watch Pornhub if you're a Texan.
That's right.
I shouldn't be talking about this right this moment. I apologize, everybody. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Sorry.
You're good. Burgess Meredith, by the way, Seth, died in 1997. Rocky V came out in 1990. So that was he was all right. That was a paid cameo. Yeah, he was fine. Yeah.
How old was he when he died?
That I don't have on here.
I feel like Burgess Meredith is one of those guys that looked decrepit and old when he was 32.
Yes. When he was playing the Penguin on Batman, he was like 31 years old or something. Yeah.
He was the Penguin on Batman?
On the TV show Batman. Yeah. He was the Penguin.
Burgess Meredith?
Burgess Meredith,
What a name. Why doesn't that name come back?
Great name, man. It's a great name.
He's got two women's names as his names, and yet still was like one of the toughest, grisliest fake trainers in movie history.
Fake trainer.
Dude, he definitely looked like an old man when he was a young man.
They all did. Yep, they all did. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Good to be with you on a Thursday. Let's get to some headlines. We'll do it. We need to. We'll circle back to the Astros. What's our concern level right now? Speaking of the Jags, big signing yesterday in the NFL. And hockey coming to Houston has taken a big blow of late. We'll get to all that in headlines. That is coming up next. But first, I want to tell you about the Men's Tea Clinic and what the Men's Tea Clinic has been able to do for me. I was like a lot of you, probably 4.5 years ago, if you're driving in right now and you're tired, your energy.
Our vision.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
Yeah, let's get to headlines. Astros lose last night, 11-2, the final score. For the second time in 3 days, the Astros call up a minor league pitcher for the second time in 3 days. That minor league pitcher gets shellacked by the opposition. It was Blair Henley on Monday. That was more of an emergency thing. I think more people had heard of Spencer Arrighetti before last night than had heard of Blair Henley before Monday. Spencer Arrighetti. He actually got through 2 innings before he got shelled. 7-run third did him in last night. So.
He looked fine. I mean, you could tell from the get-go that the control wasn't magnificent. He had his sweeper, which we'd heard about, looked good, except that and it generated some whiffs. It's just these major league hitters were not chasing his sweeper out of the zone. And by the time the rotation came around the second time, they'd seen enough of them, and they kind of went to work. So it was much more fun to watch for the first 2 innings than it certainly was for the first 1/3 of an inning that Henley was out there. I didn't have to suffer with Arrighetti's parents for those first 2 innings.
Right.
I did feel bad. I felt bad for Arrighetti's dad because he, as he said to Julia, he likes to watch from, did he say the left field? He likes to watch from left field, and he's very superstitious about it. But meanwhile, there he was in the middle of his son's second appearance in the second inning of the major leagues, doing an interview in a non-customary spot for him in the stadium.
Your son has not gotten that kind of stroke yet to where he can just place you wherever you want in the ballpark.
Yeah, but I feel bad for Mr. Arrighetti.
I know.
He's probably blaming himself right
Kicking
now
himself
for that third inning.
Yeah.
That was the bad juju.
That's it.
Don't worry, Mr. Arrighetti. It was just this is normal. Just rookie, it had a smooth stretch, and then some bumps in the road, and your son will rebound just fine. You had nothing to do with it. Your placement in the stadium had nothing to do with it. I exonerate you.
This is 2 straight games now since the Fromber news, and since they exploded on Monday. I think on Monday we're like, okay, now that's the offense we've been waiting for. Bunch of home runs, resilient. You fell behind, you came back. And now since then, they've looked like the same offense that got swept by the Yankees, where you're going, okay, well, I mean, they're getting some hits. They're making contact, but they are not stepping up in the moments they need to. Now, last night you gave up 11 runs, so like it's, you would have needed obviously a huge offensive output, but I think the 2 runs last night and then just the massive amount of runners left on base the night before accentuate the fact that, this to me is like, this is the biggest reason why they're 4-9 to me, is that their offensive stats on the aggregate look phenomenal, but they are so inconsistent. Like they score in bunches, and that's how you get to 4-9.
I mean, I guess I'm a little bit torn on that because look, if you're a really good power hitting team, you're gonna score in bunches. That's just the way it goes. But you also, like, if that's the situation, then you got to have really good pitching to sustain you through the dry spells. We've seen that with the Astros through the years. Yeah. And right this very moment where they've got an entire starting rotation on the IL, they don't have the pitching to sustain that. So
no.
I would say, like, if you look at, like if you're going to look at the expected stats to try to figure out, okay, what's the real performance of these guys? The guys that are hitting the ball the hardest and like have the highest expected batting averages: Kyle Tucker, Jeremy Pena, Yordan Alvarez.
Yeah,
like those are and that matches the eyeball test ever since Yordan got going. Pena, man, it's fun to watch Pena on the base paths, like compared to say Correa. I mean, just he's all about hustle. He does. Chaz should have been out on a double play yesterday, but Pena not only broke up the double play, but basically forced a wild throw to second. So Chaz got a hit. Well, I don't know if they scored it as a hit or not, but Chaz got on base, and Pena went from first to third. It was awesome.
Making stuff happen for sure. Afternoon game today, Seth. 1 o'clock start today for the Astros. Yeah.
Oh, damn it. Well, I got to catch up on Survivor. When am I going to do that?
That's okay. You got all day long, buddy. You got all day long.
Sean, I've got activities planned.
Seth, if it's like yesterday, you can start getting caught up on it in the 4th inning.
Sean,
yeah.
What did I tell you at 6:01 a.m.? Since they lost the first 4 games of the season to some team in the Northeast, they are 4-5 while starting 2 rookies in that stretch of 9 games. They've been 500 while starting two rookie pitchers.
You're right. You're absolutely right. Right.
Neither of whom were actually ready to come up. So there you go.
Fair enough. Josh Allen, not the quarterback, the defensive end. 5 years, $150 million from the Jacksonville Jaguars. The franchise tag gets ripped up. He has a new deal, $30 million a year, $88 million guaranteed. He had 17 and a half sacks last year in a contract year. As a Texans fan, Seth, how are we feeling about 5 years, $150 for Josh Allen?
I'm okay. I'm not overly distraught about it. I figured that's what was going to happen. Yeah. If there's anything that you should feel good about, it's that Titus Howard and Laramie Tunsil are capable offensive tackles, and that's not the biggest concern right now for the Texans within the division. Like, Josh Allen is a pain in the ass to deal with, but it's not like he's gonna destroy your world every single time you see him.
These long-term contracts are 50-50. Like, you could feel any so. Like, you'd be just as if you're a Texan fan who's like, oh crap, we got to deal with Josh Allen for 5 more years. You're just as justified going, man, the Jags might have overextended themselves on a guy. You never know how these things end up working out. He gets $88 million guaranteed. Will Anderson continues to lick his chops. Actually, Will Anderson probably isn't licking his chops. Will Anderson's probably in a basement somewhere working out, getting ready for week 1 of 2024 and focusing on that. I am licking my chops on behalf of Will Anderson and what he's going to make down the road with these.
Yeah, he'll be. I don't like Will Anderson's not a guy that you worry about being spoiled by the money.
At all. No,
I think both with C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson, there's no part of me that thinks like, oh crap,
right?
You got that big contract and now he's just going to phone it in. You know?
Yeah, he's going to make a lot of money, man.
What I worry about with Will Anderson more than anything is that you're going to give too much of it away.
Yeah.
Who was the co-founder of Apple there?
I don't remember.
Jobs' old running mate. I know that was Steve, right?
Ben
Wozniak.
Hang on,
Wozniak.
Wozniak. Okay, yeah.
So
Ben had that I know the answer gleam in his eye just now. Yeah. He put his headphones on. Yeah. Wozniak.
So Steve Wozniak, that was the big concern people had for him back in the day. He was too nice. You know, he was going to give it all away. I worry about that with Will Anderson.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to give it all to Ohtani's interpreter.
I was just going to say there's an Ohtani angle to this. So Josh Allen signs with the Jags. Hey, real quick, the chances, if you're a hockey fan here in Houston, it's not been a great week. There's a group in Utah, in Salt Lake City, that is getting ready to court the Arizona Coyotes, and they've made significant progress on the framework of an agreement to relocate the team to Salt Lake City, Utah. And unlike Houston, where I think Houston has I think there are passionate hockey fans in Houston, Salt Lake City as a city has been trying and organizing for years to get the NHL there. And whereas I think Houston, it's been more of a kind of a niche effort here. And I know Tillman Fertitta, he was on CNBC yesterday saying he's working on the NHL, but it has not been nearly the organized effort here that it's been in Salt Lake City.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
There's they've got a committee formed and
they're probably like how we were when we lost football and I know Salt Lake City has not been in the NHL before, but they've been way more organized about it.
It's where people didn't anticipate. They thought a lot of times when they think of the imminent global holy war, they think along more conventional terms, when this is actually the beginning of the Mormons versus the Saudis.
Yes.
This will end up being as the Saudis start, and it'll start in the NHL. People are worried about the NFL or what have you, but it's the Mormons versus the Saudis, and it begins with the Coyotes.
It does. And ironically, when they eventually go to battle, they're actually going to dress up as hockey players, drop their gloves, and then just fist fight the whole time.
That's going to be the pleasant surprise.
That's the men's way to settle it, you know.
Yes, they'll realize, like, hey, why bother with all the mayhem and death and everything? Let's just settle this. Let's settle this the old-fashioned way with fisticuffs.
Yes. The text message, another reason Houston is so uptight, no hockey. That goes back to a story Seth and I had a couple days ago about Houston being, I think unfairly named the most uptight city in the United States.
I do think for hockey to really thrive in Houston, they'd have to take a little bit of the approach that some of the MLS teams have done really well with, is that when the NFL team or the NBA team, but especially it works with the NFL because just the email lists are so big. Like, say the Texans were to take an active ownership interest in it, then all of a sudden you get that cross-branding, and it's been really good for because the Atlanta teams signed it up with the Falcons.
Yeah,
that
Kansas City,
the
the Hunts are a big ownership in the soccer team there, and they're very popular. You know, that's a good example. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Those are your headlines. Astros lose last night 11-2 to the Royals, and they are back at it today. Day game against the Kansas City Royals in Kansas City. And then it's back home to the cozy confines of Minute Maid Park against the Rangers. All right, we head into the 7 o'clock hour here. Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. The NFL announced their Brazil game yesterday. It's going to be Packers and Eagles. We're going to slowly start to see calculated leaks from the NFL on the schedule here between now and probably the first week of May. The big games. Which games, if any, do we expect the Texans to be in of these leaked games that could come out? The leaked games that could come out over the next few weeks. We'll speculate coming up next. But first, Soda Weight Loss. SodaWeightLoss.com. SOTA Weight Loss.
contest. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you. Into the 7 o'clock hour we go. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you on a Thursday. Hope you're having a nice morning. So yesterday during our show, the NFL announced that it will indeed be the Packers taking on the Eagles in Brazil on Friday of the opening weekend. We got the opener in Kansas City against whoever they play. And then the next night will be Packers-Eagles in Brazil, the first game in Sao Paulo, Brazil, as the NFL continues to make its efforts to expand internationally, expand its reach into South America this time. It was rumored it was going to be the Browns because Maurice Hurst, a Cleveland Brown, did an interview on Browns radio during the offseason that alluded to a trip to Brazil. It's going to be the Packers for whatever. Maybe he misspoke. Packers-Eagles, we're going to see some more of these games, Seth, over the next 4 weeks, probably trickle out. That's the way it goes with the NFL is they kind of, over time, we already know who the host teams are for all these international games. Obviously, we know the Lions and the Cowboys are going to host Thanksgiving Day games because they do every year. That's a tradition. But the schedule never gets released in one fell swoop. It's usually early May. We usually know about 5 to 10% of it before the big schedule release. And the trickle-out games have not been relevant to the Texans for the last 3 years.
No, we were the trickled-on team.
We were trickled upon, yes.
Right, yeah. So they weren't worried about trickling out any of our stuff.
No. The last game the Texans were involved in that would qualify as one of these sort of marquee games would be the opener in the COVID year in 2020, right? Against Kansas City, the season opener in 2020.
Year after, you made a playoff appearance.
Against Kansas City, in that very same stadium, yeah.
You made a playoff appearance for 1.5 quarters.
That's right. So I think, like, big picture, we'll get to 2024 here in a second. Big picture, I think the exciting thing is any of these games, these international games, these holiday games, the Black Friday game, this year there's 2 games on Christmas Day, which is a Wednesday, which is super weird. I think if you're a Texan fan, as long as it's the D'Amico Ryan, C.J. Stroud era, you got to keep your head on a swivel because the Texans are candidates for all of these games.
Especially C.J. Stroud.
Yes.
Because that's ultimately, just as it is in the NBA where all of a sudden, there can be fans of Oklahoma City no matter how small a market it is, as long as you've got a star or 2 on there.
Yep.
Likewise, it doesn't matter as much, how historically relevant you are if you've got one of the marquee quarterbacks. And C.J. Stroud is very much the buzz right now in the NFL.
He's a marquee quarterback. He may not be an elite quarterback in terms of the on-field stuff yet, although he's certainly trending in that direction. Yeah. But he has been a marquee star this offseason for sure. Super Bowl and everything else.
Yeah, he's in that magical zone, too, where people don't hate him yet.
Yeah.
After a while, Pat Mahomes rode that wave really through a Super Bowl or 2 before people started to hate him.
Yeah.
So I feel like CJ's got, we've got potentially a good, depending on how many Super Bowls they win in the next 3 years. I'm not saying that it's definitely going to be 3, but who knows?
You never know.
But by then, who cares if everybody hates C.J. Stroud?
Yeah.
Because then you're sitting on these primetime games like it's no big deal.
That's it.
It's your birthright, damn it.
Yep. So as far as this season goes, I'm going to call them leaked games. They're obviously strategically leaked.
Yeah.
But of the games, the games I just kind of listed off, Thanksgiving, because they play at Dallas this year. There's a couple of opponents they have that are going to be hosting London games. Jacksonville and Minnesota are both road opponents this year. Of course, at Kansas City is going to be the season opener for somebody. Yeah. Christmas Day, Black Friday, all those things. Which ones do we... If you had to rank them in order of likelihood, what would you say?
I don't know. I don't. I feel like the Thanksgiving game is a little bit beneath the Texans. You're looking at a Dallas team that's won 4 wild card games since 1996. The Texans, in many regards, since 2002, their first year, have been way more successful than the Dallas Cowboys. I'd like the Cowboys to kind of earn a matchup versus the Texans on Thanksgiving Day.
Okay.
Do we really want to? Do we want to slum it with those hoes?
Yeah.
On Thanksgiving of all the holidays, I don't know.
Right. I'm willing to. It's something different. It shakes things up a little bit. You know?
It would be fun. We could start. I hope that one gets leaked ASAP because that's when you really want people to start making plans to get up there. There would be nothing. I would be so thankful for Dak Prescott to have to go to a silent count in his home stadium on Thanksgiving Day versus the Houston Texans. That would be awesome. And that damn, here we go, here we go. Just shut that up.
Yeah.
I cannot take that here we go anymore.
No,
For those of you
right.
who don't know or didn't watch any Cowboys games last year, Dak Prescott added something to his cadence where before every snap he says, here we go. He sounds like the kid who was fat as a child sounds like Fat Albert when he's doing it. It's it's really annoying. It's just damn annoying is what it was.
Thanksgiving would be the one I would be hoping for. I think that'd be so fun to have the Texans and the Cowboys right there in the middle of the day. Right after you're done with your turkey and you're sitting there on the recliner full of
when you put it that way.
tryptophan coursing through your veins, you know?
Yeah. You take the Cowboys out of it, and the Cowboys are usually the late game, right?
They're the middle. Yeah, of the two afternoon games, they're the late game.
The traditional games,
Yeah.
the Detroit game and the Dallas game. Detroit plays at noon, and Dallas plays at 3.
Correct. Yep.
That is perfect, man.
Yeah.
That's maybe you're usually a Thanksgiving dinner type of family, but for that, I would say turn it to a Thanksgiving lunch or brunch or type of.
What time do you
family.
eat? What time do you eat at Thanksgiving?
All over the place. Because we kind of rotate amongst family. I think we do it. We usually do a dinner at my wife's house. Yeah.
Would you rather
my wife's in-laws, not my wife's house. We got a modern arrangement, John.
That's the ultimate way to keep pushing off divorce. It usually starts with like a different bed, then it starts with a different bedroom. Seth's at the different house stage of trying to keep the marriage going. I'll
take a quick little side trip. Brandy and I have a friend who's a really successful dude who sold all of his companies when he was 45. But we've realized over the last couple of years that he spends a whole lot of time at they've got 500 acres in upstate New York and a place in South Florida. And he spends almost all of his time hunting and everything up at his place in New York. And his wife, who's very much into Pilates, yoga, and spending money, spends all her time in Florida. So they're, for all intents and purposes, I think they're divorced.
Yeah, if they're happy, you know.
I don't think either of them are happy, but whatever, you know. He isn't killing as many things as possible for no reason. All right?
I'm so naive. I just assume they're hey, if they're both happy with the arrangement. That's funny. Thanksgiving at Dallas would be the one that would excite me the most. Next on the list, one of these London games would be cool. I'll be honest, but if I'm ranking them, one of those Wednesday Christmas Day games adds a lot of wrinkles to the later part of the season for whoever's in those. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that is. You know what? You're coming down to crunch time. You got a lot of injuries you're balancing.
You get a short week plunked down in week 16.
You know what? Previously I wouldn't have cared about this because the Texans had no chance in hell of being in the playoffs for a couple of years there. You're exactly right. The injuries on a Thursday night game are always something that's like a literal headache to deal with. You got somebody in the concussion protocol. There's almost no chance in hell they're going to play. But you're right. That playing a Wednesday game when you're trying to manage your roster for injuries and you're trying to potentially angle your way into the playoffs. Yeah, I don't want that. That's too much.
I'll remind people, that's probably week 16 or 17. The Texans played the Browns on Christmas Eve, which was a Sunday, this past season. That was week 16. And the way that Wednesday game is going to work, for those who don't know, is that the teams that play on there's going to be 2 games on Christmas Day, so 4 teams total. Those teams are all going to play on Saturday, the previous weekend. So Sunday, Thursday is the normal short week during the aggregate of the season. Mm-hmm. For those teams, it'll be a Saturday, Wednesday turnaround, which means you got a short week the week before also, right?
Yeah,
by one day, but a short week. So that,
all right, so we don't want that.
I don't think so. That Christmas Day game is a real grenade that the league is dropping into the middle of the end of the season there, I think, for some teams.
Yeah, I'd like to enjoy that from afar.
Yes.
I'd like to have my Thanksgiving brunch, lunch, or dinner. I can't remember what we do for that either. and just be able to watch teams that I don't care that much about.
There you go.
Or ideally, you know who you want for that is who you might be vying for in the playoffs.
Totally.
So, maybe, I don't know, maybe it's the Colts, maybe it's the Chiefs, whoever it might be. Yeah, I hope those teams play on Wednesday.
Where are you about the opener at Kansas City? How do you feel about going to Kansas City? I still got PTSD over 2020 opening at Kansas City.
I'm not. I'd be cool with it. I'd be excited about it. This is what I wonder about the Texans opening at Kansas City is if the schedule makers are looking at the schedule and thinking, look, we did just see in their latest appearance the Texans get blown out by the Ravens. And are we 100% certain that they've progressed beyond that? Or might there be some hiccups integrating the new free agents that maybe that's not what we want to be the marquee first game of the season where it kind of sets the table. All the articles that are written about whether the NFL ratings say that they're back or they're on the decline, all that stuff. I think the schedule makers themselves might shy away from the Texans on that one.
They might, and Kansas City does have the Ravens as a home opponent this year. I could see where a rematch of the AFC Championship game, especially considering how that game played out, where you could argue that the Ravens really may, between the 20s, kind of outplayed the Chiefs that day, shut them out in the second half, but they turned the ball over twice in the end zone in that game.
You know, the Ravens, for all of the people that they lost in free agency, they added Derrick Henry. And if you look at some of the advanced stats charts of how much player value they gained and lost, they're actually right there around breaking even. It's and again, that's all a lot of mumbo jumbo sometimes. Yeah. But that is a team that just does a great job with the draft. They figure out a way to bring in guys like Jadeveon Clowney and do the best with them. They brought him in late last year. I think if I'm a schedule maker, looking at it objectively, I trust that the Ravens will be a competitive team more than the Texans at this point. Just because they've got a track record of consistently having solid defenses, all that.
How much traction do you think the NFL gets with fans traveling to Brazil to see this game? Do you think a lot of Philly and Green Bay fans head down to Brazil for this thing?
In theory, I want to.
Yeah.
I want to go to Sao Paulo.
Yeah.
But I don't even know anything about Sao Paulo.
Right.
Other than that it's in Brazil.
Yeah.
And I've got visions of Carnival, which is not going on during the whenever this game
I hear more dangerous stories about South America than I do hey, come to South America. It's amazing down here,
I feel like the street prices got to be cheap as hell for some stuff.
Yeah, that's true.
So I feel like the wrong
some purses
element.
and some alcohol.
There'll be a lot more Eagles fans at this thing, man. Oh, he's the Eagle.
Dude.
Vinny from the South Side.
Okay.
It's
man. Okay,
how many short-term mules are going to be going back to Philly with kilos of stuff strapped to their underside? I don't know.
Dude, I don't know if you could be sending two more opposite fan bases to Brazil than the Green Bay fans and the Eagle fans.
Yeah.
I mean, Eagle fans, go Google it, and you'll find 8,000 YouTube videos of Eagle fans getting jerky with opposing fans. We went to Green Bay for a game. These people cannot be nicer. You tell them you're from out of town, they are feeding you at these tailgates, man. They love that you come to Green Bay to watch their team. So I think there's going to be a lot of, Eagle fans and Brazilians. Whew.
The thing about Sao Paulo is it's way down towards the southeast part of the country.
Oh, okay.
And Brazil is a massive landmass.
Huge.
It's just really, really big. So they're way down there. It's not. Yeah, it doesn't have the tourism appeal of Rio de Janeiro, I suppose. But it's close. It's close.
Yeah.
Geographically, it's close to Rio.
Yeah.
I think you get 20% of the stadium are gringos in that one.
Okay. So 80% native Sao Pauloians.
Yeah.
And 20% obnoxious Eagle fans and naive cheeseheads down there.
God, that's a huge country.
Yeah.
I've got a friend whose wife is she's second generation Portuguese American, and so she my friend is they're trying to decide when they retire whether they're going to live in Portugal or Brazil because she's fluent in Portuguese and everything. Which for those of you who don't know, they speak Portuguese in Brazil.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I kind of like the fantasy. I'm going to try to glom onto him as much as possible. I'd like to have a huge compound out in the rainforest somewhere where we can where we can just kind of make our own laws. You got to get there by helicopter and stuff.
Seth Payne in a Darwinian environment like that. No rules in the Brazilian jungle.
You show up to visit after I send a helicopter for you. You show up and it's just me. all wild-eyed in like a sarong or something, and dead people everywhere. Just all like empty Kool-Aid cups and
loincloth, bandana, and a gigantic knife.
Sean, I'm so glad you came to visit. I've got so many things going on. I got to tell you.
Oh, man.
Spear. I'm going to have a spear with blood on it.
Jungle Seth, man. Jungle Seth. The true Pope Zaza right there, taking over the jungle. Text message, headed to Green Bay this year for the Texans game. Is it worth it spending more than a day or two there? How many cheese curds are too many cheese curds to ingest? It is. It is worth it. Amy and I went for a game during the Texans bye week in 2021. We went up on Friday night. Saturday is cool. Look, Green Bay is a fun town just to hang out in. They've got a ton of bars. So you got a lot of locals there. You can go watch college football at the bars. But the Packer Hall of Fame is really cool if you're a football fan.
Oh, yeah.
The Packer Hall, they have their own Hall of Fame there, and it's really, really cool. Like, it's a couple hours, but it's if you're a football fan, it's pretty badass. What?
I'm just thinking about, the Texans are too young to have a Hall of Fame. But
it's like a room. It's a broom closet.
It's an exhibit. Yeah.
It's a kiosk. This is our kiosk of fame.
I'm going to lobby to be the voice of all the exhibits. I want you to be able to put on some of those big museum air pipe earphones, and a drunken Seth Payne will tell you about the majesty of the first year.
That's right. That's right.
And the Billy Miller touchdown and everything else. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Here's the thing about Tony Baselli that you got to understand. Okay, listen. Yeah, sure, the Texans can't claim him.
I love this guy's voice. Where have I heard it before? Well, that's Seth Payne, the voice of the kiosk of fame of the Houston Texans. All right.
The kiosk.
The KOF. He's a KOFer. Andre Johnson, KOFer. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. Good to be with you on a Thursday. All right. We use some advanced stats to try to justify signing Derrick Henry. If the advanced stats tell us a different story about Joe Mixon, are we being hypocritical if we don't use them here? I'm going to run this past Stat Nerd Seth coming up next. But first, Suit Mart. Gary Dante and the team at Suit.
Turf.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you, Payne and Pendergast. Getting a lot of texts about Brazil. We'll get to that in just a second. A lot of football fans have made their way down to Brazil before.
It is and then a lot of I always forget Brazil is either the first or second largest number of NFL fans in the
outside of the United States.
Outside of the U.S., yeah. I mean, it's a huge country, but they have a large percentage of the people are NFL fans.
Per capita.
Relatively.
Yeah. Yep. So, Seth, when we were looking at free agency, at the very beginning of free agency, and we were looking at running back possibilities, because we know this team needed to upgrade at running back. No disrespect to Devin Singletary. This team needed more of a true bell cow back. And I think they maybe had hoped Dameon Pierce was going to be that guy last year, but we know Damien's issues that he had in grasping the offense. So I know a name you and I were both excited about potentially coming here. Eventually he went to the Ravens, but Derrick Henry. And in making the argument for Derrick Henry versus Saquon Barkley, let's say, I know one of the things you had brought up were several different of the advanced stats, yards after contact, broken tackles, things like that. So the Texans wind up trading for Joe Mixon. They wind up extending Joe Mixon, gave him a 3-year extension. Only $13 million guaranteed. I'm cool with everything they've done so far with Joe Mixon. They traded a 7th rounder. They're paying him about what the level of money that Joe Mixon's career says he is worth. Mm-hmm. So does this concern you, though, Seth, as somebody who used the advanced stats in arguing for Derrick Henry? And I know that was more of a Henry versus Barkley thing than hey, this is why Henry's awesome. We can see why Henry's awesome when you watch him. But Joe Mixon, among 34 NFL running backs with at least 150-plus carries last year, ranked 26th in yards per carry, 33rd in yards after contact, 22nd in explosive play percentage.
Yep.
33rd out of 34 in breakaway percentage, and 31st in what PFF calls his elusivity rating, the ability to make people miss.
That sounds sexy.
Elusivity.
Is that a Portuguese word? Is that
you put a couple accents on it, it
little
becomes
sign
Portuguese.
that maybe the Texans are in line for one of these Portuguese or one of these Brazilian games.
Maybe.
Look, yes, very valid to be reasoned to be concerned for that. I think this is the big thing that's been going on in Cincinnati the last couple of years that didn't mesh well with Joe Mixon. And it's not a criticism against Joe Mixon. It's just Joe Mixon is a guy that, much in classic Kubiak/Shanahan approach or style, is really good with a quarterback under center. When you can be old school and get moving as you get the handoff. When you have an advantage with the QB under center in the run game in a lot of ways, because it's a lot harder for the linebackers to diagnose run pass. The Bengals really moved away from that. And last year especially, there was one point in the season, really, it was by October 29th, they used the shotgun on 95.7 of their snaps at that point. That was the second highest in the NFL. And it really did not, it doesn't mesh well with Joe Mixon in his style. So I think that, like a lot of people at home who are old school and they get frustrated when teams try to run out of the gun on the goal line and everything, things have changed, and there's a time for that, but it's got to be with the right personnel. I think that, more than anything, is probably the thing that Caserio was looking at and thinking, all right, well, look, we still like it when we do see instances of Joe Mixon running old school stuff, or at least traditional QB under center. And the Texans, as long as DeMeco Ryans is the coach, they're going to be under center a lot. I think it's because Bobby Slowick or whichever other offensive coordinator comes in here is going to be a Kyle Shanahan disciple. And B, I think one of the reasons DeMeco likes it is because he's a linebacker, and he knows how damn hard it is to stop the run when you've got a really traditional, whether it's outside run or man scheme or anything else like that. When you got the QB under center, it's a lot harder to stop that run when teams decide to run. So that part doesn't concern me as much. Yeah.
Look, he's an upgrade for sure. I was excited about the Mixon trade and bringing in Joe Mixon. He was a cut below some of the other guys. Maybe that we looked at free agency. Do you feel like there's genuine enthusiasm for you for Mixon, or is some of it just okay? Well, compared to what they had, kind of enthusiasm?
I think there's. This would be curious. I wouldn't want to put this out on a poll or anything because it's got a naturally negative vibe to it.
Yeah.
Or skew to it. Mm-hmm. I do think that in any free agency class, there's always going to be guys that you manufacture excitement over.
Definitely.
That at the very least you're affected by your desire that they be good.
Yeah.
And I think that the three guys that probably fans had to either manufacture the most emotion for, or it was just a matter of them like, hey, they're going to be excited about somebody if they sign regardless, would be Joe Mixon.
Yeah.
Azeez Al-Shire, and Danico Autry.
Those are the three.
Yeah, those are the three guys, especially for like the average football fan. They're not going to, like, Danico Autry doesn't have name brand appeal. Al-Shire doesn't have name brand appeal. We knew both those guys better because we'd seen them, playing with the Titans.
Especially Autry. I mean, he was with the Colts and the Titans.
So I think that's where. So I actually put those guys. I would rank it Mixon, Autry, Al-Shire
in terms of how manufacturing the most emotion for.
Yeah, because I think the majority of Texans fans, even though I wasn't one of them, wanted Saquon Barkley.
Yeah.
So that getting Joe Mixon was a little bit of either a consolation prize or well, thank you for at least addressing the issue at running back.
You nailed it. That's it.
And then also the history of off-field incidents. Like everybody had. I know I did. I was like, all right, well, let me re-examine everything and see what's happened. It says, okay, he's been a captain for 3 years. So, at the very least, you had to do some research on Joe Mixon to get fully on board with it.
It's a great way to put it. I think Mixon, I'm with you, Mixon is number one. Now, any emotion, I think Al-Shire might have been number two for a lot of Texan fans just because of unfamiliarity. Like, we've watched Autry multiple times through the years. For a guy who was sort of a rotation guy in Indianapolis. I remember so many times going, man, how is this guy just a rotation guy? Like, he made a lot of plays against the Texans.
Yeah.
If you had to manufacture emotion for Danico Autry on the day that they signed him, it was probably the day that Nick Caserio joined us when you no longer had to manufacture emotion about acquiring Danico Autry?
Specific to Danico, I mean, this guy's a badass. I mean, this guy's a junkyard dog. Like, if you go into a dark alley, like, you want this guy behind you. Like, this is a bad MFer. I mean, and a really good football player who cares about football. And we've had to play against him over the last couple of years in, Tennessee, and then he was in Indianapolis. But glad he's on our side, and, we're excited about what potentially he could bring.
Yeah. That's the best sales job you could have on Danico Autry there.
It's a bad mamba jamba.
Called him within 8 seconds. He called him a badass, a junkyard dog, a bad MFer, and a dude that you would want walking with you in a dark alley.
I wonder what if Nick just signed him specifically for those reasons? What if Nick was like, I feel like I need some more. I need a better escort.
He may have, because by the way, actual football. By the way, he's pretty good at football too. I don't know if you noticed.
I tell you honestly, there's times when we go out as a staff the night before a Titans game, I get a little bit nervous in Nashville. It's like, we don't go to where all the tourists are going.
That's right.
And if something goes down and I got to fight a bunch of hillbillies that just come down from working on some TVA project somewhere, I want Danico Autry on my side. We're not going to get the best version of Danico Autry because Nick's going to be out doing shots with him on Saturday nights.
Right. And Danico's going to come in with bloody fists the next day.
What if and then what if Nick gets beer muscles with Danico Autry at his back too, the worst kind of friend. He's talking smack to the biggest dude in the bar because he knows Danico's behind him.
Got him with him. I got my bad MF for junkyard dog with me here. You better watch it. Don't step to me. Hey, text message from 0094 talking about Brazil. He says, I'm 35 and my wife was born in Sao Paulo. When we go down there, it's normally around the holidays, football season, and all of her male friends that are our age love, all caps, love the NFL. You can find NFL games on TV down there on their basic ESPN.
So as far because we were talking about how many what percentage of gringos will be in the crowd, and I guess about 20%.
Yeah.
But there will be a lot of competition from people in Brazil, especially because like you said, we were talking about this during the break. It's not such random chance that they chose Brazil.
Throw a dart.
Brazil's got Brazil's one of the largest fan bases outside of America. Yep. So that'll be fun. I don't even know what the capacity of that stadium is.
We'll check it. We'll check it during the break.
I keep thinking the Texans are going. I've talked myself into the Texans going.
I know.
Yeah, I did 4 months ago. I really wanted to find us a sponsor. One of our texters yesterday said that you also have to be careful because he was down there working in oil and gas, and I want to say he was down there for 6 months, and out of a crew of 20, 5 dudes came back with Brazilian wives. And some of those dudes may have had wives when they left America. So it's easy to fall in love with Brazil.
It is.
Be careful if you're going down there.
Ask our 35-year-old listener, right? His wife was born in Sao Paulo.
Yeah.
Texter, I bet your wife is hot. I'm just going to say that right now. That's my guess.
It's my understanding that basically all Brazilians are hot.
Oh, they're all hot.
That's just why, and well-waxed as well. That's the whole thing.
The ones I've seen on the internet are. That's all I know. Yeah.
You can't just get onto the internet for free either, man. It takes you gotta get work there, yeah.
Other texter says I was in Green Bay in 2016 for the snow game, Texans and the Packers. That was a Brock Osweiler joint. That was the every interception tells a story game, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Would recommend Lambeau if you're a football fan. It is kind of like Mecca. It is. I've been. However, would not recommend Lambeau in the snow for a born and raised Houstonian. Now, I'm not born and raised Houstonian, but when Amy and I went in 2021, it was a nice early November snow.
Yeah.
That, to me, is more of a Lambeau experience than going in September. I would want a little bit of snow. That's the sort of the backdrop for me of going to Lambeau.
Right. The tundra is never actually frozen.
Right.
Yeah, I know it's redundant to say frozen tundra or whatever, but you want a little bit of that frozen tundra vibe. But Wisconsin's not a 100% hot rate. Confirmed.
No,
Yeah.
it's a niche.
We're not sure about Brazil, but for Wisconsin's 100% no.
No. Hot to some of you, maybe. Hot. Everybody's got their deal.
Well, yeah, it's down to party, sure. If that's what you're looking for, it's good to go.
Everybody's got a type. Yeah. All right. Up next, we've got Shohei Ohtani gambling escapade news. This thing may end up winding down way quicker than we thought it did, and. Caleb Williams. Will Caleb Williams' latest interactions on social media cause? If you were a Bears fan, if you were a Texans fan looking at Caleb Williams and we didn't have C.J. Stroud, would this give you pause on Caleb Williams? That is coming up next. But first, Prize Picks. Prize Picks did some baseball plays.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, the latest, the top story right now, the latest on the Shohei Ohtani situation is the former interpreter, Ippei Mizuhara, for Shohei Ohtani is facing federal charges related to his alleged theft of millions from the slugger. The New York Times was the first to report this yesterday, that Mizuhara, age 39, is in negotiations to plead guilty and that the investigation is racing toward a conclusion. So anybody who was predicting, like, and I was one of them, like I'm like, man, this ain't going to end anytime soon. And more so, anybody who was hoping this would be a dark cloud hanging over the Dodgers for the entire season. That's really what I was hoping for, ultimately. Not justice, necessarily, but it being a dark cloud hanging over the Dodgers all year, because we're Houstonians and we hate the Dodgers. It looks like this thing is going to ultimately be, as far as that's concerned, kind of a popcorn fart.
I'll be honest with you too. I think look, anything could have happened, and sure, the next natural theory will be that Ohtani is paying him to take the fall or what have you, and I get that. That's, but I think I think too many people were completely discounting the current version of events as completely implausible. That there's no way that Ohtani wouldn't know that $4.5 million was missing. I can only speak from experience, having seen other professional athletes have money stolen from them, pretty staggeringly large amounts, because it was from people who they trusted. And I saw somebody else this morning on Twitter say that they know a lot of rich people, and those rich people are pretty damn certain of where their money is at all times. Yes, when the rich people got rich by actively dealing in business and money and paying attention to cash and all of that, 100%, I agree with you. The problem is that when it comes to entertainers and or athletes, it's just not the same. It's not the same level of attention to detail when it comes to your finances, and especially if you trust people, what you end up doing, and because I succumbed to it myself, not to this degree, but I had an embarrassingly large amount of money stolen from me, and it went undiscovered for an even more embarrassingly large amount of time, because what did I do? I followed the advice of hey, you're a long-term investor, don't follow the ups and downs, don't worry about it, just, let it sit and let it accumulate, and then change your allocations or what have you. And somebody that I trusted screwed me over, and I didn't find out about it for quite some time. So I 100% see how it happens. And I also and we've also you don't need personal experience. How many times did people accuse Mike Tyson of actually orchestrating some image where it wasn't his promoter that stole the money from him, or that it was his promoter and not Mike Tyson? We see this all the time.
Yeah.
So I feel like it's not to say that it couldn't be something more dastardly. I just feel I find the current version of events totally plausible.
Well, and I think too, my guess is, and obviously I've never earned to the universe that Shohei Ohtani exists in, but my guess is the less that you need money, the less you pay attention to your money. And Shohei Ohtani, by all accounts, doesn't live a super extravagant lifestyle. He's a baseball monk, as you put it. The most important thing to him is baseball, by far. And I could see where, if it's not that important to you and you have a ton of it, where you can withstand $4.5 million, honestly, in the grand scheme of what he's worth, probably is, it sounds crazy to say, it's probably not that much money.
And remember, don't get wrapped up in his MLB current salary. He makes so much money in endorsements and everything else that it's I find it plausible. And if the guy ends up facing charges from the feds, I'm just gonna take that at face value, because honestly, if Ohtani has orchestrated some kind of ruse for the feds, then you got big time.
Oh yeah. Now that's okay. Now that's the twist. If you're hoping this thing has legs, like I am, that's the twist you're hoping for. Is that this whole contrition and confession that's coming from Mizuhara is coming from a place where he's been paid to be contrite and confess his sins.
This is, again, though, so this is going to be a kind of a comment where I feel like this is just people's refusal to acknowledge human nature. Text message: if it's so prevalent, shouldn't folks pay more attention? Yes. Of course. Of course. Yeah. But please, hey, heart disease, very, very common.
Yeah.
Shouldn't people watch what they eat?
Shouldn't they exercise?
I
see a lot of fat people out there. Shouldn't they exercise? Yeah.
Hey, lung cancer, kind of a big deal. Shouldn't people just stop smoking?
They should.
By all means, yes, they should.
Yeah,
They should,
yeah.
yes.
Yep. So that's where we are on Ohtani. I think
Strip clubs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Shouldn't they just stop going? Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's yes. Caleb Williams. Boy, Caleb Williams got upset with something that Greg McElroy said.
No.
Yes, former Alabama quarterback, now ESPN commentator. Greg,
National championship quarterback, Greg McElroy.
That's right. That's
yeah.
right. He's a champion.
This is going to be an odd take for anybody listening, and I don't usually like to bring up a quarterback or an athlete who's in the media. I don't like to bring up their personal history.
Yeah.
But this is kind of like going into a take about the personal side of Caleb Williams. So I'm going to bring up Greg McElroy's past after we discuss.
We'll hit
this.
McElroy and we'll hit Caleb Williams' response to what McElroy said. McElroy was on Kevin Clark's podcast and had this to say about Caleb Williams.
Caleb Williams, from the time he stepped on campus at Oklahoma to the time he stepped on campus at SC, he has never experienced adversity. Very little adversity as far as how he was received and how he was portrayed as the next best guy. Even when they went 7-6 this year, or 6-6 or whatever, 7-5, it wasn't because of Caleb. I mean, he did his part, and he did, and a lot of that is true. But I do wonder about: is there a sense of entitlement? Is there that chip on the shoulder that's going to keep him going 10, 12 years down the road, the way it does Mahomes, who's still pissed that he got drafted 10th?
All right, let's hit Caleb first, Seth, then we'll hit McElroy. This was Caleb Williams' response to that. That video surfaced on the internet on Kevin Clark's Twitter account, and Caleb Williams retweeted it and said, "Let's go back to school again," with a laughing, crying emoji and a hand over face emoji, because I'm bored right now. And he puts the definition, Caleb Williams, mind you, who they were just talking about, puts the definition of adversity: a state or instance of serious or continued difficulty or misfortune. And he lists each of the adverse situations he dealt with in each of his 3 college football years.
Yeah.
Year 1, didn't start freshman year.
Oh,
and actually, by midway through his freshman year, he was starting.
I didn't realize he was a survivor.
Right.
Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize. I should have been more sensitive.
Survived going into a situation where he knew he was behind the Heisman favorite, Spencer Rattler, and wasn't the starter at the beginning of his freshman year.
Yes.
Year 2, popped a hammy in a championship. I'm assuming the Pac-12 championship game, because they didn't play a championship game. He was at USC at that point. In the first quarter, lost the game because of my hammy.
Okay.
Not my hammy, my hammy.
More adversity. Give me more adversity.
That was year 2. Well, there's only one left. Year 3, he went 7-5 in his last year of college ball, and we know that the end result of that was him sobbing into his mom's bosom on national television.
This is where, for one, Caleb Williams, ill-advised to ever list your own adversities.
Especially when this is what it is. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. It's got to be something worth giving a keynote speech over. It's got to be something honestly, like C.J. Stroud's story of facing adversity. He's got some good stuff. He's got some really good stuff. Dude, when you're stacked up against C.J. Stroud, whose dad went to jail when he was 13 and who wasn't a top recruit or anything else like that, when that's who you're following and who did get drafted second for whatever hardship that is, you got to be careful and being the own dude that talks about your hardship.
I'm so out on Caleb. I hope Caleb Williams fails. When I got to adversity, I'm like, okay, he's going to list it here. Let's see. All I know from Caleb Williams is he's had all the best coaches that money can buy. Let's see. Year 1, didn't start my freshman year, which ultimately is not true. By the Texas game, he was the starter after that.
The only thing I would say, though, too, is that I think that McElroy was going too far in saying he hadn't faced it. Classically, this is a boilerplate take on quarterbacks.
Yeah.
The guys that have had extreme success, especially if they've won a Heisman and won a national championship and never lost in college and all of that. Those are the guys that you really wonder, okay, really, how will they do when
they lose,
when they've lost a bunch of games, which happens in the NFL. Every Hall of Fame quarterback has gone through stretches of games where you lost a bunch of games in a row.
Yep.
That's the question. I feel like he's been through that type of adversity. It's not. Look, he's not working an entire lifetime on the Great Wall of China adversity,
Right.
but he's like it's like football adversity. And then Greg McElroy won a national championship in college, and then after his rookie season as a 7th-round pick with the Jets, went back to Alabama radio and said this about the Jets. It's definitely not a fun place to be, I can assure you. It's the first time I've ever been around extremely selfish individuals, and I think that's maybe the nature of the NFL. But there were people within our locker room that didn't care whether we won or lost as long as they got theirs. They had a good game individually, and that's the disappointing thing. 7th-round rookie, coming from a national championship environment in which he was very much carried on the shoulders of very large men to that championship, and a tiny little Nick Saban.
What year was that interview?
Oh, it was
2011, something like that?
Spoiler alert, it was a bad year for the Jets.
Yeah,
it was, 2012, so the 2011 season.
Okay, so 2012. So I will say this. Do we know, did the state of Alabama have the internet in 2012 yet? Because maybe Greg McElroy was still living in an environment where, like we did back in the 80s, where you feel like news isn't really going to spread. I mean, talking to Alabama here,
There was a golden age where people didn't realize that the stuff from local radio was going to make it out.
Yeah.
And he was right in that moment.
Yeah.
Where he might have been, there's probably the guys he did the show with the year before when he was the quarterback. He's sitting in a bar somewhere and just chumming it up, and he didn't realize that this stuff is actually going to make its way back to New York and the world.
That's the best explanation, because I don't think Greg McElroy's a dumb guy, So
yeah, I mean, that was, by the way, 2011, I mean, the Jets had gone to the AFC Championship the year before.
Both years before, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
2011 was that the first year where maybe the chinks in the armor started to show in Rex Ryan's
Probably,
team. They went 8-8, but it wasn't like it was a decrepit mess of a team at that point.
Two
AFC Championships games in a row.
But to your point, compared to Alabama, 8-8 is a decrepit form of a football team. Like Greg McElroy, not a first-round pick, but a championship winner at Alabama who probably lost like 3 games his whole time there. Like he lost 3 games in September that year, maybe.
Yeah, he had never faced adversity before.
Right.
He'd never faced the adversity of sitting behind Mark Sanchez either. Like I think when you start talking about
that was the year of the butt fumble.
Some of the stories about Mark Sanchez as a young quarterback in New York were it sounded like a kid that just didn't get it.
Yep.
He just didn't get the gravity of the situation, like how much responsibility. Still making fart jokes, right. And not in a funny way.
No.
Just thinking that farts were funny in general.
Eye-rolling way, yeah.
Not a nuanced fart joke like Seth C. Payne might give you.
Right. Right.
Something that's got flavor and texture to it.
Intelligent fart joke, yeah.
A bouquet of aroma.
That's right. That's right. A lot of people reacting to us talking about Joe Mixon in the previous segment. Joe Mixon is a beast. The hell with Saquon Barkley. All he does is get hurt. I'll take Joe Mixon over him any day of the week.
Yeah.
Another text here. Go watch Mixon's highlight tape. You'll instantly be happy about the deal. For those who are curious why Mixon is a topic, we went through some of the advanced stats on Mixon in terms of being elusive, breaking tackles, being explosive. All those things are not very flattering. We kind of
my basic explanation was that I think Nick knows that, and that last year the Bengals, for whatever reason, maybe Joe Burrow's injury, were in shotgun a boatload of the time, like 95% of the time that they ran the ball. And Joe Mixon is very much at his best when the QB's under center. You get a downhill start and you just hit the hole. So I think that Nick probably saw some upside there.
Yep. There's people who hadn't heard Nick Casario's description of Danico Autry that he gave to us on this show that we played. Man, love that description of Autry. Another text, I saw Brian Baldinger break down Autry. I didn't know he was, quote, like that, end quote. Yeah. Danico's
we got one person that said that we sounded like we're totally down and trying to discourage everybody about all those guys. I think that's a classic instance where I was just asking a question.
Right.
Sometimes when you ask a question, people assume what your answer is. They know what your answer is, and that's just false.
No, we're just trying to bring up different sides of the argument. That's all.
Yeah.
That's all we're doing. Nico Collins is the perfect trade bait. Is he worth a first-round pick? And if so, early, middle, or late round? They ain't trading Nico Collins, man. They went and got Stefan Diggs to be part of a receiving core that is going to be big problems for everybody out there. So they ain't trading Nico Collins. Not yet. Maybe after the season they franchise tag him and move him, and they re-sign Diggs, and they extend Tank. Who knows? A lot of different directions that whole thing can go. All right, 8 o'clock. Time to do the 8 at 8. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Here we go.
One.
Astros lose to the Kansas City Royals last night. 11-2 the final score. Big story from this game, Spencer Arrighetti making his first career start in Major League Baseball, and for 2 innings, looked okay. Shut out the Royals for a couple of innings, but then, much like Blair Henley in the first inning on Monday, the wheels came off, this time in the 3rd inning for Spencer Arrighetti, Seth, and it was just, man, it was tough. We have the replay of the game is on in our studio here, and that 3rd inning, his family's at that game. That 3rd inning had to be a tough watch if you're one of Arrighetti's family, because it was death by 1,000 paper cuts. But
the first 2 innings, for just as a random fan with no relation that I know of to Spencer Arrighetti, was that, okay, man, all right, this kid's got something. Doesn't look like he's got incredible control tonight, but he's almost mowing batters down, and he blissfully gave you an out very early on instead of having to wait forever for it the way we had to with Henley the other night. But it was the second time through the rotation. They'd gotten a look at him. They weren't chasing his sweeper, which is one of his his sweeper has been downright lethal to minor leaguers. He's just got to have better control of it in the majors. As he said after the game, he was very, very mature and accountable after the game, talking about the adjustment to Major League Baseball and how you can't be off by an inch because they're going to pounce on
Well, and that makes his next start all the more interesting. I'm guessing there's going to be a next start. They don't have a lot of options right now, the Astros. I mean, they've got an injured list that is just chock full of bona fide big leaguers and legends, and their starting rotation right now, seriously, it's Christian Javier, Hunter Brown, J.P. France, Ronel Blanco, and right now, Spencer Arrighetti. That's 5. They're in a chunk of schedule that would normally warrant 6 because they're playing so many consecutive games. They're going to have had one off day in the first 3 weeks of the season. So it's, man, I don't know. At this point, what are we on? What's today? April the 11th? So you probably got, 15, 16, 17 more games the rest of the month? I don't know, 18 more games? They're 4-9 right now. What's the reason? Without even looking at who the opponents are, what's the hope by the end of April here?
They're 4-9, Sean.
Yeah.
They've gone 4-5 in the last 9 games while starting 2 rookie starting pitchers. And they won one of those games.
Yeah.
There are enough studs in the lineup right now, even though some guys are kind of coming back down to earth, that I think if they could keep it along at a 500 clip until they have some semblance of a healthy pitching staff, I'd be cool with that, man. I honestly, as long as they don't, if they don't, because obviously I'm ignoring the first 4 Yankees games.
Yeah.
The team,
Good job.
And they'll see the Rangers coming up here shortly.
Right.
If they can hum along at a 500 clip through the All-Star break even, I'm not gonna overly panic on that. I think that's gutting it out and gritting it out in a lot of ways. But I'm still I'm going to freak the hell out about the first base situation.
They got 16 games the rest of the month. They're 4-9 right now. So getting to 500 at the end of the month, that would be 20...
No. I'm not saying get to 500. I'm saying play at a 500 clip. They might still be 4 or 5 games below 500.
Got you. I was going to say 500 at the end of the month. They got work to do.
Right.
They got serious work.
No, I'm looking at, honestly right now. I'm looking at this like playing with a backup quarterback. If you're a good team and you're playing with your backup quarterback, if you can go 500, then okay, so be it.
Look at the Texans when CJ went out. They went 1-1, and we were happy with that. Yeah, that's a good way to look at it.
2.
Josh Allen, not the quarterback, the defensive end for Jacksonville, was on a franchise tag until yesterday. Signed a 5-year, $150 million deal, $88 million guaranteed. He had 17.5 sacks last year. He was one of the best edge rushers in football. He has been for a while. He's made the Pro Bowl a couple years in a row. I'll be honest, Seth, as a Texan fan, when I see this type of news, because I knew Josh Allen was going to be a Jaguar this season. He was going to either play under the franchise tag or do what he did yesterday, sign a deal. These long-term deals like this can go one way or the other. I don't get too worked up over, oh, man, it's Josh Allen for the next 5 years with the Jags. This is what teams do with their good players. They lock them up, and they're going to be a headache for a long, long time. It's a big commitment, man. $30 million a year.
Right. You hope that it ends up being a bad one.
That's right.
You know what? That's exactly the right take to have. I think, for one, anytime a player is franchise tagged or what have you, we're going to look at a list of potential free agents next year, and you know that 50% of them are going to get locked down. I pretty much assumed that Josh Allen was going to stay with the Jaguars unless he was a bum of a human being or something and we didn't know about it. So This is just cost of doing business. Some of the teams in your division are going to have really good football players, except hopefully maybe Josh Allen. I was about to say maybe he can't handle the money, but he was a high draft pick already.
Yeah.
So, He's dealt with the money.
The edge rush average annual value list looks like this. Nick Bosa is number 1 by far, $34 million a year. Josh Allen's number 2 at $30 million a year. So that's a fairly substantial drop-off between Bosa and Allen. And then it's all kind of bunched up. Ryan Burns, $28.2 million. T.J. Watt, $28 million. He'll probably get a raise at some point. Myles Garrett, $25. Montez Sweat, $24.5, tied with Danielle Hunter. Danielle Hunter is tied for the 6th highest paid edge rusher in the market.
It's all monopoly money at this point. Like, whenever we talk about athlete salaries, I just thought, okay, all right, they'll keep going up. All right.
Yeah, I hope
Will Anderson makes $100 million a year.
Yeah, that's where I was going with that. Will Anderson's got to be licking his chops.
3.
The Coyotes of Arizona, the NHL team there, which has been a potential target to become the NHL team in Houston, if there is one. That effort took a big hit yesterday when it was reported that a group in Salt Lake City is working with the Coyotes to bring the Coyotes to Salt Lake City. Salt Lake City, for those who don't know, and I just got kind of up to speed on this in the last couple of days, but Salt Lake City's efforts to bring an NHL team to their market have been much more coordinated and probably have extended longer than whatever it is Houston is cobbling together. Houston's effort to get an NHL team is largely Tillman Fertitta hoping he can land an NHL team. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and it's a few adamant people on Twitter.
Yeah.
Which, and God bless them. I mean, they're passionate about it.
Yep.
Utah, it feels almost like maybe remember when Houston was more organized in L.A., when it came to looking for an expansion team
for football.
Everybody you assume that LA is the big city and they need the NFL. Of course they'll get the team. Well, Houston was just way more organized and had their set sight on it, and that feels how Utah has been.
Yep. So that took between that and the land auction in Arizona. I'm guessing this team, the Coyotes, are going to be in Salt Lake City at some point here in the near future because they've got the arena lined up and everything else, but. As far as that team coming to Houston, it's not looking great right now.
4.
Okay, Terrell Suggs. Didn't know old T-Sizz was going to get back into our lives yesterday, but when the headline is Terrell Suggs arrested after allegedly threatening to kill customer in Starbucks gun altercation.
Oh, cancel culture.
I'm gonna click.
Oh, come on.
Here's the interesting thing. He was arrested. Terrell Suggs was arrested in Arizona late Tuesday night. Tuesday night, the date was April the 9th. The arrest was a result of a March 10th incident at a Starbucks. So this is a month later.
Yeah.
Where Suggs allegedly brandished a gun and threatened to kill a fellow customer in the drive-thru, according to police documents obtained by TMZ. The drama unfolded after Suggs drove past the speaker, and when he reversed, he bumped into the car of another person in line. So this is like,
and that person had the temerity to get upset about that.
Yeah, I guess. No damage to the cars, but 2 separate verbal altercations ensued, in which Suggs told the man, "I'll kill your B-ass." Kids are in the car, but you know the B word. As Suggs was pulling away, he allegedly pulled out a black handgun. The handgun was never pointed at the victim; was just merely shown. The doc said, per TMZ. Charged with 1 count of assault and 1 count of offenses against public order.
I thought he said cracker in there somewhere too.
He may have. Yeah, there was a quote.
Maybe
where
that's a different. Maybe there's some lip.
Let me do a. No, I saw the same story you did, but it's that I just did a find for the word cracker in the story.
Yeah,
and it's not in there.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah,
I guess I was reading that into it. All right.
No, I saw the same thing you did. That he yelled I guess it's a racial epithet at him.
Blank ass. Yeah. It was. So it was either B ass or C ass.
Yeah.
All right. So. So it took. I guess it took a while for security footage and everything.
A month.
I wonder if they were looking at it. They're like, I can't see the license plate, but is that Terrell Suggs?
Is that Sizzle?
Is that might actually be Terrell Suggs?
Yeah.
Crap.
Yeah.
I don't want to go arrest Terrell Suggs. Yeah. And then they debated about it, and they drew straws, and then one of them had to. Looks like did he come into the station to surrender himself?
I don't know. It doesn't say. I will say this about Starbucks. I get now that I know the agitation was over a fender bump in the drive-through line, I typically get agitated at Starbucks, A, because it's way too expensive, and B, just make it small, medium, and large. Why are we doing Venti and Grande and all the? I don't know what those mean. I always forget what they are. I get now. Never show them the barista a gun agitated level like Suggs was, but I get agitated at Starbucks. I can see where people would be on kind of high testosterone alert at that.
Well, right. Oh yeah. There's a little bit of like, you think
I just want a large.
No, I think it's more like, you think I'm a wimp because I drink coffee from Starbucks? I'll show you who's a wimp.
That could be too.
This is a red eye.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Which, by the way, everybody, before you try to everybody with your like, hey, Starbucks, you're stupid because Venti means 20. Like, it stands for 20 ounces. I see that a lot. Okay. People are like, it doesn't even mean large in Italian. Like, I know, it means 20 ounces.
Dumb.
So.
Yeah.
Why do you think it's dumb? It's fun. This is the other thing, too.
I always forget
this is where your insecurity shows through, Sean. You and T-Suggs. You and Terrell Suggs, like, yet another way in which you two are exactly alike is this. They don't look down their noses at you if you say a medium coffee. There's not a barista out there who will look at you and be like, sir, it's grande. Did you mean grande? Sorry, I'll do it vocal fry. Did you mean grande? It's no, they know what you're talking about.
With a fake French accent? Sir, I do not know what this small is that you mean. I need to know, is it Venti or Grande? Yeah, what?
It's Italian. It's fake Italian.
Oh, it is?
Okay. They started in Seattle, but it's fake Italian.
What do you know at the Venti?
Hey, what's the matter, you?
You got to shake your hand like this. Yeah. You got to shake your hand.
What's the matter, you? It's Venti.
That's it.
T-Sug said, I was in a quiet area in Scottsdale in the middle of a day in the Starbucks drive-thru near my home when an incident happened with a vehicle behind me. I was getting coffee. I was not looking for any trouble. When the man in the other vehicle escalated the situation, I feared for my safety, not knowing what his intentions were. Throughout the incident, I was the one who felt in danger, while fearing I would be followed home and for the safety of my family nearby at my residence.
Okay.
So there you go.
All right.
He's the victim here is actually what happened.
See if that works in a court of law. We'll find out.
5.
Caitlin Clark effect. We saw it in the women's NCAA basketball tournament with the number of viewers. How about this? The Indiana Fever, the draft hasn't even happened yet, to my knowledge. They've got the first pick. It's already sort of like a fait accompli that Caitlin Clark is going to be the first pick in the draft.
Yeah.
They've announced that 36 of the 40 games that the Indiana Fever are going to be playing in are going to be held on national platforms of the WNBA.
Oh, wow.
Whether it's ESPN or NBA TV or ABC, or they've got some streaming partnerships as well. Yeah.
I know. So one of the big side
smart, by the way,
spectacles to a lot of this has been like Diana Taurasi kind of talking a little bit of smack or talking about how Caitlin Clark's going to have it rough when she gets to WNBA. Yeah. I think that one thing that people have to realize is that Diana Taurasi's kind of like that about everything. She's just like chippy. A hard ass. Yeah, I don't think I think that too many people have turned this into some kind of a cat fight type of situation or something where it's really like she's just kind of a hard ass and that's what she's talking about. So I think that this, by and large, I think Caitlin Clark's going to be very good for the WNBA.
Oh, for sure. I actually like it. I do think it's kind of funny that some of the old heads in the league who haven't been able to elevate the league to the level that Caitlin Clark will probably at least temporarily elevate it to. Caitlin Clark needs to be good in the league for it to truly get elevated. I like it just because it's chippiness. You know me, Seth. I'm all for any sort of chippiness, especially between age groups. And that's what I've always said the NBA All-Star Game. If they want to rescue the NBA All-Star Game, forget the WNBA, make it the old guys against the young guys. That will put forth effort in the NBA All-Star Game. There's nothing that makes people more agitated than old heads being boomers to the young people, and young people being a little chippy and disrespectful to their elders.
That's true, yeah.
I think this is a good storyline for the WNBA.
Yeah, in a rec league environment, this would be the old dudes hitting a bunch of threes over the younger, more athletic team.
Step back, one knee in the air with knee braces on both legs, yes.
By the way, just a real just to prove that you and I were correct with our memories.
Right.
One of the allegations is that Terrell Suggs did call the man a P-word ass cracker. So it was
pretty
before
good
adding, I'll kill your bitch ass.
Okay. Boy, sounds like a guy who was really fearful for his life. T-Sizzle makes it sound like he was like cowering in his car and flashing a gun, like pulling his vest. I have a gun, and peeled out of there. It doesn't That doesn't line up with the insults. All right, let's...
6.
Quick one here. ESPN reached a 9-year media rights extension with Peyton Manning's Omaha Productions. They're going to be doing stuff with the Manning set through 2024 now. So if you're a fan of the Manning cast, I'm lukewarm on the Manning cast, but if you're a fan of it, and Peyton's places and Eli's places, and they've done other places with like Big Papi and other people, more Omaha Productions content coming to ESPN for the next 10 years.
He's got I always notice randomly, like, a bunch of podcasts I think Mina Kimes' podcast might be an Omaha Productions thing. So, yeah, I feel like Peyton is the one where all of a sudden there's going to be a news article one day where they're like, hey, by the way, it turns out that Peyton Manning is the richest man in America.
Yeah.
They're like, he's going to be a media mogul or something. All of a sudden he buys up an actual major network. Well, or not a major one, but like a big cable network of some sort.
7.
Travis Kelce says, I don't know how I landed Taylor Swift. He was on the New Heights podcast. They had Lil Dicky on there, who's a rapper. That's the voice you're going to hear.
Wait a second. He means that, like, publicly stalking her? He doesn't remember that?
Says I've no. Well, we'll wait and hear the audio here. That was the headline grabber. But here's Lil Dicky on the New Heights podcast talking about how much he loves the relationship between Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift.
Anyone who, like, hates on it is, like, a bitter loser. But I think a lot of people who would maybe expect to hate on it actually love it, and they acknowledge they love it because it's just so, there's something so American about it or something. I hate to say American, but there's something like just classic about it.
I don't know how I did it because she wasn't into sports. So I don't know how the I did it.
Well, you did it because you said you called her out on multimedia platform.
I know exactly how I did it.
He admitted it at the end. No, I know exactly how I did it.
Not to mention, spoken truly like somebody that's like at least at peace with the fact that most of the chicks he gets it's because he's a famous athlete.
Yeah,
so that's good. That's good self-awareness.
I would say this, like, he ended up like, getting with her. They ended up connecting because of the stalking on the internet. But he's managed to carry this thing out for quite some. They do genuinely seem to enjoy each other a little bit.
Who's Lil Dicky?
He's a rapper. That's all I know. I didn't know who he was till yesterday.
That's a rapper that was speaking there?
Yeah. Apparently so. Yeah.
Really?
According to the story. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know what to tell you.
I gotta learn stuff about people and who they are, man.
Yeah.
I'm not. He knows, like he said, he knows exactly how he did it. He stalked her.
He did.
8.
Last one here for you Game of Thrones fans out there that were waiting for the prequel about Jon Snow. Kit Harington played Jon Snow. Jon Snow, I would say, probably he's largely thought of as the hero in Game of Thrones. If you had to,
even though he's even dumber than his dumb father.
Of course, most heroes have a level of stupidity.
One of the worst heroes, like where you're just like, you stupid idiot.
Right. It's still very popular.
Like the one good thing he ended up doing was like sleeping with what turned out to be his aunt. Great, thanks for that.
She was the queen. But yes, also his aunt.
Like, oh, awesome.
Honestly, on the list
of turned me into a perv.
On the list of incest from Game of Thrones, that's fairly far down the list of offensive incest. Yeah. But the prequel Snow is no longer in development. They've scrapped it, according to Kit Harington. There was supposed to be a prequel about the Jon Snow story, but they couldn't find the right story for it, which makes sense because his story, spoiler alert, is he was Ned Stark's bastard son, and he grew up with the Starks. Like, that's it. Like, there really was no, like...
Well, he probably, like, what was it like as a child for him? It must have been difficult,
okay. Yeah,
he's, like, true. Always, He's
always the odd man out. He was the
notice, the bastard children in that series didn't fare all that well.
No. That's true.
They were lucky to keep their genitalia, basically, Sean,
fair.
Okay?
Yeah, fair. That's true. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
I don't know if you remember that or not.
No, I do. I do
it's
now.
Kind of a key part of the story.
Big time. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. A little bit of wide receiver history for anybody that is thinking, man, wide receiver. I would have loved for the Texans to stick around with that 23rd pick and take a wide receiver. A little bit of history at the wide receiver position, I think, needs to be reminded to people that we will get into coming up next. But first, Crash Champions. If you have gotten into a fender bender,
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. I guess a correction here. I guess the Jon Snow HBO series that got scuttled was scheduled to be a sequel, not a prequel. So it was going to be the story after. Well, I don't want to spoil things for people who haven't watched Game of Thrones yet.
So the breaking news is that there's not going to be anything at all.
Right. They couldn't
show that nobody knew was actually even in development.
Couldn't find the right. So we have a lot of Game of Thrones fans out there that still like that House of Dragons. I watched House of Dragons for a little bit. I'm out on it.
Is that coming back or not?
I think so. I don't really care. So
House of Dragons / like medieval genealogy class.
Yeah. Like by episode 6, I'm so confused about the family tree. You know,
I felt like one of these stupid people who follow the House of Windsor around like they're actually important or something.
Right.
Instead of hoping that they all die.
Yes.
Like if you're not actively hoping for the imminent death of Prince William right now, you're not a true American.
That's
Go
it.
die, everybody.
Thank you.
Especially the House of Windsor.
Thank you. Yep, there you go. Oh
no! Did I not deliver a warning to the royalty to tell them I was about to make fun of them? These clowns, Sean. Did you know what happened with that? They were upset that I think it was the Colbert Show or whatever, that they're supposed to deliver. They're supposed to alert the royal family before they criticize them, because that's the kind of treatment they get in England.
Yeah.
These clowns tried to make Americans go by their rules for their fake monarchy.
Oh man, you're in our neighborhood, all right?
No, every adult member of the House of Windsor, I hope for an awful diseased death as soon as possible. Do you hear that? I issue you no warning on my awful hope for you.
Yeah. No, we're not running Seth's warning by you first. We're giving it on the air in the moment.
Know when you're beat, England.
Yeah, man.
It's been over 200 years,
We've been
my God.
running up the score on you now like Steve Spurrier for a few centuries now.
We excised all your silly U's that you add into words that don't need to be there, you know? We got rid of the R that you curiously put at the end of an A. It's weird.
Like you still tax us without representation, man. That was 400 years ago, all right? Yeah. Or 300, something like that. I don't know. A lot of years. NFL.
Oh, you or me? Okay, go ahead.
NFL wide receivers. NFL wide receivers. Hey, if you're a Texan fan who maybe was like, man, I'm upset they traded out of the first round because I was really hoping that we would get Adonai Mitchell or Xavier Worthy or maybe Brian Thomas of LSU. These are all wide receivers that are expected to maybe get drafted before where the Texans are drafting now at 42. This is from Joe Marino, a tweet that Joe Marino put out. Joe Marino is a host of a Bills podcast. And 10 highest paid wide receivers in the NFL, according to average value for their deal and where they were selected in the draft. Of the top 10, and he put this up because Stefan Diggs right now is number 10 in the league. Of the top 10, only one was a first-round pick. That's pretty amazing when you think about it. I would think that most of the top 10 highest-paid guys at a position, by position, I would think that for most of quarterback especially, they're almost all first-round picks. They're almost all high picks. But at wide receiver, and this should be if you're a Texan fan, who was worried, we sure need to take one in the second round or whatever. A, this is a really deep class of wide receivers, and B, this is a position, Seth, that recently has shown, you don't have to be drafting the tippy-top guys. If you get guys with the right qualities in the right system, you can turn them into something. Calvin Ridley at 8th is the only one that is in this top 10 list, and he just got there a week ago or 2 weeks ago. And he was the 26th overall pick. But Tyreek Hill, a 5th-round pick, probably could have been higher. He had some issues coming out of Oklahoma State. Devontae Adams, Cooper Kupp, A.J. Brown, DK Metcalf, Deebo Samuel, Michael Pittman, all 2nd or 3rd-round picks. And then it's closed out with Terry McLaurin, a 3rd-round pick, and then Stefan Diggs, a 5th-round pick.
Right, Stefan Diggs, 5th-round pick.
Yeah.
The first-round bust rate for wide receivers is 63%.
Wow.
So if you take it, there's an article in The Athletic, and the criteria were you weren't if you were taken in the first round and you started at least 50 career games, posed at least 2 1,000-yard seasons, Has he had 150-plus targets in any season? Basically paid. Did your team pick up your fifth-year option or give you a new deal? Like, those are pretty surmountable. I think if you draft a guy in the first round, it doesn't say you have to be all-pro or anything, but at the very least, you have a couple of 1,000-yard seasons. And 63% of first-round wide receiver picks did not reach that milestone.
That's crazy,
So it's dicey. Yeah, that's where I always – like, whenever you talk about this year's wide receiver class – being a really, really good wide receiver class, it just means that there's a lot of good prospects. The vast majority of them, there's a 63% bust rate in the first round, which means that it's likely upwards of 3/4 or more in the second round. Most of them aren't going to work out. Right. So it's not as simple as like, hey, no Stefan Diggs in Buffalo, but whatever. It's a good year. It's still a crapshoot,
It is. Now, I will say this, that list of top 10 highest paid wide receivers will probably normalize a little bit here over the next year or so because Justin Jefferson's going to get paid.
Yep.
Jamar Chase is going to get paid. These are all first-round picks. Jamar Chase, CeeDee Lamb's going to get paid. That's at least 3 right there that are going to get paid here in the fairly near future, I would say. But still, that only makes less than half the list of top 10 guys first-round picks. So, that's interesting.
I think it's probably one of the reasons, though, too, where maybe like several wide receivers have been traded for so much.
Agreed.
It's like, it's just not as simple. Look at Tennessee traded away A.J. Brown thinking, oh, yeah, we'll draft somebody the way that Minnesota did. And they get Treylon Burks, and all of a sudden, guess it's not so simple.
It's not that easy. Yeah.
Should have been waiting around for a Tank Dell or something.
That's right. Or a Nico Collins in the third round. How about Nico Collins? How about the Texans having somebody on the next year's most desired free agents list? That's been a while since we've had that. Sign of the times.
It's not like a huge long list either.
It's not. It's the top 30, and Nico Collins is 24th. And you may say 24th.
That's too low. Boo.
Well, it includes everybody who's going to be a free. Like, we know 10 of these guys are going to get franchise tagged. I
did the research on that from this year, Sean.
Okay.
It's almost exactly 50% of the 30. The list they did last year, 15 of them were retained by their own team. 11 changed teams. And then as of the writing of this article, I think 3 were still franchise tags. So Josh Allen was one of them.
Yep.
He's gone now. So a little over, but just about 50% you've actually got a reasonable shot at getting.
Okay.
I used to think that on these lists like a year in advance that 90% of those guys. No. At least as of last year, only about 50% of that top 30 ended up being retained by their own team.
Yeah, teams are more willing to trade guys too. I think there's different ways that guys can become available. Franchise tag and then you trade them, or true free agency. Nico 24 on the list though, man, 24, ahead of Amon-Ra St. Brown, who is reportedly angling for $25 million a year.
If you're going to think, okay, we're going to swap out Nico Collins if we can't come to terms with him. Brandon Ayuk is on that list.
Okay.
I think Brandon Ayuk signs a deal with the 49ers. I think one of the reasons that they let Eric Armstead go and made other such moves, it's because they like Brandon Ayuk and they're going to get a deal done with him. Even though he's been publicly agitating a little bit, I'll be surprised if he doesn't re-sign.
We got a lot of texts on Lil Dicky, Seth.
I'm sure he's a huge deal.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. I understand that.
We're getting recommendations. Apparently he's a comedic he's a comedic rapper.
Oh, he's a funny rapper.
He's a funny rapper. It says
like Weird Al Yankovic
of rap,
but with rap.
Perhaps.
All right.
Yeah. Got the curly hair and everything. Please watch. This is a text, Seth. Please watch the freestyle video of Lil Dicky on Sway in the morning. He's extremely talented and funny.
Oh, okay.
Y'all should look up Lil Dicky. He's a comedic rapper. He had a song with Chris Brown called Freaky Friday where they changed bodies, and a song called Save That Money, and a show on FX called Dave.
Look, I don't doubt that he's very good at what he does and very popular and everything. I just honestly, there's too many celebrities out there right now that I would need to get acquainted with to get up to speed, and it's all over the place, man. And I just can't. I'm probably not going to look up Lil Dicky.
Okay.
I probably am not going to. I'm sorry. I got all these defensive tackles I still want to watch.
I respect your transparency.
Yeah, I just, I'm trying to figure out whether I like Braden Fisk or Michael Hall Jr. better, and it's just, I don't have room for Little Dicky. I don't have room for a Little Dicky sandwich where Michael Hall Jr. and Braden Fisk are the slabs of bread.
Yeah.
All right?
Well put. A Little Dicky sandwich.
I think I'm falling on Mike Hall's side of that, by the way.
Yeah, you like him, huh? Ohio State?
He's just nastier than Braden Fisk. He's just nastier. I think Braden Fisk has a little bit more upside. I think I don't want to say athletically. Yeah, but maybe twitch-wise and athletically. But I feel like Michael Hall's just a badass. Like plus he's from he grew up in Cleveland. I gotta talk to Figgy about him.
Okay.
About what neighborhood he grew up in and everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Text message. This is from me telling the story of running into a pillar in the parking lot of my building during my Crash Champions read. Sean, did you call that pillar you hit a P-ass cracker? I didn't. It was white. It was a white pillar, but I did not call it a P-ass cracker. No, I did not. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Bill O'Brien.
I got to tell you, as far as like, I think sometimes when people call somebody else a cracker, I think sometimes they're thinking like, oh, I'm going to get this person to like respond with another slur of some sort.
Yeah.
Don't bother, man. Like, it just doesn't land the same way.
No.
Like, it doesn't have the same history, obviously. Like, it just doesn't. It's just not the same thing.
No.
Like, and so then all of a sudden, though, if you're trying to use the word cracker to try to get a corresponding word in response, because that looks really bad.
Good advice, yeah.
It ends up, like, if it doesn't work, then you just look like the guy that brought race into it.
Yeah.
You know?
Good call, Seth. Good call. That's good advice. A good PSA right there. I built. What? You're just trying to prevent fights.
No, I know. I just like thinking about it. Something that would be me on Saturday morning popping up. Hey, kids.
Then with that comment that showed up on NBC, kids. The more you know.
Let's have some real talk about race baiting. Yeah, it's
today's word is cracker.
Don't waste race baiting. Race baiting is like fishing with a dynamite stick. You want to be sure that if you use it, it's in the right circumstances. Okay,
that's right. All right, some Bill O'Brien video surfaced. He's the head coach at Boston College now. This is really interesting to me, what they had Bill O'Brien doing at BC to drum up interest in the spring game. You will hear it coming up next.
You know what's super interesting is how great a deal you can get on a brand new Chevy at BaywayChevrolet.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
So I saw this video this morning that was put out by the Boston College football program, and I guess their spring game is this weekend. That makes sense on the calendar. Midway through April, Northeast school weather is getting nice out. That lines up. Bill O'Brien is now the head coach of the Boston College program. And I would imagine Boston College, the interest in Boston College football is at one of its lower points. The program's not been very good the last few years. I think Bill O'Brien's a good hire for them. He's from the area, has history in the NFL.
Yeah.
I've long thought Bill O'Brien would make a much better college coach than a NFL coach, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I think he's a pretty good salesman, when it comes to recruiting and stuff like that. Now that he's got a history we know the nooks and crannies of it, but at 30,000 feet, he's got a sellable story as a coach for players.
It's tricky. It's tricky because it's in the age of NIL too. I think he's a good recruiter, but I don't know about retention.
That's
maybe.
fair. Yep.
Yep. It all really depends on just players. He wasn't. I would say I don't think people would have called him a players coach in Houston. With the Texans.
No, I don't think so. I don't think like a draconian ruler or anything, but certainly not a player's coach.
Yeah, somewhere in between, I suppose.
Yep.
Sorry, I got a little bit hung up on the whole the timing of the spring game because of the weather. I think I think it has more to do with the actual the semester of the whatever the academic calendar is of the school. Like A&M, theirs is in 2 weeks, I think.
Is it?
So it's not. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Bill O'Brien is the head coach at Boston College, and he's having to drum up interest in the program. There's not a ton of interest right now. So they had him standing on the quad with a megaphone, like a bullhorn megaphone.
Right.
And looked like some fun inflatable games next to him, like the throw the ball in the hole inflatable game. And like the Papa Shot.
Like out of one of our appearances, like the stuff you have for the kids.
Right, like football Papa Shot. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they had him standing out there, and this is what it sounded like.
My name is Bill O'Brien. I'm the new head football coach at Boston College, and I'm happy to be here. We're excited to be here. Our guys have worked really hard, and our spring game is at noon on Saturday down there at Alumni Stadium. So we'd love for everybody to come and spread the word. Everybody come down Saturday at noon to the stadium. Appreciate it.
Okay, so that's a truncated version. Like that was, you could tell by the music pulsating in the background that it's a promotional video put out by the football program.
Yeah.
The very last part there is like, all right, everybody come out to the stadium. Thanks a lot. It was the most sheepish fist pump. Like, all right, everybody come out. Like, I can't believe they made me stand in the middle of the quad with a megaphone.
You got to be a genuine showman to be able to pull that off. Type of scenario.
Yeah.
I wouldn't criticize his delivery one bit.
I'm not.
I'd be so uncomfortable in that. I know you're not, but I'm just thinking I would be so uncomfortable in that environment and in that moment.
Yeah.
Because you know who did that? I mean, Kelvin Sampson did that back in 2016. But the thing was, when you go back and watch that video, it's almost like he's commanding people to come out to the game, and in a way that Kelvin Sampson has that way about you where he reminds you of your high school coach, and he scares the crap out of you.
Yeah.
I think if Kelvin Sampson came to me in the cafeteria with a megaphone and told me to go to the game, you bet your ass I'd be there.
I'd
be like, oh crap, I don't want him to see again. I don't want him to see me and then ask if I came and then me say no.
Right. And by the way,
O'Brien didn't quite have that in him.
He didn't appear to in the 19 seconds of video they put out of him there. And the rest, it was like a 2-minute video. I'm being literal when I say a minute 10 with students throwing footballs into the hole on the inflatable thing. They never showed, this was the tell, they never showed what the crowd looked like out there for Bill O'Brien standing in the quad. You know what I mean?
Did they show him kind of commingling with any of
They did. They did show him commingling with a handful of students like, hey, you coming out to the game Saturday? And they said, yeah, thanks a lot. My initial thought, and this is not shade at all at Bill O'Brien, this is the trajectory of coaches sometimes. Not everybody can win a Super Bowl. Not everybody can be successful. Football's a zero-sum game. My thought was, he had a 24-0 lead in the second quarter in Kansas City in early 2020, in January of 2020.
Yeah.
And now he's got a bullhorn standing in the middle of the quad on Boston College's campus.
Sean, this man was the offensive coordinator at Ohio State. I'll remind you.
That's true.
I mean, that's a pretty far fall from grace.
What's your favorite memory of Bill O'Brien as the Ohio State OC?
As the offensive coordinator of Ohio State, he would not have had to be out there with a bullhorn imploring people to come to the spring game. I'll tell you that much.
Well, it's fine. I had forgotten about the brief Ohio State stint. I did think about his time at Alabama, and that part had to be going through his head, like, dude, we're turning away people at our spring game in Alabama.
There's another situation where Nick Saban at times is flat out like commanded students like to not leave the game early.
Yeah,
it's just a whole different scenario there.
Yep.
I don't know. I wonder. All right, nobody made him do that, obviously. But do you think somebody talked him into it?
Yes, I do, and I think he was probably amenable to it. I think there's a big part of Bill O'Brien that wants to get back to being a highly respected head coach at some level, and I don't think Bill O'Brien's ever been afraid of work. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think...
Oh, no, yeah. But, I mean, there's types of work, you know?
And I think he realizes that at the stage of the program that he has taken on right now, this is the type of work you have to do. You pointed this out about Bill O'Brien yesterday, is that, man, this is a guy who is willing to take a massive pay cut to go be a quality control guy in the NFL on spec that he could someday be a head coach. He's getting paid a whole lot more now just to stand in the quad for 15 minutes with a bullhorn, you know? Right?
Well, plus, you know, O'Brien is a complicated dude. Like, there is a side of him that's very personable, very gregarious, very charismatic. He's just... I recognize this because I've got at least 17 Bill O'Briens in my family, myself included. It's a latent one as of late, but still, sometimes your anger just gets the better of you. You know, like it just sometimes the Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde part of it comes out, and you turn into Mr. Hyde, and that's the most memorable parts of Bill O'Brien, or when he's Mr. Hyde.
I felt, honestly, the feeling I felt watching this video, because you knew there wasn't a crowd out there, otherwise they would have shown the crowd out there in the video, right? It's a promotional video.
Yeah, it's a pose.
Yeah, and so no, but I'm going somewhere with this where I can empathize with Bill O'Brien. We in radio always have those appearances, that one-off appearance. Most of the appearances we do, it's fun and people show up and it's great.
Mostly there's like throngs of people.
I mean, if you haven't been, you better get there early, right? Yeah,
but sometimes there's a dud.
The one-off dud, where you go and 6 people show up, and that's I empathized with him. I'm being dead serious. My gut reaction was empathy for Bill O'Brien, because if you've been in this business, you've been there before.
We had one time Mike and I went out in the midday, and we had a show at a restaurant, and we as soon as I found, for one, it took me, thank God I get everywhere 3 hours early, because it took me about 2 hours to find the place. It was a bad location.
Yeah.
It was tucked away on the invisible corner of a shopping mall that was half empty, and we got there, and I could tell that this was their last ditch effort to make something happen.
Yeah.
And everything was riding on a couple appearances like this, and I could tell that it wasn't going to work. And it just, it was the worst 4 hours of my life.
That's
I just watched this.
Yeah.
I was looking at the owner, who was a big fan of the show, and I was watching his life unravel the entire show.
Yeah,
it was rough.
That's the most anxiety I get in this job.
Yeah.
Way more than anything on air. You know what I mean?
Man, I wish I could save this business somehow.
Yeah. But I can't.
Can I help you get out of your lease?
But I can't.
Because this is a bad lease, man. This is a bad lease.
Look, man, my son is a ponytail lawyer. He can at least get you out of the lease. All right?
Has Sammy started smoking yet? Part of my vision for him being a ponytail lawyer is that he always he's kind of wears leisure suits, like thrift store suits.
I'll let Sammy,
and he's got his ponytail, but he also smokes cigarettes.
I'll let Sammy answer that personally to you, Seth. All right, I'll just
in inappropriate places, he gets into arguments with the wait staff and cites that's where he's using half of his legal expertise.
Smoking, that I can see. Sammy does not have the confrontational with. Sammy gets uncomfortable when I get jerky with people in service industries. You know what I mean?
So there's no way he's going to be.
No,
he's not going to be he's not going to bring up Johnson versus Marlboro in 1972.
No, dude, Sammy's
some 19-year-old waiter.
No, he's chill as it gets. Text message: Has O'Brien ever, all caps, really been respected as a coach? Yes, he won the Bear Bryant Award at Penn State. I mean, if you're asking ever, that means has he never been respected as a head coach? He was and I think in the NFL, he was, as you pointed out, Seth, and we pointed out, he's probably an average head coach. He was a horrible GM.
I think, as a head coach, right. He was a horrible GM. Average, which is hard to be. It's hard to be an average head coach. But I think the biggest thing is, in terms of being an offensive mastermind, I think Bill O'Brien, both places where he's had like the best overall success as an offensive coordinator, he was looked at both in New England and in Alabama as a guy that was a little bit of a letdown from what they'd seen before.
Yes.
You know, like I think that's what they felt like. He was all right. This guy is not making Tom Brady any better, or actually like doing anything to really elevate this team to where they should be. And likewise in Alabama, the same. In Houston, they never had a genuinely good offense the entire time he was here. In his stay as like an offensive coordinator, a head coach in college, he never made a program into a genuinely good offense.
Right.
He kind of inherited. Even like people were giving all kinds of credit for Christian Hackenberg, and like you go back and you look at Christian Hackenberg's freshman season, and it wasn't actually a good season.
No.
It was very promising for a freshman who also had 2 future NFL studs at wide receiver.
He did.
You know?
Yeah, he did. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you as we head into the 9 o'clock hour. Let's circle back to the Astros. What is the biggest short-term concern for this team? Patrick Creighton actually put up a poll about this I want to hit. But I have a bigger long-term concern, and the Spencer Arrighetti start last night just punched me right between the eyes with it. We'll tell you what it is coming up next. It's funny I say punch between the eyes because that was probably what my wife Amy was doing when I would make this noise. I'd be snoring at night, and then it'd be weird. At times I would wake up and I'd be like, wow, I just woke up and I feel this sharp pain in the middle of my forehead. What was that? It was probably Amy punching me because I was snoring like that, and she was justified. That's a hideous noise right there. So I decided that I needed to, A, stop snoring.
The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Not a great night for the Astros last night. Hadn't been a great start to the season, obviously. Spencer Arrighetti, he was good for a couple innings. The Astros lose 11-2. It was good for a couple innings, and then it wasn't in the third. I thought that it was basically like the Wedding Crashers version of pitching debuts. Like, Wedding Crashers, to me, is the quintessential, like, this movie is hysterical for like the first 40 minutes. And then like the last hour of it, I'm like, this isn't funny anymore. I don't know what happened. This movie was so funny for a while, and then it's not.
It was just like it fizzled out, you know?
Yeah.
It's like me, I'm watching we're watching the second season of Physical 100.
Oh, yeah.
The hit South Korean reality show. Yeah. I'm kind of.
Oh, yeah?
We get 2 episodes into it. We're at that portion where we're like, all right, let's give it one more go. And I'm just not so sure. It got too corporate, Sean.
Okay.
It got too corporate. That's like Spencer Arrighetti last night. It's like, oh, who's this fresh-faced young kid? He has a couple good innings, and then all of a sudden, like, I don't know what happened to him, man. Fame got to his head.
He got all corporate in the third inning, and then he had to plead Chapter 7 bankruptcy at the end of it. Yeah.
I do think that Spencer Arrighetti learned some valuable lessons in that start. I think he'll be better for it. Like, I don't know if now is it going to do long-term damage that he was brought up earlier than they anticipated. Yeah. I don't think so. He needs more seasoning. I think to get this taste, however much of a taste of Major League Baseball he gets throughout the next couple months, it'll be good for him. Maybe he'll thrive and flourish and figure it out really quickly, or maybe it'll just be one extra lesson along the way. But I thought he had a pretty good perspective on things afterwards in the way he was talking about it, and just the understanding of just, man, how precise you have to be, and how they'll pounce on every little, which is something academically, like it intellectually, but until you actually experience it, you can't really. You can't know for sure. Kind of like, Sean, when we watch kung fu movies, in our heads, we could all do that.
Right.
You're like,
right.
Oh, yeah, of course. All you have to do is just a lot of this, and then, but then and try to fight actually somebody who knows what they're doing. And it's why
is where I encourage people.
This
is why I encourage people, if you have the capability, to watch the YouTube and Twitch stream. Seth Payne saying all you got to do is this for Kung Fu. And just waving his hands around.
It is. There's nothing. It's the weirdest thing. Like the brutalest, worst sport to get overly cocky in is fighting. And I still think that somehow when you watch enough action movies, you start to think that you can fight,
The sport of fighting.
What sport are you good at? Fighting.
Fighting.
Why? Because I've watched both Roadhouses.
Dude, they got some brawls in that movie, man.
If Jake Gyllenhaal can do it, by Gar,
That's
I can do it.
That's right. So we say all that to say that Spencer Arrighetti was good for a little bit and then not so good in the third inning, and that was curtains.
He got roundhouse kicked by Jean-Claude Van Damme.
He did,
in the third
big
inning.
time.
But I do. It was nice seeing him. It was nice seeing him. Honestly, he looked more comfortable and capable than Henley, and as you should expect, because Henley was there under. The only reason Henley was in there the other night was because he was the guy in the system who would have been. But mind you, he wasn't actually scheduled to start on Monday, but would have been like on normal rest on Monday. Yeah. So it worked out for him.
Yeah. He's going to pitch more, I would guess, right? Even with that bad start, like they're out of choices. Like they're having a hard time cobbling together a 5-man rotation right now.
You can't have Bielak go out there for 5 innings. I'll tell you that.
You can't.
So yeah, you got to do something.
Well, Verlander will be back soon. Verlander's got one more rehab start, and then he should be back after that. We'll see. I know he's Justin Verlander. That's a big mystery as to what he's going to look like. So it's not good right now, man. It's not good. Patrick Creighton put up a poll that's interesting. What is your biggest concern about the Astros right now? Now, he put this up midday Tuesday. So it was up, I'm assuming, for 24 hours or whatever. So people had from Tuesday afternoon through Wednesday afternoon to answer this question, which means that was the time frame where Fromber's elbow news, the clarity on his situation came down on Tuesday afternoon, that he was going to the IL, etc. The four choices. I don't know if you opened this poll yet or if you want to play the guessing game.
I'm going to guess. I always guess.
I like it. The four choices. What's your biggest concern about the Astros right now? Jose Abreu's bat, Framber Valdez's elbow, the back of the bullpen, which I'm assuming means Presley and Hader, and middle/long relief. Those are the four choices.
I'm going to guess that, as it has been for seemingly decades now, that the answer will be the middle/long relief.
Actually, that finished third, believe it or not.
Third?
Yeah.
My God. Okay, all right, listen. I'm as distraught about the whole Jose Abreu situation as ever, but you can only look to certain – there's very few actual instances where you can pin the entire loss on Jose Abreu, where there's many instances where you can pin the loss on the lack of good relief pitching.
Yeah.
So it's a bigger problem. It involves more people and more critical situations. So I guess all of this comes down to how are you defining what your issue is, or maybe how fixable the issue is.
Yeah, that's okay. Yes, I think that's it. I think you nailed it, because that was going to be my response to you, and you nailed it there in my mind at the end with the fixability.
Sean, I know you front to back.
Brainwaves, man.
Like the back of my own hand.
I feel like, as we've seen over the last few games, like the middle and long relief have gotten better. Honestly, the back of the bullpen has been more of a concern over the last several days than the middle part of the relief. With Hader's been shaky, and Presley was awful a couple days ago, and even when Presley came in since that really awful outing, he's still putting guys on base and whatnot. I don't know what the fix is for first base. I can sit here and look at the bullpen and go, they need to pitch better. And I feel like that could happen and will happen. I can look at Jose Abreu and go, well, he just needs to hit better. And while I know not many, but some of you will point out that he's a slow starter and that it's a mathematical impossibility for him to not hit better than he's been hitting by and large lately. He's got 3 hits on the season so far. He's like 3 for 40. So by accident, he's going to improve over that. But is he going to improve to the level where he's an even below, slightly below average first baseman? That's not happening. That is not walking through that door, and I don't know what the fix is for that position.
I saw that Jim Crane yesterday. I think when he was on 790 yesterday, said he used the old Abreu, if you turn over the back of his baseball card, that you can seize. I don't know. I saw the quote yesterday, and I don't know if the person was joking or not, but I'll tell you one thing. There's not a... Did they not update the baseball cards? Okay, it was one thing. It was one... Right. I understood the argument last year. It's like, is Topps that hard up for money that they can't put the 2023 stats on the baseball card? If I flip over the baseball card right now, what I see is a guy of advanced age who had his worst season ever last year.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm looking at the back of the baseball card. I don't like what I see.
Yep.
Okay? I got John Singleton's cards up here too. Okay? How many cards do you want me to flip over before we tell you, if Maldonado was still here, would I be flipping the back of his card to look at Maldonado's stats? Not to mention, by the way, a White Sox fan yesterday asked, how did Astros fans deal with Maldonado last year? And I saw another White Sox fan responded to him, said they didn't care because the lineup was so loaded. I responded to him, there was caring. There was lots and lots of caring about
they were talking about us
year.
And we didn't feel anything because the lineup was so good?
White Sox fans are saying, the Astros, it was no big deal because they were so good. No.
Pet peeve, people telling us what we think of things. That's
you got to
a pet
remember,
peeve.
White Sox fans, yesterday was hard. Last year was harder for Astros fans than almost any season has ever been for White Sox fans, okay? Because we have expectations. We have high expectations, and we were let down last year.
The 2 tweets that you sent to me, one was about how did Astro fans deal with this. The other one, this is from Josh Nelson, Sox Machine is his Twitter handle. He pointed out the defensive side, too. I'm worried about Maldonado's ability to catch 98-plus miles per hour. There have been some, air quotes, wild pitches where I'm like, Maldonado missed that.
That was honestly one of the most annoying things last year was that I would listen to arguments about why pitchers liked him, how good he was at calling the game. And I actually agreed with a lot of them. Like, I thought that, okay, yeah, there are valid reasons to keep Maldonado in the game, but not when, especially, the dude is pitching way more than he needs to be catching way more than he needs to be at his advanced stage, and he's letting balls pass him regularly and routinely. He's not the machete anymore when it comes to throwing to second, and he was not the same guy defensively. So, like, at some point, you got to concede at the very least that Yainer Diaz needs more at-bats. That was the frustrating part. So now White Sox fans are dealing with that. For us, so White Sox fans might be saying, all right, well, why the hell did you sign this guy? We had our moment with Abreu last year of why the hell did they sign Abreu, and continue to have it. But the part that really stings is the doubling down on John Singleton.
Yeah.
That's the experiment that just does not make any sense to me. Every time he goes in to pinch hit for anybody, I get an explanation that doesn't make any sense. The fact that he exists there on the roster at all doesn't make any sense other than being, I'm guessing, like, I don't get it. I don't get it.
I think I'm with you. I think first base. I think the pitching staff right now, and the Astros. What I'm about to say, the Astros have done some of this to themselves with some of the contracts they've given out. Injuries have been just some bad luck. Although paying Lance McCullers what you're paying him when you paid him, he had been injured several times prior to giving him that extension. So again, that's on the Astros. But my biggest big picture takeaway for the season, Seth, is that we are really feeling it acutely right now that the well is dry down at the minor league level. You know, like the solution, whereas there were solutions in the minor leagues before, you know, like in 2017 and 2018, you win a World Series in 2017, 2018, you get to the ALCS. Now 2019, all of a sudden, you got Yordan Alvarez coming up out of the minor leagues. You've got Kyle Tucker coming up out of the minor leagues. You've got all those pitchers from Latin America coming up out of the minor leagues. There were solutions within, and even when you needed solutions outside the organization, that equity in the minor league system you could use to go get it. You could use to go get Garrett Cole or Justin Verlander or Zach Greinke. This is a triage situation, and they're bringing up guys who have no business being up here right now. And first base, they've got two guys playing it right now that have no business being in the major leagues. And there is no. I know people are saying Loper Fido on the text page as a solution at first base. Okay, I mean he's a solid enough player, and he's had a good first couple weeks in the minor leagues. That's the solution at first base right now. I think kind of accentuates things. You know what I mean? Like it's not been some prospect who's had this long arc where we're waiting for him or something like that. It's so scattershot right now.
The thing that's frustrating, I think, having seen what the Astros did before, just in building everything that they did, was at the helm of it all was a guy in Jeff Luhnow that was. I don't care how much he benefited from tanking. He was a visionary in some regards that saw things differently than other baseball GMs did. And it wasn't just on the stat side of thing. I think that by far the biggest and maybe most unheralded thing that Luhnow did was his understanding of Latin American prospects and just how to unearth guys in places that were already being combed over by other scouts. For one, they signed a boatload of older prospects, air quotes, older prospects that other teams wouldn't even consider because they were too old. Two, Cuban prospects when everybody was really hesitant to really dive into Cuba because they didn't know exactly how to project them to Major League Baseball. The Astros ended up with more Cubans in their system than anybody else. And kind of like those areas of opportunity are not there anymore. Like they've been those fields have been farmed, and I don't know where the next market inefficiency is. You know, but I don't feel like the last two general managers were the guys that were going to find him. It's just they're not wired the same way Luhnow was.
No, they're not. I mean, Click was probably closer to it. I think
he was analytically, but still not the same at like just being like, hey, wait a second, nobody's doing it this way.
No, and I don't even think that's an insult to James Click. Like Jeff Luhnow was exceptional. Yeah. I think in retrospect, Dana Brown hasn't had much of a chance to put a stamp on this team yet. Even like the big move they made this offseason was signing Hader felt like as much a Crane thing as it did a Dana Brown thing, right?
Turning Blanco into a starter. I mean, that's a Dana Brown thing.
Yep, that's a Dana Brown thing. Yeah. I just think it's still a short body of work to say, okay, if people are pointing fingers yet, you know what I mean? I think if you look back at the series of moves that James Click actually made, he made a ton of good moves. Like there wasn't a whole lot to do with the roster when he inherited it because it was so good top to bottom. But I mean, Yainer Diaz was a James Click deal. He traded Miles Straw for Philip Maton and Yainer Diaz. And
he also still was operating with the benefit of a fizzling out, but still a formidable pool of prospects that he could work with.
Yeah.
So it's just it's different for Dana. Like Dana Brown is in late stage. It's as we always predicted. Like my thought with Luno was always going to be okay. The really interesting part gets to be okay, how do you manage them? After you've had this huge success, and you have to pay people and everything. That's when the really hard work begins. And we didn't really get to see, obviously, Jeff Luno with that part of it. In some respects, Dana Brown's job of maintaining is as hard and as uncommonly accomplished as what Luno did.
Yeah.
So it's a high degree of difficulty.
Could a text message? Could Loperfido and Cabbage be worse than Singleton and Abreu? Here's the thing. No. Honestly, it's hard to find. It's hard to find a pair of players that play first base either at the big league level or at the high minor league level that would do a worse job than Jose Abreu and Jonathan Singleton are at first base right now.
Yeah.
And offensively or defensively, at least with respect to Abreu, he's been terrible defensively this year as well.
I think, and this is the hard part right now, is you have to make these decisions about, all right, what's best for the prospect himself. Not to mention long-term, okay, when do we want to start the service time on this guy, all of that stuff. And I think with Loperfido, no matter how good they feel about him, you got to try to have the discipline to think, okay, well, he's got 42 games in AAA so far. He had 84 games in AA last year. He's only been up to AA since midway through last year. Or was it early last year, right? They might just not feel like it's quite time for him to come up, no matter how promising his spring was.
You have to have the discipline to make sure he has to have 4 years of arbitration, not just 3. All right?
Yes.
You got to be able to play that poker game and stare him down and make sure that the service time gets appropriately manipulated.
Which also makes him more valuable as a trade piece potentially too.
Maybe. Yep. Maybe. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. The hottest Stefan Diggs take actually came from the father of a loyal listener yesterday. But is he on to something?
This is crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
We'll get to it.
Might be right.
Coming up next.
Smart. What?
Ownwell.
Oh, yeah. Why do you want to? Sean, I'm looking at our 6 a.m. segment. Of course, I wasn't going to talk about Ownwell in the 6 a.m. segment.
But now.
I was wondering why you were talking about it all. That's not, so Ownwell, though. No, I'll tell you what. Honestly, so you just heard the last 23 seconds, right? That guy, me, I once tried to protest my property.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so we know old Coach Middle Screen is a loyal listener to the show. Listens, weighs in a lot the first half of the show. He is an actual coach.
He's a teacher.
He's a teacher?
Coach.
Okay, yeah, teacher and coach, yep.
And he was a throwing athlete at UCLA.
That's right.
Discus, not shot.
Yep,
Discus.
yep.
Yeah.
So track and field star. And
he may have given up too much already.
Loyal listener.
Get him in trouble.
Loyal P&P listener. He tweeted this yesterday. He said, my dad hit me this morning with quite the nobody's talking about that I think deserves some attention with the side eye about Stefan Diggs. Nobody's talking about.
Yeah.
So he screen grabbed the text that he got from his dad. He's got the whole text there. He's got the little picture up top, and it says dad underneath it, from his iPhone there. And it says today, 11:07 a.m. And dad texted him, I get the feeling the Texans are going to package Stefan Diggs with a pick and make a big move in the draft.
Yes.
And he replied, Coach Middle Screen replied to Papa Middle Screen with 3 side-eye emojis, which is kind of the way to do it when you have your dad who is sharing, older dad-type takes. That's a way to kind of, when you share it online like this, people realize you're not really giving your dad's opinion much respect there. But it's a way also where dad thinks he's getting respect when he gets the text, oh, my son is intrigued by this. I got 3 side-eye emojis.
Sarcastically indulging and patronizing your dad right out in public with everybody.
Yeah.
It's kind of messed up, Middle Screens, where you do your dad like that.
How about that?
Unless this happens.
Yeah.
And then all you were doing was just, hey, you were letting the world know what Nick was up to. I'd be very surprised, and yet at the same time, there's a part of me that I'm intrigued by it. Because what is this but old-fashioned horse trading, where if you recognize, here's something I can get at a price that seems pretty good, and I can and then make it simpler too, right? Because a lot of times, people in real estate will tell you this. A lot of times it's a matter of, you got to create the vision for what somebody can do with a property, especially if it's a blank, an empty piece of property. You got to show them exactly how the farm is going to look on that property before you sell it, and then people are like, oh, I can envision that. So there was a messy situation up in Buffalo. The Bills just wanted to get rid of Stefan Diggs. Stefan Diggs, mercurial personality, has multiple years left on his deal. He's probably going to want a new deal. So what do the Texans do? They buy that property, that distressed property.
Yeah.
They clean it up a little bit. Put some Rust-Oleum on it. And then you also make the terms simpler. Maybe before that piece of property had a lien on it. Maybe there was a right-of-way running right through the center of the property. You clean up all those issues. In the Diggs version, it's you lop off the contract, make it a nice, tidy 1-year deal. And some team out there might be like, oh boy, you know what? We just need one guy to put us over. Yeah. We'll give up a first-round pick for Stefan.
I like the entertaining of this. The only thing I would say is the Texans, if to use your house analogy, the Texans have done the equivalent of basically paying the next 5 years of property taxes in advance. And they're not going to get that money back.
And they're currently living in the house, too. They're like, this is the, okay, I sell this house, but no, boy, now I got to find a new place to live. Because it's hard. I think right now, if you took this away from Texans fans, it would be a kick in the gut.
Yep.
Because it's not like people are just cautiously in love with this. Right. They might cautiously be in love with Stefan Diggs. They're holding him at an arm's length, but the prospect of having those 3 studs all on the same roster, it's just too exciting, and it's too much to pass up. I also think that, obviously, I think C.J. Stroud genuinely likes and is excited about Stefan Diggs.
Yeah, man.
So, I don't want to, too abrasively disagree with Middle Screen's dad. But this is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard.
Yeah, I need to know. I need to know more about Middle Screen's dad before I have my full reaction to this. Honestly,
and it's not. Honestly, it's not one of the dumbest things I've ever heard.
Oh no, we've heard way dumber for sure.
But it's a one. Honestly, now that it's a 1-year deal, everything's changed a little bit. Dude. You had to change the calculus on everything once you found out that the Texans lopped off the 3 years of the deal. The trade, it didn't look like as much of a great heist as it did before.
It's a 1-year deal, and he's gotten 95% of his money. They turned his $22 million salary into basically a $21 million bonus check. And his salary this year is $1 million. His game checks this year are going to be whatever 1/17 of $1 million is.
Oh wait, so if they traded it because it was a bonus, then a team would be able to get Diggs at almost like the minimum salary.
Yes, yeah, that's
where the trade compensation might be really nice. That's where you might end up getting a nice trade back from it if you do trade him.
Someone's willing to give you a first or something. Yeah,
it's the smartest idea I've ever heard. It's the smartest idea I've ever heard from Middle Screen's dad. Yeah. I don't want to be overly praiseful of it.
It's the smartest idea I've heard from Middle Screen's dad, tied with this idea, which is the only idea we've ever heard from Middle Screen's dad. So I tell you who the big winner would be if they actually did that. Jimmy Ward. who presumably would get his jersey number 1 back and had pocketed $100,000 from Stefan Diggs. You know?
Yeah. That's, boy, that would be good.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking back to when I bought a jersey number from a kid that got cut like a week later. And then I got cut like the week after that.
Oh, really?
That was just
Is that your last year?
That was a whole big mess of everything. Yeah, what a mess. Even like the equipment. The thing is, the kid. I went to Jacksonville, and it was a young defensive lineman. I don't want to say his name.
Yeah.
But I liked him. He had been with the Texans for a little bit.
Okay.
And he happened to be wearing my number that was with the Jaguars. And I when I first got back to Jacksonville, it would have been my 11th season. I was talking to the equipment managers about it, and they're like, "Seth, I'll just give you the number." And I'm like, "No, I like this guy a lot. I'm just gonna make him a reasonable offer."
So you had an equipment manager that was just going to offer you to move into this guy's house, basically. Like
he was just going to say, like, "Yeah, I'll just take it from him."
I'm the landlord.
He's been here 3 weeks. Yeah,
the equipment manager's the landlord. He's like, "I got the keys right here. If you want to go move in his apartment and squat, possession is 9/10 of the law."
Yeah.
That was cool of you to do, man. That was really cool of you to do.
I would have felt like a real jerk.
Yeah.
But looking back on it, I could have waited, to see in the future. What I'll do is I would wear a different in the future. Next time I sign with an NFL club, Sean, what I'll do is wait to see if the guy makes the team, and then I'll buy back my old number.
Right.
And meanwhile, 49-year-old Seth is there, like, "Can I write you a check, Sonny, for this for your jersey?" Yeah.
Do you have the Zelly that all the kids are using these days? I just downloaded the app today.
Someone you know how much money it costs to write a check? I rarely use checks anymore, but I can't. Like I write. There's a couple things I write checks for. So I only have to reorder them like every 3 years, and the last time I reordered them, I couldn't believe. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I want to say, without exaggerating, I want to say it was like $1 a check.
Really?
Am I crazy? No, it couldn't have been that.
No, but
there
probably is. They're probably much costlier to process than online transactions for the bank. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and they're not making them en masse like the way they used to, like churning it out like receipts at the cash register.
Right.
The other thing too, that was one of the things I first learned about when I was retired from the NFL. And it was time to start paying attention to some expenses because I lived relatively frugally, like by NFL standards. But there were some things that I was like, I never paid attention to groceries because, like, what? Everybody's got to eat. This isn't going to change it all when I'm done.
Yeah.
Then you find out how much 2 things cost. One, Sean, blueberries and toilet paper.
Yeah,
my God,
blueberries.
Like what the hell? I remember being like taken aback at how much, and I thought about how much money I'd wasted on toilet paper and just capriciously using as much as I felt like it for years upon years. I called my mom and apologized to her.
Amy and I have staring contests over who buys the next round of toilet paper. Sometimes, like she'll text me like, "Hey, on the way home, if you're stopping at the grocery store, can you pick up X, Y, Z, and toilet paper?" And I'll just be like, "Oh," and I was totally planning on going to the grocery. I'm like, "Oh. Not going to the grocery today, babe. Sorry, I'm not going to be." And we'll go weeks without wiping our butts because we just don't want to. Just joking. Only days. Yeah.
Ever since COVID, I've kind of wanted to get a bidet.
Oh,
I just could never get around.
Those were big during COVID.
Right. Yeah. During the toilet paper shortages.
Yeah.
I mean, right now we've just got a garden hose right now, and we use that. But
it's actually our activity. That's how we spend time.
Well, you're right, because I didn't change the spigot or anything. We run the hose through the house, so Brandy has to go out and turn the spigot on and off. I make her do it in a pulsing motion. I used to just kink the hose up near where I was, but there's too many hands involved. We ended up with too many spraying incidents there.
It's very underrated. Some people really like where you put the little attachment at the end and you hold the handle down and it really comes out really fast. I like when you just hold the thumb over the open space there, and it's more natural that way.
This spring, I'm just going to use an oscillating sprinkler and see what happens. I don't know. There's a part I've never used in my entire life. I've never used a bidet, and I'm still kind of confused about how it all works.
Really?
Like how do you dry off and everything?
Just get one.
That's what. What's that?
Just get one. I'm
scared, Sean. I'm scared. I don't want to deal with it.
How much are they? Have you priced one? And see how much
you
they
can
are?
go budget. I remember back during COVID I did. I haven't looked into it since COVID.
Yeah.
But you can get them pretty cut rate, but then there are also ones. Like if you get a Toto toilet, that's this toilet from Japan, where it like blow dries your butt and everything afterwards. Probably gives it a little, I don't know, quaffs your butt hair. I don't know what it does. But it's It's pretty nice. I think that's what I've been holding out for. Is like, okay, I want to buy a Toto toilet with a built-in.
It's got a blow dryer, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. And a bidet built in, I would hope. I hope you don't need much other reason to dry your butt when you're using the toilet other than having a bidet.
There was a front office employee early on for the Texans who used to. He hasn't been there for a long time.
Yeah.
But I remember there was a little bit of people just kind of trying to figure out what to make of this guy because in the bat like you see this at health clubs. There's always a couple dudes that are just little too way out. I think they think they're European or something.
Yeah.
And they're just way out there with they're too comfortable with their bodies.
It's way
and
too
this guy,
comfortable, yeah.
So in the coach/staff locker room that some of the front office people were allowed to use, he'd go up to the counter and he buck naked and he would put his foot up on the counter and then take the blow dryer off the wall and dry all his nooks and crannies and crevices.
No. You can't use that hair dryer ever again.
Multiple people in there and everything.
What are you doing?
Well, not to mention just you're just splaying yourself out, spread eagle, like you're Miss January or something, That's what I call them, Miss January.
And that was back at a time, too. We've become much more cognizant of the manscaping aspect of things these days. I'm going to guess if he's using a blow dryer, he ain't manscaping.
That's right. He wasn't.
He legitimately felt that needed to be dried down there. Got to look good, man.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, no, but this is the same guy that he was a weird dude.
You don't say.
Nice, he's nice. But he would go up to the fruit station at the buffet in the cafeteria.
Oh, God.
He would pick up a melon, look at it, like a piece of melon.
Oh, man.
Cut fruit. Pick it up, look at it, and then put it back.
Oh, with his hair dryer pubic hands, he put it
they
back
had to
there?
put
Oh,
they
no.
had to put they had to put placards up explaining to adults not to touch the pieces of cut fruit and then put them back.
Because a buddy over there grabbing the melons, huh? Oh, my God.
Melons all over. They couldn't stay away from melons.
You know what?
His own cantaloupe, anything.
Metaphorical melons or actual, yes.
Yeah.
You know what we need? We need to find a Texan that in next year's NFLPA survey, we can get him to complain about the Texans not having enough bidets in the locker room. That would be really
funny.
funny.
That's Laramie, 100%.
Yes.
There's not
Hey, he might agree with us. Hey, right. Laramie, we need you to do this as a joke, and we'll lay it on
do
him.
it.
Yeah.
It's probably not a bad. I bet for public health.
Right.
Yeah. And especially in a locker room environment like that, you're always going to have a few guys that don't practice good hygiene and wash their hands or whatever.
Yep.
If you could get everybody to really use the bidet, then you're not going to have as many dudes with nasty hands walking around and spreading filth and disease and all that.
Bidets are getting a lot of love on the text page right now.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah.
All right.
A lot of love, Seth. Just so you know. You can get a $75 one at Home Depot, somebody said.
What?
Or they got one, hold up. They got one for $75 before the pandemic. So I don't know what they are now.
They might be even cheaper now because of economies of scale.
Maybe so.
More people are using them.
Yeah, that's right. No supply chain issues or anything. Yes, maybe so.
It is. It's ever since it's just every now and then you're sitting there and you're using toilet paper and what kind of a primitive beast am I?
That's right.
What the hell are we doing here? I might as well have sticks and leaves to do this. What other part of your body are you I swabbed it with a dry piece of paper. Yeah. It's good.
Yeah, we done. We good
Did
here.
you shower this morning, Seth? No, but I took a dry piece of paper and rubbed it all over my body.
Oh.
I assume that's clean enough.
Oh, you're fine, just like we do with our butts. Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
You must be good. You must be good. All right. The Texans entertained a quarterback earlier this week in a top 30 visit. Does Nick Caserio have a certain fetish when it comes to quarterback prospects? That is next.
I'll tell you what, I just told you the horror story about health clubs that you don't need to subject yourself to. You don't have to, listen, you can do whatever you want when you got your own home gym, all right? You don't have Seth Payne there judging you for it. That's why I work out at
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
This is a big news item, man. This is a big news item. O.J. Simpson, former football great who was accused of and ultimately acquitted of the brutal 1994 slayings of his ex-wife and her friend. As of this morning, he has died, according to his family. He was 76 years old. Here was the statement from O.J. Simpson's family. Quote, on April the 10th, our father, Orenthal James Simpson, succumbed to his battle with cancer. He was surrounded by his children and grandchildren during this time of transition. His family asks that you please respect their wishes for privacy and grace, a statement from his family said. So O.J. Simpson, who I just Googled, I didn't realize, or maybe it had slipped my mind or whatever, that he was dealing with cancer, because he still was very active on social media, putting videos up. He put a video up about the Stefan Diggs trade, if I'm not mistaken, like a week ago. Prostate cancer is what he was diagnosed with.
It's weird. I'm seeing all these different headlines say, accused of and acquitted of the murder of his wife. But he was found liable for wrongful death and battery.
He was.
against Goldman and battery against Nicole Brown Simpson.
Yeah.
So
it's a lot to fit in a headline. Yeah,
it's a lot of us young kids. Yeah, I know. I feel like everybody's like, oh, let's be sure we get the exact story right. Like, okay, why don't you go one little step further there too? Then?
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
pals.
yeah.
You know, like I don't feel like I feel like you're giving a little more detail than you need to, and yet, yeah.
I got to tell you, like this is the one, Seth. Like, I'm being truthful here. Like, if there is an afterlife, and we would somehow be able to stream or get some sort of webcam in there at the pearly gates, this is a conversation with St. Peter that I would want to watch. O.J. Simpson at the pearly gates trying to lobby his way into heaven. That is one I would look to watch.
He's just searching for he's just hoping that the real killer is up there.
I guess.
That's probably what he'd tell you.
I guess,
I don't know, I hope you didn't let this guy slip in. Because I'm going to keep looking for him up here.
Up here.
Like I once committed to never stop my search for the actual killer.
It's ironic because as you say that, I'm looking up at our TV screen in our studio here, and it's the tee-off of the Masters, and I think that's the only, if I'm not mistaken, that's the only golf course that OJ didn't look for the real killers on. I think he was looking for them on literally every other golf course in the United States.
Yeah, and he never found them.
Never able to locate them.
Different haunts and places. That or just in autograph dealers' hotel rooms. He seemed to be looking awful hard there for
and he was looking there, but maybe to give him the benefit of the doubt, like that jury did back in 1994, to give him the benefit of the doubt, maybe he was intentionally trying to get into jail when he went to try to steal his memorabilia back because he thought the real killer was actually in jail in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like maybe he wasn't really stealing stuff. He's like, the only way I'm going to find the real – I have a lead on the real killers, and I'm told they're incarcerated in Nevada. So I got to get inside so I can dish out some O.J. justice here.
You know, the whole thing about I would say this about the O.J. Simpson trial. Like, if you try to if you can remove O.J. from it in general, I think the one, like, from what came from the whole scenario was that you did see, okay, like you've got to if you're gonna be a police department or what have you. That have your house in order, you know, like because when you got sketchy individuals that could easily be seen as like wanting to frame somebody or have it in for somebody, that it's going to weaken your case.
Yes,
it's going to actually. And since then, we haven't had any issues whatsoever with
the police. No,
in the interaction between Americans and law enforcement.
Right. At all.
Really been one of the just a pax romana of the public's relationship.
I mean, like the OJ trial is on the short list of things that, like 100 years from now, will be in history books from this era that you and I are living in right now, right? I mean, that was that transcended just law. I mean, that was pop culture feels a little slimy to say because there's murder involved in it, but like as the 7-part documentary laid out, and I forget the name of it, but it was like a 7-part 30 for 30. It was about, I mean, it got to be about so many more things other than just OJ, you know, with racial strife and everything else that was going on in the country.
I wonder the crimes that endure and become like memorable a century or so later. You got like Jack the Ripper, obviously. That's a big one. I don't know, Lizzie Borden. Like various things that you know the details of some of these long afterwards.
Yeah,
I get. Will O.J. Simpson's be one? It seems so huge at the moment. I feel like kids today might know very little about it at all. But I guess they're aware of it if they make a reference to it.
And they know zero about Jack the Ripper or Lizzie Borden either. You know what I mean? Like it's that's.
You think so? You know why? They don't have those Time Life books anymore.
That's right.
Those Time Life books laying around the house that have like all the old scary stories and stuff. Yeah,
that's right. So O.J. Simpson, R.I.P. Someone sent in R.I.P. Nordberg. Yeah, O.J. That was his character in Naked Gun. Yep. R.I.P.
For a while, he was the best former athlete actor. Probably out there, wasn't he?
I don't know.
I mean, Jim Brown made a stab at it for a little while, but then O.J. really took over.
Really took a stab at it. Yeah.
Yeah. And who's the best former athlete actor right now? Merlin Olsen is dead.
Well, do we count
long in the grave?
Do we count The Rock? I mean, The Rock is the most famous right now, for sure.
I mean, well, no, I don't, because he was an entertainer more so. Like he was an athletic entertainer, like WWE. I would say like very athletic actors.
He was right. He was already an actor coming out of
his
WWE.
acting ability is what actually got him fame. More so than his it's not like his career at the University of Miami as a football player.
Yeah. That's a good question. Athlete, I'm sure people will text in.
Gene Kane? Is Dean Kane? No, I wouldn't call him an athlete. He was a college athlete, but not
he
didn't have any
Superman?
notoriety.
Was that who he was?
Yeah,
He was Superman and Lois and Clark, right?
He was Superman and what was the spinoff from the Cosby Show? A Different World.
Oh, Different World. He was on there?
Dean Kane was like the young racist jock that he was spray painting the N-word on the hood of one of the characters of A Different World.
Wow, man.
Yeah.
That's a tough character to come back from right there.
I had forgotten. I didn't realize at the time that it was Dean Kane. I loved that show, A Different World. But somebody said...
Did you?
Fun fact, Dean Kane was actually just walking by the set and did that on his own, and they just, decided to...
Write it into the
make it a part of the story.
Yes, that's joking.
Yeah, that was a joke. That person was joking.
Yes.
I thought it was a deplorable joke myself.
OJ going to show up at the pearly gates and say, "Hello, heaven world. It's me, yours truly." You'll have to keep from crying.
Just, O.J. Simpson will continue to make people uncomfortable in the afterlife, I'm sure.
For sure.
Just where
Uncomfortable.
that's how you'll know whether he actually did it or not, is whether he's in heaven. If you all of a sudden, there's the thing. If you end up at the buffet, elbow to elbow next to O.J. Simpson in heaven, rest assured you don't have to clutch your pearls.
That's
He's going
right.
to be fine. Yeah, it's like, oh, wow. I got to tell you, O.J., I apologize. I just always assumed that you totally 100% did it. Yeah.
Standing on the table talking about DNA and whatnot. Man, I feel bad now. You going to eat that? Yeah. So OJ is dead. That's the update.
There's a part of me, though, too, that it would be worth going to hell just to find out for sure, too.
If OJ's there, I'm super intrigued by this, and I hope to not find out anytime soon.
Do you ever want to go to hell just to find out, who was really fraudulent? You're like, oh my God, Tebow's here?
It's going to have to be a hell of a sales job.
The people that you would be surprised by,
I just said that's going to have to be a hell of a sales job, and then you say Tebow, and I'm like, oh, you know what? I would be intrigued. If I pack my hot clothes, yeah, sure. Well, do I get to know ahead of time so I know what clothes to pack? Yeah, maybe. Hey, real quick, just to pay off here. Nick Caserio kicking tires on Spencer Rattler earlier this week. As I think you pointed out yesterday, but worth pointing out again, is his type number one overall high school quarterback recruits.
No, I hadn't pointed it out on the show.
Oh, okay.
It occurred to me after the show immediately, Caserio at various times has had 3 of the former number one overall high school recruits on his team. And my theory was maybe he feels like there's upside there. Like if for whatever reason this kid didn't develop in college or the NFL, maybe Jeff Driscoll or maybe Kyle Allen or maybe Davis Mills, who were respectively the number one overall high school recruit in 2011, 2014, and 2017.
Yep.
Maybe there's something there. So Spencer Rattler, number one QB recruit in 2019.
And I think we can put a bow on, did Nick like Bryce Young or C.J. Stroud? Because you know who the number one recruit was in 2020? Bryce Young. C.J. was 3. C.J. was 3. Yeah. Bryce.
He probably thought, it's probably like, oh, God, can I really live with a number 3 overall QB recruit?
Yeah.
He's trying to go the opposite of the Tom Brady direction. He's like, I got to break. Everybody's want to call me New England South. I'm going to find the opposite of Tom Brady. I'm going to the opposite of a scrappy underdog. I want somebody's had a silver spoon in his mouth since the age of 17.
Yeah. The other names to be number one overall recruits in high school in between 2011 and now that we didn't say just now, 2012, Gunnar Kiel.
Yeah.
2013, Max Brown.
Right.
2015, Josh Rosen. Did become a top 10 pick, yeah.
But never became a good NFL
No, not even close. Yeah. 2016, Shea Patterson.
Oh, my goodness.
2018, Trevor Lawrence.
You're doing a bang-up job there, high school recruiting services.
Yeah, man.
You guys really know your stuff.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that taking kickbacks from high school coaches and whatnot hasn't created an absurd amount of accuracy on your back.
Resulted in accuracy.
As a former non-rated recruit who spent 10 years in the NFL, let me tell you, every single star you give one of these kids puts a target on their back, and I wanted to destroy them and kick them into the dirt every single time.
There you go.
These little 5-star punks, their sense of entitlement.
Man.
Damn it.
Love it.
Yeah.
Love it. John Lopez is here. John, R.I.P., O.J. Simpson.
Yeah. Hello, other world.
What's your? Someone texted in. Hello, heaven world. It's me, yours truly. Like, I don't know. We'll see.
Hey, I'll tell you what, John. You'll appreciate this.
Mm-hmm.
He found out he had prostate cancer when?
It says February. Yeah, it said.
Guys, get your exams, man.
I just had mine. I just had mine.
Yeah,
not even a month ago.
Yeah.
Or at least take your Cologuard and all that.
It was wild, man.
Wait, Cologuard doesn't do anything for prostate, does it? So anyway, I mean, prostate cancer is generally pretty slowly advancing. So like you can, if you stay on top of it, you can if you catch it early, it doesn't have to be a huge deal.
I've cracked the code on prostate exams, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've had I think 3 now.
Yeah.
You got to have a woman doctor.
Okay.
Smaller hands.
Smaller hands.
Smaller hands.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad you
or maybe
explained
just
yourself.
a tiny male doctor.
I'm serious.
I believe. Yeah.
I was like, that wasn't bad at all. Can you do it again?
I'm glad you explained why. Like just leaving it out hanging like that. Would be
I'm gonna go.
Are you sure you looked everywhere?
Yeah. The biggest thing, female doctor. Up next on In the Loop. Yeah.
I've heard too many horror stories, like whether the doctor is male or female, that sometimes there's an inadvertent reaction that can happen when something touches your prostate that I would honestly rather have it be with a dude than with a female.
Okay.
I'd feel somehow less embarrassed than if yeah.
That makes sense. So is it 4 hours of OJ radio today?
God no. God
just
no.
kidding.
I was not a fan of OJ's before the murders.
Oh, really?
Oh, really?
Yeah, he stole my first class seat. I've told it on the air.
He did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I got upgraded on a flight. I forget from where, and the door was closing. This is back in the day when they could open the door again. Now they can't.
Yeah.
And they said, "Sir, would you mind moving back?" I was like, "You know what? All right. It's no big deal." The guy did pay a full price, even though it's late and all that. Because they told me, "You can stay here if you want. He's late."
Oh, so they had bumped you up into his.
Yeah,
his
I grabbed
seat.
my bag out of the first class cabin, and I turn around. It's freaking OJ.
Okay, well, I think all evidence
what.
would indicate that it's a good thing you didn't get jerky with him.
I think so.
This is what happens when this is when it all started going south for him. He got cocky from those Hertz commercials. He'd been like hurdling seats and people to get to the flight on time because he thought that's the way that people want to see OJ in action.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, we are done. We are out of time. Seth, antibodies to you.
Antibodies and a finger, a digit on your prostate to you.
Thank you. Appreciate that very much. You're listening to KLT and KLT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and they start now.
All right, Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. We got a lot to get into. O.J. Simpson dead. Rest in peace, or not peace.
Or not.
Or not. Kind of depends who you ask there. But, yeah, he's gone, and I'm finding it interesting. Adam Schefter actually was more sensitive on that tweet than he was other guys who died. So you
Wayne Haskins.
You can't. You and I never thought it was that big of a deal to call a guy a bust.
You talking about Dwayne Haskins?
Yeah, I mean, if he was a bust, he was a bust. But he's like O.J. Simpson, the NFL Hall of Famer who was acquitted of murder. Like, of all the times to be
never
sensitive.
A bust.
Yeah, Adam Schefter. Like, if there was ever a time where Adam Schefter could have just come out and talked about it, he could have said O.J. Simpson, known for slicing his wife and perhaps her maybe lover's neck, is dead at the age of 76. But Shefty, man, selective sensitivity, I will say.
Yeah. He was never a bust in the NFL. He never was.
Goodness gracious. Read the Adam Schefter. Read how sensitive he is about the O.J. Simpson. Here we go. All right, here you go. Read this. Read how sensitive this is. Of all the times to be sensitive about a death, let's hear
O.J.
this.
Simpson, the former football great, who was accused of and ultimately acquitted of
it made that clear.
The brutal 1994 slayings of his ex-wife and her friend, has died, according to family. He was 76.
There you go.
Not a bust.
Make it clear. Also not a Jew.
Not a Jew.
But guess who is?
Yes.
Rod Carew.
Rod Carew is.
There you go.
I know what you're doing there.
So O.J. Simpson.
Let me ask you again what I asked you and Figgy off the air.
Gone.
How does it make you feel?
I mean, I don't care. I don't really care if O.J. Simpson died or not, to be honest with you. I think he's a historic figure. I don't think you ignore what the history of it, whether regardless of the trial. I mean, it was one of the most historic moments in the history of of the world. It was like a fall from
It was
grace.
history historic.
Yeah, it was polarizing.
historic.
I think it was where it was a huge moment where people became selectively ignorant, where you just believe what you believe no matter what, which I think that happened. I think it was kind of the first taste of TMZ type of trial stuff. I thought it was, he's a historic figure for sure. That's one of the most historic moments in the history, not just of sports, but of this country.
Let me ask you this. Would you rather have to write O.J. Simpson's obituary or speak at his funeral?
I would rather speak. I don't want to write his obituary.
That's almost an impossible task. Like, you've got to write and rewrite, and is this good? Is this not? Is this insensitive? Is this strong enough? But I agree with you. At the funeral, it's going to be mostly friends and family, and you're going to be talking about other things.
I'll be honest. I'm kind of surprised because I thought by the time he died, we'd get a confession.
Yeah. Well,
and maybe he left something behind. I could see him leaving something behind or something, but I thought perhaps before the death we would get like some kind of confession or something.
Good point.
Like
and
that.
maybe, and I think it might be on the table that he left something behind.
Yeah, I don't think it's too far-stretched to think, or far-fetched to think that maybe that will happen.
Yeah,
So.
I think that's a good point, and maybe that's going to be news for later today or other days.
Yeah, who knows? But yeah, he gone, 76.
I don't know how it makes me feel.
What do you mean, you sad?
Well, he was a football great that died.
Oh,
but
wow.
I am not.
Look at this guy.
Hold on. I am not sad. I'm actually kind of like good.
Okay.
Right?
Either way.
Figgy?
Yeah, I feel no type of way about it, man. Like, honestly, I only knew him from the case because I was too young to know about his game and all that stuff. But
broadcasting, I remember watching him. It was one of my first early '90s. He was like the sideline guy, so I was pretty good at that.
I remember him breaking 2,000 yards.
Oh, wow.
I was 11 years old.
It's you.
It was in the snow against the New York Jets.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember watching that with my dad. And I was actually happy then.
Yeah. Why would you not be?
I know, exactly.
History. It's a historic figure for sure. O.J. Simpson. Gone. He gone. Now, there is a conspiracy theory going around now.
Already?
Yeah. This is their opportunity.
Or is this your conspiracy theory?
No, this is their opportunity.
Whose?
Theirs.
Who's they?
Their.
Okay.
They've been kind of irrelevant lately.
Okay.
This is the Kardashians' chance to get back in the spotlight.
Oh.
This is their chance, man. Kanye's been overshadowing them. Bianca Sensory, way more viral than Kim. This is their chance to get in, man. This is their chance to get back.
I wouldn't be surprised. I'll put it that way.
Are they going to announce that Chloe was the daughter of O.J. Simpson? Finally,
now you're just being irresponsible, Phil.
Hey, that's been out there.
Yeah.
Now you're just being irresponsible.
Where the hell you been at?
Yeah, exactly. That's been out there, man.
Goodness.
Absolutely.
He actually addressed it. O.J. actually addressed that.
Addressed a lot of things.
It's yours truly. Is that how he introduces himself in the other world? Hello, other world.
Hell. You mean hell?
I said other world. That could be any number of different things.
Remember when they interrupted the Rockets? Someone brings this up on the text line. The Rockets Knicks.
How could you forget?
For the OJ chase.
Yeah. How could you forget?
Running from the
finals,
cops,
man. It was awesome. And
there were a lot of Rockets fans who were admitting, "Man, go back to the chase. Go back to the chase.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Please go back to the chase."
That was OJ.
My
man.
father was saying, "Go back to the chase." I remember that.
Yeah, vividly. Like vividly. That was.
And then his son comes running out when he's in the car. Mm-hmm. His son's yelling at him. His son's yelling at him, and then he parks.
Yeah. No, that was every network, man. Like, and then the game too. Had with a slow speed chase, they called it. He was in the back seat.
The Bronco.
Yeah.
Did he do harm to the Bronco brand?
Yes.
Because that's all I think about when I see Broncos. By the way, those new Broncos are nice.
They rebranded.
It took them 25 years to even get back on the market.
They just brought it back like 2 years ago.
Yeah. The Broncos were Although some people like to collect white Broncos or like to try to find a white Bronco.
If I were rich, honestly, and this is not a fascination with it, but if I were a billionaire or something, like if I had Jim Irsay money, he likes to buy a bunch of music crap, I would buy that Bronco and display it like in my game room.
I guarantee.
I'm a OJ historian when it comes to the trial. Like I've watched the trial. I don't even know how many times. My mom had us in front of the TV. We were watching it.
Yeah.
I remember being in the cafeteria when Miss Barngrover came in and said, "Not guilty."
Yep.
Remember it all.
I remember my wife, who was the school director then, as she is now, up in Kingwood. Like all the teachers, they had an auditorium. Like they brought all the little bitty kids and everything into the auditorium because all the teachers wanted to see the verdict.
Yeah. I mean, it was nuts.
We're not having school today, kids.
Yeah.
We're going to watch this.
We had the attorney, F. Lee Bailey, had him on multiple times. I would call him and just chat with him.
Yeah.
Because by then he'd gotten disbarred a couple times post that. He'd already had a full career. But just talking to him, I was just like, man, look at this damn dream team. I mean, honestly, his legal team made the 92 Dream Team look like the freaking Rockets of this year.
And it wasn't even just F. Lee Bailey and Johnny Cochran.
Robert Shapiro.
Exactly.
Barry Scheck, who was like the science guy who was on there.
Yep.
Johnny Cochran's right-hand man. Who's
Alan
really
Dershowitz.
Good. Yeah, Alan Dershowitz. And then Johnny Cochran's right-hand man, I forget his name, the little dude. He was there. They had a freaking squad, man.
Yeah.
I don't know how he put that. Oh, yeah. Robert Kardashian. They put him on
that guy too.
They put him on the legal team. He wasn't even like a criminal lawyer. They put him on the legal team just because he wouldn't have to testify.
Mm-hmm.
So that was kind of a strategy because he knew everything.
Yeah.
Mofo took the bag. And then they put him on the legal team.
He was just kind of sitting there.
He was just chilling.
Yeah, he was just sitting there.
Hair slicked back.
Getting paid $5,000 an hour.
I don't even know if he was getting paid. He's probably doing it for free at that point.
Oh, he was getting paid.
Probably trying to avoid situations.
It's AKA bribe. He was getting paid. Trust me on that.
Yeah, that squad, man.
Yeah.
That legal squad. And then Barry Scheck is one of the more underrated ones. He's actually the one, he did the DNA. He was the first, like, science manipulator.
Mm-hmm. That was really the first time DNA got into the forefront.
I never knew what it was. I don't think anyone knew what it was till then.
Yeah, yeah.
And you had F. Lee Bailey going up there, taunting them into trying on the glove. Told him he had, like, small nuts. Marcia Clark just in over her head.
Oh.
Chris Darwin just in over his head, just completely just getting fried.
Who's the
cooked.
cop?
Mark Furman.
Yeah, Furman.
Furman's dumbass did that screenplay.
Yeah.
Absolute moron. Yeah, all the and then Nicole Brown Simpson's crackhead best friend that was that now designs houses, Faye Resnick. I'm telling you, man, I was into this. I could watch the cross-examination.
My
of this,
favorite
just the
thing ever, and I was saying it as it was happening. Every time they asked Cato Kalin a question, he would squint like it hurt. Like ask me a question, and he'd go. I'm thinking. I'm using my brain.
713, y'all are dancing around the fact that the OJ verdict was divided racially. No, duh, man.
Oh, word.
Yeah, that's what we said earlier. No kidding,
Word.
man. What's the dance? Like, oh, no. Y'all are dancing around the fact that there was a black versus white issue.
Word.
Nobody is denying any of that.
Where do people start making up? This is... It was kind of crazy, though, seeing some of the people try to say he was innocent just as like
oh, God.
I mean, it was like, come on, man. Like, what are we doing here?
And the stupid glove. It's all bloody.
Like he's going to go to Academy Sports and Outdoors and get the perfect size glove.
Well, not even that. The blood had shrunk it and everything else.
We haven't even mentioned the biggest star of that thing. Cato.
That's what I said, Cato Kalin.
Okay.
He would every time they asked him a question, he would squint.
He was like the ultimate mooch. That guy, so he lived... They didn't.
He lived in the garage.
He lived with Nicole first.
Yes.
He lived with Nicole first, and then OJ was getting jealous, so then OJ lets him live in his guest house.
Yeah.
And they went to McDonald's on the day of the murder. OJ comes in there, hey, man, you want to go to McDonald's with me? I don't know if he was trying to, like, put together an alibi or something like that. Hey, you want to go to McDonald's with me?
That guy did nothing.
So they go to McDonald's.
Like did nothing.
Dude, he chilled. He probably just smoking pot the whole time in the back, just hanging out, living at OJ's house.
I remember some of the testimony. Like, were they asking Nicole's sister because they partied real hard the night before or something?
Well, they were at that restaurant And
they asked,
that Furman worked at. Not Furman. The other guy who died.
Yeah. The
guy whose dad.
friend. Yeah.
The guy whose dad. What was the guy's name?
Yeah.
That's the only guy I can't remember. That's kind of sad.
But I remember
Goldman.
Yeah. But I remember they were asking
Fred Goldman.
Ron Goldman. They were asking like her. So how much did you have to drink? Were you drunk? And she goes, well, we were buzzing.
Yeah.
Okay.
I listened to Cato on Vlad TV, and Cato was basically like saying that Nicole and her friends, like all her like Beverly Hills friends, they would wake up at 9,
Mm-hmm.
they would go jogging, they would go home, they would shower, and then they would just go booze up.
Yeah.
And that's where Furman worked, and she happened to leave her sunglasses, and he went to her house to take her the sunglasses. And then I guess OJ lived like a mile and a half, 2 miles away, and then bada bing, bada boom.
Bada bing, bada boom.
There you go.
Yeah.
That was crazy. And then F. Lee Bailey just going in the cross-exam. It's just crazy. That's just the craziest damn thing in my life. That's never going to get overshadowed.
Well, to this day, we all know OJ killed 2 people.
Yeah, we know that.
But to this day, no. I mean, there's a
Come on.
I just said it. Do you agree? OJ killed 2 people. Brace yourself. Yeah, brace yourself.
You being serious?
Nah, I'm joking.
Yeah. There's all these wild theories. Yeah, it's crazy, man. That was.
And then he wrote a book
all the time. If I did it,
if I did it,
this is how it would go.
Oh God!
Got arrested in Vegas for trying to go get his own stuff.
Yeah, that's karma.
What about the joke he did on video with the knife?
With the knife? Yeah, where he's going and talking to the lady.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
That's a wild dude, man.
Man, there was just so many elements.
Our American justice system acquitted the man of murder. Therefore, he is innocent.
Okay, that's fair.
No, it's not.
There you go. All right, that's what you want to say.
He was found not guilty.
That's how we're looking.
That doesn't mean he's
go.
innocent.
There you go.
You can be not guilty and still not be innocent.
There you go. You can have that. You can hold that. There you go. Wave your OJ flag, man. Pour one out for him.
Yeah. And I told the story when we were doing the cross here about when he took my first class seat and I was just being nice to OJ. That was actually.
Nah, you were knowing your damn role and shutting your damn mouth.
It was before the murder.
Shout out to The Rock.
It was before the murder.
Yeah, so know your role and shut your mouth. Get in the back.
No, he was still very acclaimed, and very popular. It was probably a year or less before the murders. I'm like, yeah, dang, I gave OJ my. I didn't even have to. I didn't have to do it.
OJ Simpson dead at 76.
Yep.
There you go. Houston Astros yesterday, another L, 11-2 L, 7-run third inning. By the way, Spencer Arrighetti, is that his name? Spencer Arrighetti? Is that what we're going with?
Spencer Arrighetti. 3
innings pitched, 7 runs, 7 hits, 3 strikeouts, 3 walks. Astros fall to 4-9. They look to avoid the sweep this afternoon in Kansas City. It's early. It's early. 4-9. It's early, right?
Well, it is early.
I'm leaning with it's early, right? Am I good?
It is early. But I think I'm a little early in saying what I want to say here, but I also think there's a lot of evidence that points to it. And we're obviously going to dig into this. But this is the end, isn't it?
Of what?
This is the beginning of the end.
For what?
Of the Astros run.
I mean, can we?
They can win 6 straight.
Get to June, man.
They can win 6 straight, and we'd be saying, "What a team! They're playing well. They're improving." I don't think it would change that this is the beginning of the end, and we are seeing it.
Might get Fromber and Verlander back, man.
Yeah, well,
how about that?
Mm-hmm.
How does that make you feel?
Well, Verlander's 41. Fromber, who knows? And then there's the other ones that clearly there's some questions there as well.
They're now 1-2-1 in series, by the way.
Yeah, that's a done deal. No matter what happens, a 1-10 start today.
Yeah, I'm keeping up with that. 1-2-1.
Yeah,
very much. So, yeah, we'll see how it goes. Landry Lock and John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. We'll hear from a spot. Let's give this guy a chance. Times are tough. Let's listen to Joe Espada and find out if he can make us feel better, and then Let's talk about D'Amico's big test. In the Loop continues next.
Is Sean buying the Texans hype?
I am so...
houston.com/contests to register for your chance to win. You can thank us later.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Faggy has hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio.
All right, let's find out if Joe Espada can make us feel better. Podium critic time. Astros, they're in a bad spot right now. They're 4-9. Let's hear from the skip. Dusty Baker used to go up there. Say what you want about Dusty. Dusty would go up there. You'd feel pretty good about your leadership. Let's hear this guy, Joe Espada, this new fella, bench coach. Let's hear what he had to say after the Astros' tough loss yesterday. Here's Joe Espada.
Started the game, throwing the ball well. That third inning, kind of got away from him. Started leaving some balls over the plate, and felt like everything they put in play kind of fell for them. So, just not the outing he was expecting.
Looked like they adjusted, or they had a game plan, or something. It was something about that. Or do you think they just?
Yeah, they made him work a little bit more. Their bats got longer, and they were able to put some good swings on him that second time around.
Joe, it didn't look like he had a great feel for his sweeper or he wasn't commanding his fastball that well. When he's really only relying on one or two pitches, like how does that, when a lineup sees him a second time?
Sure, it's game changing. Yeah, second time around, once he started missing his spots, they start putting better swings on him, and once that happens, kind of things starts kind of speeding up on you and kind of lose track of things. But he came out, pounded the zone early, and then after that, just kind of lost it a little bit.
A little bit. 7 runs, Coach.
Excuse me.
What do you want to take
out of this? It's a learning experience. He's going to get a second opportunity. You take the positive out of it, and you learn from it, and the negative you adjust and you grow. And that's it's a very pitching in the big leagues is not an easy task, but he does has the weapon to be successful. Our job is to help him be successful.
40 pitches in that third inning. I know where you are pitching-wise. Kind of had to get him through it, but are you thinking, like, as the pitch count grows, like, what's going through your mind at that point?
Just trying to get through the game. Trying to
lose 10 more after this one.
Be able to have some guys for tomorrow, and trying to win a game tomorrow. Today's over. It's time to bounce back tomorrow and trying to win a game.
All right, Coach.
For the guys that you did use, do you feel like you'll have enough coverage tomorrow?
Yeah, I think we should be. I think we should be good. I think we should be good.
Good to see Bregman.
Yeah, better swings today.
Yeah.
Again, it's a game of adjustments. He came in, felt a few things, and put some good swings on the ball, and got some positive results.
Go back to that third inning. All of the hits, the 6 hits, were either up the middle or the opposite way. Do you credit the opposition for
making an adjustment? Sure. They kind of, that's what happens at the major league level. Once you start getting through a lineup as a pitcher, you got to make adjustments. Hitters make adjustments, and it looked like they had a game plan, and they adjusted well.
All right, thanks, Skip. There you go. I want to talk about what one thing he said there.
Thank you, Skip.
He said it was a learning experience or whatever.
Thanks, Skip.
I feel like it was more of a learning experience for us, or as much a learning experience for us as them. Because Spencer Arrighetti is the best they got. Like, he was the prospect. You heard Adam Spillane talking about it. He knew he was a good prospect, didn't know a lot about him and all that. And I think that's emblematic of just how bad this system is.
Like, farm system?
The farm system. I mean, you heard me say in the last segment, I think it's plain that this is the beginning of the end.
John.
I'm not trying to dump a
13 games in.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said beginning. I think this is the beginning of the end of the run. And obviously, nobody wants to see that, but you have to be honest about things. when you look at like Arrighetti, like he's the best they could call up, and I get first start. All
he was their
stuff.
best pitcher last year in the minor leagues.
He was the pitcher of the year. All right,
but I mean, it's his first start.
Right? That's what I'm saying. I qualified it. Like I get it.
He's going to get another shot.
He will get another shot. But using all these prospects for trade deadline deals, getting low picks because they were good or they were penalized, and all these other things with their draft system, it's caught up to them. Do you realize that the Astros haven't picked higher than number 28 overall in 6 years? That's going to hurt your system. Like, and 3 of those guys that they've picked with first-round picks, Drew Gilbert, Corey Lee, 4 of them, Seth Beer and Bukauskas, all traded.
Yeah, sure.
They were all traded. Yeah. So you have no system whatsoever.
Yeah.
And that's the sign.
And you have an aging core.
And
the Jeff Luhnow impact is kind of – we still feel it every day, but it's kind of,
it's fading.
Mm-hmm. So there we go.
Yeah.
Astros. You say beginning of the end.
I think it's the signs of the beginning of the end.
I think it's early.
Okay, you keep saying that.
I'm sticking to it, man. I'm trying to sound more like a baseball guy.
They don't have the.
Did you know there's 162 games in a baseball season?
I've been reminded of that a couple of times over the years.
It's early.
Yeah, I've been reminded.
It's not even May yet.
Yeah, I get it.
You got a long
the
season
Masters
ahead
didn't
of us.
even happen yet.
Got a long season ahead of us.
Don't you remember the tombstone? Remember that?
Yeah, it's early.
I'm telling you, like with no system, the only 2 players that they've drafted in the first or second round since 2015 that are on the roster, Bregman and Tucker.
Yeah.
That's it.
One of the biggest talking points, and you can see it on the text line, I heard Show talking about it yesterday, is, Dusty. Do they miss Dusty? Is this – here's the thing. The only beef that I had with Dusty, the biggest beef I had with Dusty was that the Martin Maldonado bit was stupid.
Mm-hmm.
That was dumb. I think that's kind of being proven right as well. Yanier Diaz is actually having a pretty good year. That was the biggest beef. But here's the thing. Like, you can have a flawed manager and then hire worse.
Yeah, it happens all the time.
That can happen.
Happens all the time.
So anytime, like, Joe Espada can be worse than Dusty Baker regardless of what you thought he was.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, I do think there was a certain portion of people that everything was blamed on Dusty. My beef with Dusty was very clear. The Martin Maldonado thing was a annoying bit that made the team worse, and there was no statistical data to back it up. That was my beef with Dusty Baker.
Yeah.
But this team was getting old anyways, and eventually this was going to happen. But it is possible to hire someone worse. It can happen.
It happens all the time.
It happens often.
Yes, it does.
So that can go down. Like, you can go from Charlie Strong to Tom Herman at UT.
Yeah.
You can do that.
Yeah.
It can happen.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the whole thing. I don't know whether they missed Dusty or not. This Espada guy ain't it. That was the Espada thing was, okay, we can just keep this afloat. We're not going to need any juice. We're not going to need anything.
Yeah.
This guy's familiar. Let's keep a familiar face around and let's go.
Yeah.
That guy is not going to motivate me to run through a wall.
And who's to say, like, Dusty clearly is a better manager and more respected and everything, at least to this point, than Joe Espada. And he's clearly better. But these things were going to happen anyway. Like, the system was going to catch up to him. I just laid out some of the holes in it. Age was going to catch up to him. Making all these trades with picks was going to catch up to him. Players that are on the way out or out was going to catch up to him, whether Dusty was here or not. All those things were going to catch up to him, whether it was Dusty or Joe Espada or anybody. Now, they might be better off with Dusty. That's arguable. But
I don't even think it's arguable. I think this guy's a dope.
Well, okay, yeah, they would have been better off just because he's Dusty.
I think this guy's.
But it was still all these things were still going to catch up to him, and they are.
Yeah,
that's my point.
This guy, I mean, you hear him. There's nothing even remotely there.
Yeah,
he's just there. He's a bench guy, a bench coach.
Special.
What?
Nothing special.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was like, damn, man.
I thought you said he was special.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
No, nothing
Goodness
special.
gracious. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure. Nothing special. There you go. No special qualities about Joe Espada. And he is facing his first test, as is D'Amico Ryans. D'Amico Ryans, I don't want to say his credibility's on the line, but there's a massive test for D'Amico Ryans. And Could Kelvin Sampson be creeping up the ladder when it comes to getting one of the best jobs in college sports? Or is it even that? We'll localize it next. First, I want to tell you about Texans Turf. Texans Turf.
Online visit hims.com/JOY.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, so this is D'Amico's first huge test. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. John Lopez wants to talk about perhaps taking him at his word. But D'Amico right now, I want to see, and this is the first opportunity we've had, how much he can fall in love with players that perhaps have the right makeup but don't produce enough on the field. And I'm looking at three guys specifically as year two approaches. Jalen Petrie. Mm-hmm. Do they feel okay? Now, they're visiting with a hell of a lot of safeties. I will say. They're visiting with a hell of a lot of elite caliber safeties. So perhaps they're maybe looking in that area for Pierce or Ward. Brevin Jordan, who, much to the joy of this show, he bounced back last year and at least made the team and established himself as a guy that has shown that he can at least make plays at the NFL level on the biggest stage. Now, do you want him to be your number 2 tight end? That's debatable. I would lean and say probably not.
I would say no.
And then the back-end wide receiver, John Mechie, is a name that comes to mind. Are you proactively looking to improve in that area? I think it's going to be very interesting to see how D'Amico Ryans handles these situations as the draft approaches, which, by the way, it's 2 weeks from today, 15 days from today, the Texans will be on the clock for the first time. I do want to see how D'Amico handles this test. And look, the test isn't as simple as, hey, you got to get rid of Petrie or you fail the test. If he believes in Petrie and then Petrie comes back and Petrie performs at the level that D'Amico believed that he could perform at, then that's a pass test as well. If Dameon Pierce comes back and Dameon Pierce establishes himself as a solid number 2 to Joe Mixon, then that works. And if Brevin Jordan goes out there and does his thing, then that works as well. But I do want to see how he handles these situations, because there's been coaches in the past where production has been ignored and the right kind of guy type of stuff kind of overrules what we actually see with our eyes, and it ends up negatively impacting the squad.
I'm not even sure these are 3 situations in which D'Amico clearly likes these guys. And you can help me out on this, you and Figgy, because the only one that I know he's been all in on, supportive, we want to see more of that, is Jalen Petrie. I mean, he said good things about Brevin Jordan. He's said good things about John Mechie, but he says good things about a lot of players, including some players that are no longer here. Like, am I wrong there? I mean, I feel like the only one that he's really been behind adamantly has been Petrie.
And that was at his opening presser.
And that was at the very opening presser. So I'm not as worried, if that's the right word, about anything like along those lines, like kind of falling in love with a guy and being blinded by it. Like, and B. Scott is going to join us here in about 16 minutes. Like he said, hey, seeing John Mechie catching balls out there.
What does that mean?
Kind of makes me think that he's part of their plans, or I'm paraphrasing or whatever. He'll correct me when he gets here. No, it doesn't. Like, hey, I'm in town. Yeah, I'll go catch some balls.
Yeah, what does that mean?
That doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
And what CJ
good dude, let's go throw.
And what CJ Stroud thinks has nothing to do with what D'Amico thinks. You know?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna call BS, I guess, on that.
You're gonna call BS on BS?
BS on BS, yes, on Brandon Scott. So the only one that I'm really wondering about is Petrie. Like, that's one that I feel like he's been strongly in support of.
Well, they're talking all these safeties for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe they're trying to figure something out. Maybe they're trying to find someone who can complement Jalen Petrie. Maybe that's where they're going. I just don't know. I'm intrigued. I trust D'Amico Ryans 100%. There's not a coach in the league that I would rather have, but we're getting to where expectations are increasing. Challenges are going to increase. It's only going to get more difficult. You can make a case that when you're young, when you have all this salary cap space, when the expectations are low, when people are starving, that's where your job is the easiest and the more fun. But as the grind comes on and you got to maintain the standard that you've set, that's where it gets a little bit more difficult. And that's where you feel more confident in D'Amico Ryans, and you get to see a little bit more of the battles. But those are three things.
Yeah.
Safety, tight end, back end wide receiver, keeping an eye on all of that stuff here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. His words, John Lopez, you were talking about D'Amico Ryans, the words that he has said, and whether or not we need to dive more into those 2 weeks away from the draft. What do you mean by let's listen to what D'Amico Ryans says, not necessarily what he does?
Well, he's been very, in his own way, straightforward about what they're going to do this offseason. Like, he ended the year and has since said at the Combine and other places, the front seven, the defensive line, we want to upgrade. We're always looking for players there, et cetera, et cetera. Well, I think we should listen to him. I mean, it's in the proof is in the proverbial pudding. Like, we need to help our front seven. Okay, what have they done? Daniil Hunter, the tackles, Fatukasi and Danico Autry, middle linebacker. They brought in Al-Shair. But there's one position that he hasn't addressed yet. Like, everything he said, they've done. Like, D'Amico's been honest with us. We need to help the front seven. We need to upgrade here. We got to get better up front, be able to stop the run, all that good stuff. Landry, they haven't done a damn thing with the outside linebackers. Not one thing. And let me ask you this. How do you feel about Christian Harris? Awesome. The other outside linebackers out there besides Christian Harris on this roster right now, Henry To'oTo'o, Jake Hansen, Delshon Phillips.
Good special teamers.
I'm starting to lean in. I've been all about Sweat.
You going backer?
I've been all about Tavondre Sweat with that first second-round pick. Starting to wonder about Edgerrin Cooper, man, who's versatile in there. Ran a 4.45 as a linebacker at whatever he weighs, 235 or something at his pro day. Ran a 4.5 at the Combine. And he said, we need help. And they've helped everywhere on the defensive front seven except outside linebacker. Is he telling us?
Nah. He ain't going to tell us nothing.
No, I'm saying, but the way he tells us. Because he kind of spoke about it and then did it.
I think that he is kind of... I hope they don't try to fill holes. I want to just get as good of a... I truly believe they're in the draft the best player available situation.
They need an outside linebacker. It's not.
They can figure that out.
Yeah, by drafting a guy.
Get more of an impact guy.
And not even Edgerrin Cooper, but drafting a linebacker.
Get an impact guy for me.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
But at any position. And then we can just overcome some other stuff. You're not going to have...
So you're ready to run out there. You're ready to run out there with To'oTo'o and Christian Harris on the outside.
Well, I mean, they're not going to be out there most of the time. You're going to be a nickel dime a lot of the time. Like, it's not like you're going to have three linebackers all the time.
But you are.
I mean, not the majority of the time. You're not.
No, but what I'm saying is showing the Bronco chase on TV. But the majority of the time you are, or maybe not majority, but a lot of time you are going to have three linebackers. You're going to have guys that are going to need to cover. Where did they get beat the most last year? On some of these big runs, right up the middle. Now that they're fixing that with the middle linebacker, but you need linebackers. You need what do they call them? Just guys that can spy and stuff like that.
Well, they also didn't score enough points,
and that too.
So you gotta, if you score more points, then that's less of a harmful thing. You can overcome it by putting more points on the board.
I'm just like, he's telling us. Why aren't we listening?
Because there's a lot of other things that you could possibly do, and by the way, there's a lot of variables. I mean, you're sitting there at 42 right now.
Yeah.
There's so much that's going to happen between now and then.
Yeah.
Like, I'm hearing debates about, do you take Fisk or do you take Kool-Aid? It's like, are they going to be there?
Yeah.
This isn't 22.
Fisk is highly regarded. He's gaining steam.
Yeah, but you're talking about these guys, and I love draft coverage as much as anyone else, but when you don't have a first-round pick, you're drafted on day 2, and you're at the mercy of all these other squads. What? Are we supposed to fall in love with someone? Like, it's one thing to fall in love at 22, and I can eliminate 4 quarterbacks, 4 tackles, and I can start to lay it out. But you want to fall in love with someone at 42 or 23, I should have said?
But one thing they've also told us, both of them, not just D'Amico, but Nick Casario,
they like something there.
There are players right there that we like.
They like something there.
There are players right there that we like. I'm wondering if he's telling us, without telling us, yeah, we're going to get an outside linebacker. That's the one spot they haven't bolstered this offseason. Everywhere else, inside, edge, middle linebacker, everywhere else in the front seven they've added, but not there.
I've gotten enough defense, man. Give me some offense. Seriously.
Well, they got some offense.
Yeah, they got one guy, two guys. Mm-hmm. Give me some offense. Let's score 30.
I'm just listening to the head coach.
I'm just watching the games.
Well,
I'm watching what happened with Baltimore.
Yeah.
Score some points.
Well, no, I get it.
Score a touchdown.
I get it.
Please.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see Steven Sims be the only guy that gets in the damn end zone. That's what I want to see.
Yeah.
Brandon Scott, he's going to join us. Well, he might be trying too hard to follow some clues.
He is.
My goodness. Lord. We got to call BS on some BS. And also, Stefan Diggs. Are the Texans hiding their newest receiver? Are they making Stefan Diggs lay low? If so, what in the hell are they doing that for? Discuss next.
Who does Seth think would be the best fit to shore up the interior D-line in the draft?
You got T'Vondre Sweat, who has all the size in the world you could ever want, probably 20 or 30 pounds more than you actually want. Or you've got guys like Braden Fisk or Chris Jenkins, who are a little bit lighter in the butt. I think that Braden Fisk is probably the guy that they would choose at that point.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the Bell Furniture Unbeatable Prices Traffic Center, this traffic report is brought to you by Bell Furniture with unbeatable prices. So you're dealing with the stalled vehicle on the HOV lane, 4500 northbound at West Road. Another one as you approach Gulf Bank, and the accident that was sitting I-10 eastbound at Thompson, blocking a right and a center lane, has cleared. Celebrate and save at Bell Furniture's 24th anniversary sale. Save up to 50% to $70 off store-wide. Plus, stop in to register to win over $2,900 in cash prices. Hurry in. Sale ends Monday. Bell Furniture. Unbeatable. High of 80 today, 62 degrees right now. I'm Elia Escobar, Sports Radio 610.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Tiger Woods will make his 26th Masters start later today. It looks bleak. He hasn't finished a tournament yet this year. But don't give up on Tiger. We saw him win at Augusta in 2019, despite everyone counting him out. He's 48, old, but not too old in golf terms. Freddie Couples made the Masters cut at 63 last year. Tiger may not do it this year, but he has time, and giving up on him has never worked out for anyone. I'm Andrew Perloff.
You're losing your hair, and you need a simple solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology with top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need Advanced Hair. They've completely redefined hair restoration, from the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, address them all with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Advanced Hair has performed tens of thousands of these breakthrough treatments. And get this, your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day. No one can offer anything like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair, and I highly recommend their team. It starts with your free consultation. Call 832-688-HAIR, 832-688-HAIR. If you qualify, you'll also get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that's redefined hair restoration. 832-688-HAIR, or check them out online at advancedhair.com.
I'm Bill, and I'm living with idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, a type of interstitial lung disease that causes scarring of the lungs and makes it hard to breathe. ILD can be hard to diagnose, so if you're out of breath with a constant dry cough, ask a pulmonologist if it could be ILD. My wife Bev and I have walked every step of this journey together. I couldn't have traveled this road alone, and neither should you. Get help, find hope. Go to lungsandyou.com.
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land, uniquely different. Like our effortless buying process, you'll never feel uncomfortable during the purchase experience. We'll do everything in our power to get you rolling in an hour. And with over 1,000 vehicles available, the selection has never been better. Choose the vehicle you want, and we'll even deliver it to your home. If it's a certified pre-owned Lincoln you're looking for, you're sure to find a clean, ready-to-deliver model at West Point to fit your budget. Effortless buying and exceptional service from a local dealer you can trust. That's West Point Lincoln on the Katy Freeway and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
I occasionally have nerve discomfort in my hands, so the things I love to do...
Let's play something, Grandma.
...became difficult as I got older.
If you have occasional stabbing and burning in your hands and feet, try Nervive Nerve Relief. Nervive's clinically studied dose of alpha-lipoic acid reduces occasional nerve discomfort in as little as 7 days with continued daily use. Say yes to healthy nerves with Nervive Nerve Relief. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
You're going to feel a puff of air.
Jong's Optometry has set their sights on staffing up.
Try the next line. Hey, Kim, can you tell our 2 o'clock we're running 15 behind? Sorry, we're a bit backed up today.
He needs an optometric technician to keep an eye on it all.
Where are the dilation drops?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Houston, it's time for the Chevron Championship, April 17th through the 21st at the club at Carlton Woods in the Woodlands. Join the LPGA Tour for their first major of the year. Watch the world's best female golfers compete for the coveted Dinah Shore Trophy on the Jack Nicklaus Signature Course at Carlton Woods. Don't miss this opportunity of a lifetime. Tickets are on sale now at thechevronchampionship.com. We'll see you at the Chevron Championship, April 17th through the 21st.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their valuable tools, but to protect their professional reputations. For pros, the WeatherGuard badge makes a statement about what drives them. It says, "Bring it on. Been there. Done that. We've got your back," without saying a word. And the folks at WeatherGuard, they're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. See what it means to be driven at weatherguard.com.
If you need bold banners to boost your business, but you're on a budget, think Staples. Posters, flyers, signs, and menus for less? Think Staples. Staples can print anything you need to move your business forward. Now at Staples, save $50 on your print purchase of $150 or more. Same-day service available on hundreds of items if you order by noon. And all backed by Staples' Print Perfect guarantee. So it's done right or it's printed again free. Staples, your local print and marketing expert. N61, visit staples.com/print for details.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the
come up the first time we see him. Just because we got to get it on the record. We got to figure out, hey, exactly what's going on here. What was this all about? And how can we be sure that it's not going to be, what are the reassurances that you've given the team, that your teammates have, and that the overall fan base and community has that this is going to be, third time's a charm, so to speak.
He's going to have a lot of individual matchups with past beef. I kind of went into a dive into just some of the guys that are on the schedule that he has beef with. So he has beef with Sauce in the past. Now they say decent things about each other, but he has beef with Sauce Gardner. We'll hear that. Jair Alexander at Green Bay.
Yep.
They've gotten into it before, and then he's going to face his brother. So there's going to be a lot of times where, when you're watching a football game and they're showing that individual matchup and maybe there's some chippiness or whatever, there's going to be a lot of individual matchups with Stefan Diggs. And I think if you are one of those people that, wonders, is he going to be all in on the team and whatnot, it's definitely going to be tested because nothing gets a wide receiver more fired up than one of those individual matchups. And let's say you lose, you feel like you're open or something like that. There's going to be a lot of those. There's going to be a lot of those tests, a lot of beef with Stefan Diggs and some of these corners that he's going to face this season.
Yeah, but based off of everything that they've done to accommodate him, right? Like it seems like there should be no riffraff. I think they're okay with beef with the opposition. I think you want that if you're the Texans, if you're a Texans fan, if you're even just a football fan, a casual observer.
Yeah.
You want to see that back and forth, that animosity. The issue is there going to be beef on the sidelines? Is there going to be beef in the meeting rooms? Is there going to be
good beef or bad beef?
Angst about it.
There's good beef, and then there's bad beef.
Exactly. And some of it could even be productive. I mean, I'm not saying that like all tension is bad or anything like that. And I think we kind of assume that sometimes. I say we, not the three of us, but the collective we. Sometimes it is assumed that just because guys are going back and forth or there's some arguments and there's some tension that it's automatically negative or that no positive can come of it. And I don't necessarily believe that, but it is something that he's going to have to answer for. I kind
of like having a guy like this. I really do. I think that edge, that whatever it is that he brings, is just going to be good for the Texans. Just being more in the limelight, so to speak. It's going to be good for this offense to have a guy that can do that. I kind of like it, to be honest.
I also wonder, if there's like another element of it where it takes pressure off the other guys.
Maybe, yeah.
Where, he's been in the smoke. He's handling his business. It kind of takes pressure off of the other guys. The restructuring of the contract has led to. I've seen Ross Tucker. I've seen other guys say, I don't like this trade as much because the restructuring of the contract. How do you look at that?
Yeah, that was like a popular response, right? Mm-hmm. The restructuring of the contract now. I like the trade in the beginning, but now I see the restructure and now I don't like it as much, which I don't get. Like I thought all along before the restructure, and to me, this kind of reaffirmed it. This is my own idea. I'm not getting this from anybody, but in my mind, this is kind of a tryout. When we had the conversation last week about who is the number one wide receiver, obviously Stefan Diggs is the number one wide receiver.
So you and him kind of agree on that.
Yeah.
No, he's the number one wide receiver coming in. Like, I don't think there's a question about that. But I do think that could change by the end. I think it could change by the end of the year, or they could feel differently about their guys based off of how it goes. So to me, however Stefan Diggs performs, however your offense performs this year with Stefan Diggs in it, to me is going to inform your future decisions at wide receiver. So, like, are you bringing Stefan Diggs back? Is Nico Collins getting one of those big mega deals?
Yeah.
Like the thought right now, the possibility that a year from now, either one of those guys might not be on the team, Nico Collins or Stefan Diggs. Now, you figure they're going to bring back at least one of them, but there's still that possibility that one of them's not here. To me, this year gives you enough information, enough data points to say this is the direction I want to go in, and maybe they have an even clearer answer this time next year on who their number one wide receiver is.
One thing is for certain, whether it's and it is Stefan Diggs.
It is Stefan Diggs. I don't want to be.
I've stood on the soapbox a couple of times. I'm not going to do it.
I agree with you, and I don't want to be unclear about that. I do think that there's room for that to change.
Yeah, you know how I feel about Stefan Diggs and how I feel about people that are like, whatever. You know how I feel about that. But whether it ends up being Nico or not, the motivation is there for both of these guys.
Yeah,
and that's money. Not like Stefan Diggs has that. He has that desire to win finally after getting close and close. But they both can make a lot of money.
Yeah,
if they play at that level.
Yeah, and they can win.
Yeah,
yes.
And people like I did see some people that were upset that the Texans perhaps felt the need to motivate Stefan Diggs by guaranteeing him the extra $3 million from next year and making it a 1-year deal. But like, I don't understand caring about what a guy is motivated by.
But I don't know. But that also seems like a hell of an assumption. Like Nick Caserio doesn't like long-term commitments. A guy's going to be 31. You want to figure out about him. I don't know. Like how much more is Nick going to get?
But also, why do we care about that?
I don't. That's
like whatever he's motivated by. Tap into it and motivate the sumbitch. Like I don't get that. Like what are we doing? Like he's motivated by money. I don't want him here.
Well, the thing is,
well, if that's the thing that motivates him, then so be it.
The other thing
you want him to produce. That's the end goal.
I don't know. I don't even know how to look at it. The thing that bothers me more than the motivation is that the second round picks being talked about in I just think it's a silly way because it's being talked about as if they gave up one of their second round picks and they have less draft picks and they don't have a second next year. It's a house loan. Like you take out a house loan to buy a specific house. As soon as they didn't get Keenan Allen, they made the trade with Minnesota. They traded back 19 spots and got their second, and they got an extra second round pick and they traded it there. That was the loan.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to evaluate the Diggs trade, then what they could have got at 22 matters to me. So the motivation and like the extra draft pick, those are the things that are kind of annoying me about it. But I don't know that they thought that if they brought in Stefan Diggs and didn't give him a new contract that he would just be kicking and screaming and all that. And the other thing is it's not a surprise. That's the other thing that I think is funny. Like I'm pretty sure that this was part of their plan and this was the discussion before we found out about it. But because naturally as a fan and as a media type, you react when you get the news, it was almost reacted to as, oh my God. They traded for Stefan Diggs, and now all of a sudden they have to void the final few years of his contract. I'm pretty sure they knew that before they traded him.
Yeah, or they just decided to do it. It's one of those things like, okay, Stefan Diggs between the draft pick that they used and the money that they guaranteed, it's almost like door dashing. It's like if you got the extra money and it's convenient to you, it makes sense to you. Like paying extra money for DoorDash might make sense to me and might not make sense to the next person. Why? Because I got the extra $20 to spend on it. They had the extra draft pick, to kind of Landry's point here.
Yeah.
You've got the extra draft pick. You've got the extra money, all of the cap space that you have. So you're not so desperate to hold on and be clingy to these things and be tight with these things that you have in excess. So you use your excess to go bring in a player that is more than likely better than anybody that you were going to draft in the second round or probably even at 23.
To me, I don't care, and I stole this from Roger Clemens. He was from a story he told about Kurt Schilling. It's not important.
Wow.
I don't care what your motivation is.
So long as you're motivated.
If it's women, if it's money, if it's winning, if it's fame, I don't care what your motivation is. Just use it. Just use that motivation.
Don't care what your motivation is so long as you are motivated.
Yes.
Like I just need you to be motivated by something. What's the Blake Snell quote that y'all do something, bro.
Do something, bro.
Just do something, bro.
Can you do something, bro?
I don't care why.
I don't care.
And what makes you tick and the reason
New
how you
contract,
got there.
Old contract, whatever.
Just do it.
I don't care.
Speaking of DoorDash, Tyler Milner tweeted this out yesterday. He tweeted this out yesterday.
At midnight.
11:25 p.m. yesterday.
11:25.
Yeah, well, midnight. I mean, he just said he just DoorDashed at Whataburger and he feels really good about the decision.
You gotta look at yourself. You gotta look at yourself.
Keep it to yourself. You don't have to
I was gonna say I'm not saying I'm above doing the exact same thing, but tweeting about it and feeling good about it, I've got some questions.
I think just in general, you should never DoorDash or Uber Eats fast food. Period.
I agree.
Period.
Unless it's Subway or Firehouse or something like that.
Well, yeah, but if you're such a fat, lazy ass that you have to DoorDash fast food, you got issues.
And yet the fries ain't coming in hot.
Exactly, that too.
Well, that's the main thing. It's like I could see, like, if you're not feeling well or you just really just can't really get yourself to get up and go.
Yeah.
And you do,
unless you're sick or something. Yeah,
right. Or you got the extra cash.
I don't even like the order ahead. Michael Beckman tagged us the other day. Shout out to the favorite mall walker of In the Loop, Michael Beckman. He said that he ordered ahead at Burger King for what, man? What are you doing, man?
Yeah, he's in a hurry.
Get your ass in line.
He's in a hurry.
It must have been one of them Burger Kings that take 10 minutes for whatever reason.
That's fine.
And your order's been sitting there for 5.
Maybe he's in Arlington.
You're like, is that mine? Is that mine right there? Because somebody just hand it to me?
So Stefan Diggs kind of won me over, and it wasn't anything he said recently, but he this quote kind of reemerged from him after he lit up a cornerback, and he quoted, and it is TBT, he quoted, in my opinion, I think this is the greatest trash talker in the history of sports. This was Stefan Diggs at the podium talking about roasting yet another top-notch NFL cornerback.
I'm the can man. What you say? I'm the can man. Anybody can get it. Good.
All right. And
the best part about that is the look away that he does at the end. He kind of gives a face that adds a little extra to it.
Man. Now, he didn't do it as good as Adrian Bronner, but he quoted him. So, Stefan Diggs, you're okay with me.
Listen, man, they call me the problem, but you could call me the can man, because anybody can get it. Africans, Americans, Dominicans, Mexicans, anybody can get it.
All right. Yeah. You're okay by me, Stefan Diggs.
Yeah. Now, to me, you do. I feel like you've got to go ahead and bite the entire joke and deliver it.
He should have. Yeah,
he should, because that makes it make more sense. The can man, anybody can get it, doesn't work as well without
kind of think about it,
without understanding what all the cans are.
Yeah, you got to get it.
Yeah.
But
if you know the reference though, then it's funny. But which I did.
But if we're being honest though, I mean, you know what the can is in football when it comes to corner, unless DeJean comes into the league, like.
Yeah.
Let's be real, right?
Yeah, but I just mean the whole right.
I mean, boxing, there's a lot more cans than there are.
You can't say Mexicans.
Nah, there's no Mexican
Maybe
corners.
Africans.
Can't say Caucasians. Can't do that.
I don't think that anybody knew what anyone can man meaning that anyone can get it. I don't think anybody would put that together without.
It doesn't work as good
without that.
Without pulling it all of the lines in there. So.
What in the hell is wrong with you when it comes to talking about John Mechie lately?
Dude,
what are we doing?
I think y'all totally misunderstood my point.
Let me see if I can.
You want to talk about an Instagram overreaction?
You want to talk about like poor reading comprehension for as intelligent as you two guys are. I'm not saying because he's working out with C.J. Stroud in the offseason. I said seeing him made me think about, and this is what I'm getting at. I see John Mechie on the picture.
By the way, working out with Diggs, Tank, and C.J. in the offseason.
And then it makes me think, okay, back to the conversation we were having a week ago about who is going to be the odd man out. I'm not saying because John Mechie's in the photo, therefore he's not the odd man out. Right. I'm saying that seeing him in the photo, because why would I even be thinking about him, right?
Right.
But he's in the photo with his teammates, and so it's got me thinking, who is the odd man out? And so then I start doing.
That's not how I read that.
And then I start doing my process of elimination.
Yeah.
And I do believe, and this is what you did read, was that I do believe that he is less likely or least likely to be the odd man out. Not because he's in the picture, but because seeing him in the picture made me think about it. And then I did my process of elimination.
That's pretty convoluted.
No, listen.
No, I get it. I get it.
Are you following me?
Yes.
We did this.
Mechie guy. Big Mechie guy here.
Okay, y'all make the argument then. And maybe it's another guy. Maybe it's somebody that they draft. But you tell me, if John Mechie doesn't have the best case for not being the odd man out between John Mechie, Robert Woods, and Xavier Hutchinson. Robert Woods passes prime and expensive. He makes the most sense to cut.
Mm-hmm.
Xavier Hutchinson, the lower ceiling guy who they drafted later. Okay, so John Mechie is their second-round pick who ended up getting cancer, right? And so he's still trying to get it together. To me, John Mechie falls in line of still relatively cheap, high upside guy, whereas, Hutchinson falls in the line of still relatively cheap, but is the upside as high? Do they view him the same way that they once at least viewed Mechie before the cancer diagnosis?
That's a great conversation to have, but that's not what I got out of that. That post you had on the doc.
You've been reading a long time. Let me see. What did I put? Let me go back and look at it. What did I put?
Because I was like, look, that's a great conversation. And frankly, I would argue Steven Sims is in the mix.
Wait, what?
I would argue Steven Sims is in the mix.
I said that last week.
Yeah, I would. Yeah. But
you said, quote, Mechie being at these workouts makes me feel like it's not going to be him. Who is the odd man out?
Come on now.
Yeah.
What was I supposed to get out of that?
What kind of comprehension is that?
Maybe I could have added a sentence or two. But all I'm saying, okay, I'll tell you what. How about this?
Makes me think it's not going to be him.
Comprehend
me.
Okay. How about this? I'll double down.
All right.
Mechie being at these workouts makes me feel like he's not going to be the odd man out. And then I just explained it to you. Now argue.
No, that part I got.
Now argue against my point.
No.
I'm just saying.
Like I said, I get that part.
You read what I put on the dot.
But that's not what I read.
Okay, so he just read it.
Yeah.
To the audience, y'all heard what I put on the doc.
Yeah.
Before that, y'all heard my explanation for why I put that on the doc.
Put that on
now
the doc.
argue against my point.
No, put that on the doc.
I don't feel
it was like 4 in the morning.
I don't think John Mechie being there. I don't think John Mechie being there impacts anything for me.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's because. I just think that he is the most likely. Like, okay, let's pretend like he wasn't at the workout.
Okay.
I still feel like he's not the odd man.
That's
out.
fine.
Okay.
That's what I'm getting
That's
at.
fine.
But seeing him did remind. I was like, oh yeah, John Mechie. That's right. Oh, C.J. Stroud talks highly of John Mechie.
Yeah.
Oh, John Mechie was at one point thought to be a highly regarded dude coming out of Alabama. You know, he's got the pedigree. Then he had the unfortunate thing that happened to him, you know, from a health standpoint.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it made me think, oh, you know what? John Mechie, not last year, but at one point was viewed as being, as the kids say, like that. And they might still view him that way. CJ might still view him that way. I think he's most likely to be viewed that way out of the non-3 guys that we know.
Likable guy, man.
No, I'm talking about as a football player.
Yeah.
He's definitely, they're all likable guys. I'm talking about as a football player. I think that C.J. Stroud more than likely looks at John Mechie, outside of the obvious 3 that we know about, as his best piece.
Outside of the front line.
What about Woods?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I think he views Mechie as and not just him. I think we can. I don't know if y'all disagree with this, but Mechie at this point has the higher ceiling than Woods because he has now seen his better days.
I'm not sure he has a higher ceiling than Hutchinson.
That's a good conversation.
I don't know if he has one than Woods.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a higher one than what Woods was, but higher than what the last thing that you saw from Woods.
Yeah. I mean, even last year, that I would take that year. The year that Woods had last year, I would take it.
The Woods that he had last year, sure, but he's going to be a year older again. Like you know what I'm saying. So and he's more expensive. So that's what I'm saying. This guy, for the price and the upside, seems to be the clearest candidate to not be the odd man out.
Coming up, hot take from B. Scott. The AFC South, best division in football. Could it be? We'll discuss next.
All right, guys, let's talk about getting those car payments.
.610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, Landry Locker, John Lopez, B. Scott, AFC South. Been a polarizing division around here because you really don't know what you're going to get. Oh, the Indianapolis Colts, the long dominance during the Manning era. Then they get Andrew Luck. It appears we're heading in that direction. You sprinkle in an AFC Championship run by the Jags. You sprinkle in an AFC Championship run by the Titans. Texans have won the division a handful of times since the Manning thing, and now here we are. Texans appear to be the favorite. Jacksonville could have easily won it last year. The Colts, they were close as well. They were a drop pass away from ending the Texans season. And now B. Scott is saying, what about the AFC South? How are you feeling about it? Because I've heard many national media types basically say Texans are going to run away with this division, and then it's a matter of if they're in the tier or not. Where are you sitting on the AFC South?
Yeah, I still think that the Texans should be at least the favorite. I don't know about running away with it, but they should be the favorite to win it just based off of the quarterback. I think they got the best quarterback in the division, and then they did everything they did in the offseason on top of that. So they are a team that improved last year and then improved from that. So I fully expect them to be the favorites. But then I just started looking around the league, looking around the division, and I'm like, man, I'm old enough to remember now when the AFC South was the division that everybody laughed at, talked about like, oh, let's just pass over the AFC South. Do we have to watch any AFC South games? No, it was honestly not just arguably the worst, but the least interesting division in football.
Hell, you're old enough if you're 2.
Exactly. I was going to say my kids are in elementary. My kids are in elementary school.
To remember. Yeah, I'm 2.
My kids are in elementary school. They don't follow this stuff the way we do, but if they did, they would be old enough to remember it. Yeah. But the point is, like, go around and look. I think going into the season, the AFC North still has to kind of be looked as the top division in the NFL, just based off of you got 4 teams that were all over 500 next year or last year, and they're bringing back largely either the same team or an upgraded team. So I think going in, it's still the AFC North, but I was wondering, and this is why I put this on the doc, I was wondering by the end of the year, are we looking at it a lot differently between what C.J. Stroud could do in year 2? We still don't know what Anthony Richardson is, but what if that's a thing? So now you're talking about potentially 2 quarterbacks. And then, of course, Indianapolis, I feel like people are just kind of looking over them because they didn't win that last game against the Texans, right?
They kind of been just lurking.
Yeah, they've been lurking.
Splashes. They're just lurking.
Lurking, solid, good coaching. I mean, the bones are there for them to be a solid team as well. So I'm starting to think like, hey, I look at the East and I think about the Buffalo Bills taking a step back. They lose Stefan Diggs. They lose Gabe Davis. Josh Allen's going to be out there running and throwing it to himself. The New York Jets, they could be interesting. I know they've made a lot of really interesting moves, and Aaron Rodgers is going to come back healthy, but we don't fully really know what to expect from them. The Dolphins are going to be good, but I feel like we know what they are.
Yeah.
They're just standing pat. Like, to me, I look at it, the West is really basically just the Chiefs. We'll see what Harbaugh does with Justin Herbert. But I look around the league, and I'm like, this is a division that has, at the very least, 3 solid to really good playoff contenders, and we'll even see what Tennessee turns into. I'm not scared of them, but we can't pretend like they didn't make moves. They didn't actually do things to upgrade their roster. So I look at the depth of it from top to bottom. Maybe they don't have the best team in the NFL, but from 1 through 4, I think they're going to have something to say about being the best team in the division, or the best division in the NFL.
I think there's a tendency to overreact at times to where, like, had the Texans lost that game to the Colts, I wouldn't think any less of their hopes for the next season. I mean, I just wouldn't. I would still feel pretty good about them, and they would still have the same resources, assets, all that. it almost feels like you're right. The Texans have the best quarterback. I don't think anyone can dispute that. But I feel like people sleep on Shane Steichen.
I don't get it.
Because quarterback and coach is what you can have. Like, for whatever reason, like if they catch that pass, and it was a hell of a play call. I mean, the guy catches the pass.
Yeah.
They beat let's say they beat the Texans. Who knows what CJ does with the time? But are we giving him more respect? Like, do we just completely dismiss Shane Steichen? I feel like if you ask me right now who's the best coach in this division, I would not give up D'Amico for anyone, but I'm not sure that Shane Steichen isn't the best coach in the division at this point. I'm sorry. I feel like people completely dismiss him.
Yeah, I think he would have a case. It did not help him, though, that the head-to-head was against D'Amico, so the game that we're talking about that he needed to win that he didn't was against the other one that's a new head coach. And then, like, the play call was great, but you can question
Jonathan Taylor on the sidelines.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's coaching. What personnel group did you put out there and who you throw it to? Yeah, well, that's it. I mean, you just sub that guy for Jonathan Taylor, and then maybe Jonathan Taylor still catches the ball that's thrown behind him, or maybe a better quarterback throws a better ball. Like, that didn't feel like it was all on Shane Steichen, but it feels like he could have made a better decision on who was out there on the field. So I don't know if that's just a recency bias type of thing with him, or if people just weren't really fully paying attention to what he was doing with that team throughout the year, or both.
I think the best argument you have is what we're looking at in this offseason. Like, what teams are acting like they're good? All 4 teams in this division.
That's a good point.
All 4 teams are acting like they're good. What have the Titans done? Let's go get these guys.
Yep.
What have the Jaguars done? Let's go get these guys. Colts, who knows? But they got the quarterback that they feel confident in. And what are the Texans doing? Let's go get these guys. All 4 teams in this division are acting like they're good, which tells you they think they're good.
Yeah.
And maybe that's going to translate to the division being that good.
And I don't know if I'm too close to it from covering a team in the division, since we talk Texans, but I look at each one of these divisions and I feel like the North and the South are the only ones right now where I don't have a single team that I'm just willing to write off automatically. You go to the East, sorry. We'll see what Gerard Mayo does eventually. We'll see what quarterback they end up drafting. But I'm writing the Patriots off immediately, like right now today. Go down to the West. I'm writing off the Raiders and the Broncos. Now they can prove me wrong, but I don't see it.
Mm-hmm.
You do the same thing with these 2 divisions.
You're writing off the Titans?
I'm not writing them off.
Whoa.
Yeah. I'm not writing them off.
You're not.
They went and made some moves.
No, I'm writing them off. They're acting like a team that thinks that they're good.
That's a better way to put it.
Yeah.
Like, I don't believe in them per se.
Yeah.
But just based off of their own aggression and their own belief, right? Like, you can't. I don't feel like I can write them off. I mean, I'm writing them other squads off way before I'm writing off the Titans.
Yeah.
For sure.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, B. Scott Figgy Pig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. So we got some local-ish news when it comes to John Calipari, his departure from Kentucky to Arkansas. Scott Drew was in Kentucky. He was flirting. Apparently, he told them, "Screw y'all, I'm going back to Waco." So Kentucky getting rejected by the head coach at Baylor.
Dude,
is Lopez's wish of running Kelvin Sampson out of town?
No, God,
more alive than ever.
More lies,
dude. It shows you. Just think about it. John Calipari is leaving Kentucky to go to Arkansas. So if you're Scott, other than money, right? If you're Scott Drew, you're like, okay, so what is the appeal of going to Kentucky exactly? Like, it kind of hurts the job a little bit that you would leave a job of that status to go to make a parallel at best move, and really it's, a lateral move at best, but really kind of in stature, it seems like taking a step back. And I think he might even be taking a pay cut a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
I know that was at least reported. So it's just not the same. Going from Baylor to Kentucky does not mean the same as it would have, let's say, when Scott Drew first got that job at Baylor.
I would get in a lot of trouble in Kentucky circles, but I've said it multiple times. I just don't think the Kentucky job's that good anymore.
Well, I think this proves it.
It's got to be improving, right?
I really don't think it's that good anymore. By the way, maybe related, maybe not. Jamal Shedd has declared for the draft.
Yeah.
So
good for him.
Yeah.
There's nothing to keep you here.
Yeah. True that.
Just kidding.
True that.
So you think he gone for real then, huh?
No, I don't. Landry just puts words in my mouth.
No, you were suggesting that Sampson get the.
Do you not think he's a candidate?
He's a good coach.
There you go. He's a candidate.
I don't think they're considering him now.
I'll be damned.
I don't know if they're considering him or not. I don't think he'll leave.
Hey, I'll be damned if I'm already rich and I leave from Houston to Kentucky.
This is true.
I'm not doing it.
This is true.
I'm sorry. I'm already living good. I make good money. I live in a great city. I'm not going to Kentucky.
No, absolutely.
No, absolutely not. I'm not doing that.
A lot of wild folks up there, man. That's a crazy fan base.
Kentucky?
Yeah.
Whew.
Crazy fan base.
and think about that. Do you like what are they entitled to at this point?
They're
the
going to be
nerve.
Nebraska. They're going to be the Nebraska of basketball.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I think that's actually a fine comparison.
They're going to be the Nebraska.
I see it. I see your vision.
Once great, once they'll never fall, they fell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now I think they might actually be a little bit more competitive than Nebraska was after they fell. Like I don't think they're going to take that big of a dip.
Yeah.
You know, but I see your vision. I'm with you.
Coming up, hiding. Once upon a time, O.J. Simpson was hiding from the cops. Now he's dead. Are the Texans hiding Stefan Diggs? Next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Do you think
Locker.
The hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
O.J. Simpson has passed away at the age of 76 years old.
Hardly knew him.
Hardly knew you. Well, you probably knew him very well.
Just when I hate social media, too.
He gone.
There's some world-class tweets going on right now.
Oh, it's so great.
It's so great.
OJ is no longer with us. I saw ESPN. They had. I was kind of going to be critical of him, but they did the right thing. They were showing his highlights, and I was like, man, you got to show the real highlights. They were showing him, like, breaking tackles and stuff, and then they showed him trying on the glove. And so I was like, okay, now we're getting to the real highlights.
Yeah.
You could have a triple box of just like, you could have his football highlights, you could have the actual chase highlights, and then you could have trial highlights.
You have him broadcasting, too.
You can have
broadcast
commercials. You can have post-everything highlights when he's on the golf course saying wild stuff.
I'm not going to lie to y'all. I had to give myself about half an hour. Okay, so this news came out, before y'all show started.
Mm-hmm.
I come on at 11. I had to give myself half an hour to get back into, I'm going to be on with In the Loop. I'm going to be on the air mode. Because as soon as I found out he died, I was ready to go pop the popcorn, turn on the documentary. I'm kind of like Landry in terms of being somewhat obsessed with the trial, the history of it. Like, this is all I am going to consume as soon as I leave from you guys. I got an errand to run when I'm done. This is all I'm doing is rewatching that Made for America doc. All I'm doing.
Yeah, I mean,
it's some of the best content that I've ever consumed.
No, it's fascinating
in my life.
It's a fascinating whole thing, and a fascinating life in many angles. And now O.J. Simpson, he is gone. Rest wherever.
Hey, before we go, we did this off the air, but I got to do it now. I got to give y'all the two America's responses to OJ's death. And this is not going to get anybody in trouble or anything. I just found it fascinating. Sean Pendergast, when this news came out.
Wait, so we're saying the white POV, black POV?
Yes. This is
so he gave the black POV. Okay, let's get the black POV from Sean Pendergast.
Do you think?
Right, opposite day. So Sean Pendergast goes, hey, this is just an example to show that you need to have your affairs in order if you're law enforcement. And I was like, yeah, that is one takeaway. Or if you were on my side of the tracks, this was, hey, this is why you can't trust them folks. Because they tried to frame a guilty man, a man very clearly and obviously guilty. They still in there with them shenanigans.
Why'd they get so greedy, man?
I know.
Why'd y'all get so greedy?
Wow.
Man? You don't have to do it all like that.
I forgot who said it, but it might have been an old Saturday Night Live. Their whole prosecution should have been, come on. Come on.
They should have just been like, really? Word. That should have been
He had a squad, though.
Oh.
He did.
He had a squad.
Dream team before the dream team.
He had a squad.
Man. That was after the dream team, wasn't it?
Yeah. Squad. Absolute
The real dream team.
Yeah.
Attorneys. Speaking of hiding, are the Texans hiding Stefan Diggs? No news conference for Stefan Diggs. In the spirit of that, let's get to know the personality of Stefan Diggs a little bit on a TBT. Hashtag Throwback Thursday. This was Stefan Diggs a few years ago on Family Feud. These were his 5 answers with the man who never wears the same suit twice, not even in reruns, Steve Harvey.
25 seconds on the clock, please. Here we go. We asked 100 married women, if men wore loincloths, what size would your husband wear?
Medium.
Name something a squirrel might do if another squirrel stole its nuts.
Beat him up.
Try again.
Steal it back.
All right. How many rounds do most boxing matches go?
12.
Finish this phrase. Leave it what?
In.
Name something specific. Name some specific people. I'll finish now. Is this real? Oh my God. All right, we got to ask this last one. Okay, take your time, pay attention. Here we go. Listen to me. Name something specific people put in their mouths when they're sick.
Thermometer.
All right, let's go. Good answer. Come on, baby.
Leave it in.
That
he won though.
I remember that.
They did win.
They won. Yeah,
I remember that when it happened. That was actually. I feel like I became more familiar with Stefan Diggs after that, and he was already a player. But I was like, I gotta pay attention to this dude. I didn't know he had this kind of juice. This is funny.
What's up with the no press conference?
What is up? What is up?
They're gonna do one. They're going to do one.
No?
We know that they're going to do one because they're going to do one. They have to do. I mean, eventually, we're going to have.
Yeah, but that's not an introductory. That's not an introductory. Just having him available at offseason, that's not an introductory presser.
But okay, so we can split those hairs. Then that's not an introductory press conference.
I mean, he's going to speak, but they skip the introductory.
But what I'm saying is, if they show up for a press conference, they being either Nick Caserio or D'Amico Ryans show up for a press conference, which we know they will because the draft is coming up. They show up for a press conference before they tried out Stefan Diggs out there.
Yeah.
That's going to be a question.
That's going to be the press conference
for them. You know, and they can. I'm sure they'll be able to deflect and handle it like professionals, like they do. But it's not going to look good. To me, that would not reflect well on them. And I don't know how important it really is, but it just seems weird.
It's very weird.
Seems weird.
Especially like every NFL club loves the buzz, the publicity around their own squad. You can't find better than that.
Yeah.
I mean, there hadn't been better in the offseason, really.
Yeah. And if you wanted to delay it a little bit, we see that it's been delayed.
Oh, yeah.
And if you're doing some PR strategy, powwowing on exactly what the party lines are going to be, how you're going to put your talking points out there, how you're going to answer questions. They know everybody that's going to be there.
The only bad things he's going to say is stuff about Buffalo.
Yeah.
Does that negatively impact you? I mean, that's a legit question.
Yeah, I don't
know. No, it doesn't. I mean, it's going to be a Buffalo. It's going to be a storyline. It's going to be a Buffalo thing, but it doesn't impact the Texans.
What could he do that would negatively impact the Texans? Like outside
Like
of,
at a press conference?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Outside of like beating somebody up at the press conference or, taking his clothes off. Something that
would be about the
that
extent of it.
absolutely is not going to happen.
Yeah.
What could he do? What could he this is a better question. What could he say?
Yeah.
Like outside of the worst things that you could say, I don't know, something racist or
right.
I don't know, like things
but
that
it's all those things.
Things that are
all
not
those
going to happen
categories
are
that
the
he's
only
not gonna
things
do.
that would be the reasons to not have him there, and those things aren't going to happen. They know everybody is going to ask the questions. They know what type of questions we typically ask. Yeah.
Well, some people.
I'll ask y'all this. If you were,
What is it like to be able to play with C.J. Stroud?
if you're PR and you're
what
about to
this
bring
D'Amico Ryans culture?
What do you think of C.J. Stroud?
Speaking
What
to
about
my
this
point,
D'Amico
But they
Ryans
will ask
culture?
those.
would you be afraid to trot somebody out there in front of our media corps?
No.
No, God,
no.
Does our
Well,
media
maybe
corps
because I would be
scare you?
embarrassed. Maybe because I would be embarrassed.
See, I wouldn't
That's all
try.
you got?
See, you went extra. I wasn't trying to do all that.
That's all you got?
You didn't lob that up, Gary?
I did kind of lob that up.
Like they're
I did kinda
so
line that
aware.
up.
The Texans, more than ever, are so aware of PR and publicity and all that.
I get it. I mean, if
Yeah.
you don't want to, you don't have to. I mean, that's fine. It's not like
Well, you don't have to.
It's silly though.
Yeah.
he didn't do anything crazy. I just thought, hey, how about a press conference?
Yeah. Yeah.
Why not?
I mean,
Well, I do it for Joe Mixon.
that's what I'm saying. You got Daniil Hunter and Joe
Daniil
Mixon
Hunter,
up there.
yeah.
So
Yeah,
this
the most
guy's
entertaining guy there is. He's cool, man. Stefan would come out here and get you excited.
more
I
entertaining.
actually think he'd hit a home run with it.
Dude, he's more entertaining and a better player, a more important player.
Yeah.
Like I get that
He won
Daniil
the-
Hunter's going to get the more money and all of that, but
You won the offseason because of him. You don't want to talk about that?
Yeah.
he's like
Yeah.
1,000-yard receiver like 6 years in a row.
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing?
I think it'd be entertaining. I think they kind of missed an opportunity there. Another L for the Astros. They fall 11-2 yesterday. Spencer Arrighetti, 7-run, 7th inning. He ends up allowing the 7 runs on 7 hits, 3 strikeouts, 3 base on balls. The Astros fall to 4-9. They look to avoid the sweep today at 110, 120. We can throw the pitching aside. Jose Abreu, man.
Dude.
He hit 8th yesterday. He was 0 for 3. He grounded into an inning double play with runners on the corners early.
He had an RBI. I think he didn't have a sack fly. Didn't he have a sack fly?
What are we doing with this guy?
Dude, we are burning daylight.
Yeah.
I feel like we are wasting our time. It actually hit me earlier in the show, Lopez, when you were like, this is the beginning of the end.
Yeah.
Because I don't feel like that yet, but that's usually how the beginning of the end feels. Like the beginning of the end doesn't always feel like the beginning of the end when you're in the middle of it. It's usually when you look back and you're like, oh, you know what? That was the beginning of the end.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking about it like they go down. They had a 7-run inning for the Royals, right? And I'm like, guess I'm watching Timberwolves Nuggets for the rest of the night. Like I would never turn away from an Astros game, in the second or third, in the third or fourth inning over the last 4 or 5 years. I'd never turn away from an Astros game to watch an out-of-market NBA game.
Yeah.
I did it yesterday. Today, they're going to play at 1:10. I'll be watching the OJ doc. So, like, it's kind of feeling like the beginning of the end.
I hate to say it, and people are like, well, you're hating on it. No, man. I mean, I'm telling you what I think is we're seeing here. That's what we do.
The end of it.
They have all the markings. New manager, who knows what he is.
Boring.
Pitching problems.
That's what he is.
No
boring.
matter what you think. Seeing something that's not there with the pitching problems. I mean, Justin Verlander is going to come back, and he's still going to be 41. Fromber is going to come back, and he's still going to have had an elbow injury. Luis
roller coaster.
Yeah. So, and then there's the lineup like, hey, guys, we're starting our big pitching prospect today. And I get it. It changes. It's his first start, nerves, butterflies, all that stuff. That does not look like that does not look like a top pitching prospect because they haven't had a first-round pick.
No, because
he's not.
Let's split these hairs here.
Yeah.
He's their top pitching prospect. He is not a top pitcher's prospect.
And their draft picks have been garbage.
Yeah, man.
Like garbage. Like that. Whether you think it's the beginning of the end, those are all signs of the beginning of the end.
I want to be mad at Landry for dogging Joe Espada, but I also don't disagree with a word that he says. I mean, you're right.
None disrespect. It bores me. You bore me, sir.
I want to object, but points are being made.
The feds have concluded that the translator of Shohei Ohtani he was using an account that the pitcher didn't know about, and the gambling debt was acquired without his knowledge. It must be nice to be that rich, man.
Oh, I have that account?
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. How much is in there?
Oh, $4 million? Okay. Thanks. It's probably just like a direct deposit of one endorsement deal.
We get paid today or not?
Yeah, it's probably just like he probably has like some Japanese or drink or whatever, and it just goes in. He just has it in that account, and it just stockpiles, and Ohtani doesn't even know about it.
Yeah.
Dude, I know we all have some friends in high places, but this is having friends in high places right here. Like I'm tight with a dude who's a several hundred millionaire, and I can just I'm tight enough with him to just make up a fake account to launder all my gambling debts to. Like it's good work if you can get it, unless you're gonna do Fed time for it.
Yeah, unless John Calipari. What a stand-up guy that is. That guy is the new coach of the Arkansas Razorbacks. Man, he did not want you to know about the news that he was leaving Kentucky because he respects the game.
There was some stuff Saturday and Sunday back and forth. We didn't talk contract more than 15 minutes total, maybe less, 10 minutes. Here's what. Okay, that's fine. Let's do it. But I refuse to do anything Sunday or Monday because of the national championship game.
I think that says a lot.
That is those players, those coaches, those schools, they deserved it. And then when it leaked out, but you notice neither one of us said one word.
I believe it. I totally believe it.
Does he want a damn cookie?
No. You can pat yourself on your back all you want.
I mean, bro? Like,
no.
What?
I think he is definitely patting himself on the back, but I do believe that's what he was doing. Yeah. I don't believe everything he said yesterday, but I do believe that.
Yeah, I guess.
You don't?
I mean, sure.
No, you don't have to. I'm just saying.
No, I mean,
What does it say about the college game that a coach making a lateral move at best could possibly overshadow the national championship game?
Well, says it's on TBS. And ESPN avoids it on their home site as it's going on.
What NFL head coach could move teams and it overshadow the Super Bowl?
Nothing.
You know what I'm saying?
Overshadow it.
Like I'm just saying, like, and there's compared to any other sport, like most sports, head coaching moves don't overshadow not just any game, not just a primetime game. The championship, to me, it just speaks to
O.J. Simpson didn't care about overshadowing
the state of no, he certainly didn't. No. One of my earliest memories, man.
Yeah. Go off on that Bronco. B. Scott, appreciate you.
Yes,
as
sir.
always, my guy. B. Scott, there you go. Go watch some OJ docs, man.
Can't wait, man.
Very fun. The A&E one is the best. A&E, yeah. Look it up. Underrated. Very strong.
I'm gonna check it out
on demand. Best one. Coming up next. Stefan Diggs. Stefan Diggs. Are we overthinking this whole Stefan Diggs thing? And are we not alone in that? Could they be overthinking it out there on Kirby? That's next.
Is Sean buying the... app.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Two players, two former Buffalo Bills, two polarizing Buffalo Bills for different reasons. I'm talking about Stefan Diggs and O.J. Simpson.
Oh, man, Biggie.
What? Two polarizing Buffalo Bills. I'm trying to connect it. I'm trying to localize it.
You got it done.
Trying to localize it.
Buffalo fans going through it right now.
Yeah, they are. Two polarizing guys.
They lost two of them.
Yeah.
O.J. Simpson, dead. 76 years old.
Which Bill do they miss the most?
Perhaps Stefan.
Perhaps O.J.
Perhaps Stefan.
Yeah.
But O.J. Simpson, dead at 76. That's what we that's the news that is going crazy. That's the A topic on SportsCenter. You know him as one of the best running backs of all time. You know him as a murderer. Let's not beat around the bush. You know him as a murderer, and you know him as kind of the first big public trial, polarizing, all that type of stuff, divisive, if you will. He gone.
Trial.
Hey, Twitter world.
Historic reference.
Trial of the century. A lot of people try to put that tag on big trials. Nothing will compare.
Nothing will top it.
Nothing will compare.
Nothing will top it. So he's gone. And the man who once upon a time punked John Lopez into taking his ass to the back of the plane.
Well, I was ignorant of it, but yes.
It's my seat, punk.
I wish I could
John
remember.
Lopez sitting on a plane.
I remember it was a long flight, so I really was happy that I got the upgrade to first class. And the door closed. See, these days, once the door closed, you're done. Like, they don't open the door anymore. But they opened the door, and the flight attendant came up to me and said, "Sir, you can certainly stay here. We have a full-paying first-class passenger that just arrived. Would you mind or consider giving up your first-class seat?" And I said, "Sure, no problem. I get it." Got my bag. I turned around. OJ's walking on the plane.
Yeah.
It was like a year before.
I can't believe you gave that up, man.
I'm just too
You
nice.
gotta ask somebody. You gotta ask somebody else.
He knows his role.
I'm just too nice a guy sometimes.
You know your role.
I need to be more of a prick.
Sometimes when you set out to do something, Father Time just gets you before you can do it. O.J. Simpson never found that man.
He searched every golf course he could.
Yeah.
He searched every single golf course that he could find.
Yeah.
In search of the real murderer.
Yeah. Didn't find it.
Never found him there.
Didn't get it.
Maybe he didn't play golf. I don't know. That's what he said. Like, I'm going to look to my last breath. I'm going to be searching for the real murderer. Well,
yeah. I think he left a confession. I think we'll get a confession sooner rather than later.
I like that theory. I hope it's true.
Yeah, because I'm shocked that he's dead without the confession. I think we'll get it. Someone has it.
Well, people know.
Yeah, I mean, it's
like
obvious.
certainly people know.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
I mean, even his lawyers have come out since and said, "Yeah, he did it." Like all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know.
Well, he was not.
We're pretty
guilty,
good at our job.
Yeah, he did it.
Yeah, we're pretty good at our job. You know,
they were excellent. That was. We went through the list. You went through the list earlier.
F. Lee Bailey, Robert Shapiro, Barry Scheck,
Alan Dershowitz,
Johnny Cochran, Robert Kardashian.
Yeah.
What is Johnny Cochran's guy's name? That's real hilarious.
Oh, yeah. Hold on. Yeah, I can't remember, but it was a who's who, man, and they did their job.
He was like an understudy of Johnny Cochran. What's his name? This is gonna bother me. He was always sitting right there. Young. He looked young at the time. Man, come on. Someone help
I
me.
can't remember.
He's the only one I can't remember from this damn.
But it was a who's who.
Not Johnny Cochran. And this is gonna bother the hell out. I don't even think I can continue with this.
Yeah, we'll get it. We'll get it.
The dream team.
Mm-hmm.
Carl Douglas. Carl Douglas.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Carl Douglas. All these guys would be attorneys that you would hire, and it'd be expensive as hell.
You would expect
and
to
he
win.
had the whole squad just lined up.
Yeah, and you would expect to win. I mean, because they're that good.
So, from one polarizing bill to the next. Might be my best transition ever right there. That's how you localize it.
Or not.
That's how you localize it right there. Stefan Diggs. I feel like the Texans missed an opportunity, my friend. I feel like they missed an opportunity because
I actually think Stefan Diggs could have got Texans fans very excited about this upcoming season.
I totally agree.
I mean, you ask him about Buffalo, who cares what he says? It doesn't mean a damn thing.
Yeah.
But I feel that Stefan Diggs, with his charisma, with his likability, with his just the excitement that he brings, I feel that the Texans missed an opportunity to get fans even more excited by putting Stefan Diggs at the podium and letting him speak. Now, eventually he's going to be available. That's not an introductory press conference.
Well, it's going to be crazier because they didn't have an introductory press conference. Yeah, I think more people. Well, it should be. We'll see how it ends up being. I'm just surprised more than anything, and I guess there's still a chance they could do something here, but they've postponed it for now. I'm surprised because the Texans, like so many teams, but maybe even more so, are just so aware of publicity and PR and getting people talking about this squad, and then they're not doing that. I don't understand that. I don't get it.
Is it an overthink? Is it convenience?
That's
or
the best way
what
to
are we
put
doing?
it. It's an overthink. You're overthinking. What if he does that? Doesn't matter. Nobody cares. Not here.
Quite frankly, outside of a head coaching hire or big draft pick, I think this is the best press conference that you could have. Now, maybe they just don't trust the locals to handle the business. I don't know.
That's even better because you would want more softball cream puff questions,
Because the Buffalo thing, what's he going to say? He's either going to say, nah, my time in Buffalo was great. I enjoy it every year. Shout out to the Bills fans. Josh Allen's a great quarterback. That's a great organization, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah.
But if he comes out and says, Buffalo sucks, Josh Allen's not the same caliber as C.J. Stroud, what does that do for it? It doesn't cost you anything.
It actually makes, it makes them look, there's more of a story there.
Yeah, not a big thing.
Yeah.
I was surprised B. Scott agrees with you. Stefan Diggs is the number one receiver. Let's not hear anything else about anyone. Stefan Diggs, number one receiver. You think it, B. Scott thinks it. There you go.
Why would you not?
Because Nico had a good year. Tank gets people excited, perhaps.
Those things are both true. But that doesn't make them the number one wide receiver. The easiest way to explain this is the Texans know what they have. They're in that locker room every day. They've watched every tape. They've seen every practice. They know what they have in Nico Collins and Tank Dell. Nico was up for could have gotten a new contract, and they didn't give it to him. That doesn't mean they don't like him. Doesn't mean they don't protect. What it does mean is they're not sure yet. So they brought in what? The sure thing. They brought in a number one wide receiver. That right there is the definition. Because they could have signed Nico and said, he's our guy. Trust us on this. He's going to explode again and just have an enormous year and be a Pro Bowler, maybe be an All-Pro.
He can still do that.
And he still can. But what I'm saying, in this offseason, they weren't convinced. They were so instead they went and got Stefan Diggs, who they were convinced about. He's your number one wide receiver. Period.
Well, then why didn't he get in a press conference?
Well, no, he should.
He's your number one guy. Why not a press conference?
He was the best signing. The Texans won the offseason. Stefan Diggs was the highlight signing of the offseason, acquisition of the offseason. And then you extend it.
Where's he at?
Where's he at? I'm with you. Where you at?
Where you at?
Yeah.
Why are you hiding him? Polarizing Bills here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah.
You know what today is, right? Did you walk in here? Did you see what they got going on with the bull?
Oh, is it the dog adoption thing?
Yeah, today's National Pet Day.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they got some...
That's a great thing they do.
Yeah, it's good. Adopt the dog. Good for them.
Yeah.
What is the best and worst thing about your pet, Figgy? Best thing, worst thing about your pet?
I would say the best thing is he don't really bother nobody. He don't chew on anything.
Oh, that's great.
He just chill. He don't try to take food off the table or anything like that. He just chill. The worst thing I would probably say, it could be a good thing too, but he start bothering you and start barking when he got to go out. I could be chilling.
That's good.
I could be chilling.
Appreciate that.
I could be chilling on the couch, and then he just get to looking at you all funny.
I'd appreciate that.
He start turning in circles and look at you, and then he'll actually jump on you and jump back off on the floor and look at you, and then try to lead you to the door.
See, that's good.
Yeah, it's a good
That's kind
thing.
of like the parent that says, yeah, my kid just studies too much.
Has your dog broken in any more houses?
No. She's getting so It's bad, but it's harmless bad. She won't like chew up anything.
Mhm.
Her and the baby were cuddling yesterday. They've developed quite the relationship.
Oh, they
but
will.
I feel like she's gotten a little bit worse. Look at him yesterday, man.
That's awesome.
He's chilling, man.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's awesome, except it's kind of on my side of the bed. But yeah,
Well, get used to that too. That ain't going to change.
She's just holding her leg, man.
That's not going to change anytime soon. Yeah.
What was the best and worst thing about Gibson?
Well, the worst thing is he passed away.
So did OJ.
So did
See,
OJ.
Gibson and OJ, one and the same.
Gibson's going to be barking at the gate. Get the hell out of here.
Gibson and OJ. There you go. See, I'm connecting everything. Stefan Diggs, OJ, Gibson, OJ.
Okay, I'm going to give you the real best thing and worst thing about Gibson. Well, the best thing was, like, literally never left my side. Like, from the time I got him, his mission in life was to be with me. I mean, like, everywhere. We went everywhere. We did everything. He ended up, anything I asked him to do, he did agility courses. He did retrieving. I mean, like, whatever. I mean, just wanted to be by my side, 100%. To the point of, like, people were, my kids and my wife were always like, this is too much. Like, worst thing, what can I say the worst thing about Gibson was?
He sometimes was pretty aggressive when people would first come in the house.
Oh, you know what? That's it.
Yeah.
Like, and he wouldn't bite.
No, he wasn't like that. But there'd be some growling.
But that's because he was protecting.
But
me.
he warmed up pretty well.
Yeah, no, like the first time you met him, didn't he kind of show you his teeth? Like, or at least kind of maybe like looked at you crossways.
Sounded the part.
Yeah, sounded the part. And then what happened 5 minutes later? He's licking your face.
Yeah.
Once you were in the club and he knew that no one was going to bother me, that this person was not going to bother me, he's like, all right, you're on the list. You can come through the velvet rope.
This is a personal preference question now, and we're tying this all together. So the Texans have 3 perhaps number 1 receivers. They have 1, but they have 3 that have performed at that level.
Yeah.
So your number 1 animal is dog, right? Like not even close.
Not even
as far
close.
as a pet, not even close.
Not close.
Fig.
Yep.
Okay.
Dog.
What is in a perfect situation? What is the most amount? We're not judging any of you folks out there. This is just our personal preference, so don't come at me.
Yeah,
my opinion.
What is the most dogs you could have? Like the most dogs that you could have. Like let's say you have a lot of land or whatever. What is the most dogs that you feel you could handle?
We had 3 at one point,
man.
When we first got Gibson,
man.
But I didn't. It was 2 little bitty. It was my wife's dogs, 2 little bitty Shih Tzus.
Yeah,
they were harmless. They were So it wasn't so bad. So my answer would be 2.
2 for me.
Yeah, my answer
would be the most.
Yeah,
by far.
I could do 2 big dogs.
We had 2 little ones, and Gibson was a puppy, and then they passed, and it was just Gibson. Yeah.
And this is if you have a lot of land and stuff, right?
Yeah, we were. We
just
had
an ideal scenario. Your ideal
in my
situation.
little apartment, man, we already bumping heads. Me, my wife, and Stanley.
Yeah.
So I heard this about, and this is one of the people that I've admired throughout my life. It was one of my mom's good friends. Very successful. Her and her husband, very successful, both in the medical profession. And I found out something the other day about her, and I got to tell you, man, for all the times that she was there for me, we actually grew up neighbors before my parents got divorced. For all the time she was there for me, looked out for me, would watch me when my mom had to go to summer school or something like that as a kid.
Yeah.
It kind of got washed away because of something I heard about her in regard to pets.
What'd she do? That's big.
You know how many cats she has now?
Oh, God.
And this is not like some crazy, like she has a really, really big house. I mean, they have it's not like some sort of like abandoned, like.
Yeah.
But you know how many cats she has, bro?
If it's more than 2, I'm already worried. More than 3?
5.
More than 5?
8. Oh,
more
come
than
on,
8 cats? Man. Good Lord, how many?
11?
9.
9, okay.
She had 9 cats.
She has 9 cats.
That is one lonely woman.
She's married.
That doesn't matter. No, I'm serious. That is one lonely woman. You have 9 cats?
Yeah, I'm rethinking like my life. I'm like, man, she took me.
You had her on a pedestal.
Yeah.
And now
she was the one who got bit by the horse when she took me home from school because I was sick.
Yeah.
and she happened to be there, so she took me home from school. I saw her get bit by her own horse. They had 2 horses.
She's a crazy cat lady.
Impression and Crimson.
Yeah.
She's like holding the carrot and it bit through her chin, so I had to call the cops. They called it 5-0.
Wow.
Damn.
Yeah. I saved the day, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, I saw. That's why I'm kind of terrified of horses. But 9 cats, I don't know. Like, is there anything you could have 9 of? Fish, maybe.
Maybe fish.
Because they're just in the way.
Yeah.
They're just there.
Yeah, they're all in one place. They're not.
Can you get attached to a fish?
I've never been attached to a fish, but I could see that. I could see where you would.
How?
It's just a good old fish
It
that's
just
been
comes
there
up there and,
forever.
like-
Yeah. You're feeding it. You kind of get. I'm not saying it's like a dog or cat even, and I'm not a cat person, but yeah, I could see that.
What's the craziest pet that you know someone has a crazy pet?
I knew someone growing up that had a raccoon.
Shoot, somebody used to work here had a raccoon.
It had a squirrel. My friend's parents had a squirrel.
It ended up being rabid.
Nutcase.
The raccoon was rabid. Raccoons are not nice, people.
They're the worst.
They're not nice.
They're mean as hell.
Yeah, they're not nice pets.
They're nasty.
I've seen a few snakes here and there, which I've never been a big fan of having a snake.
Thank you.
Yeah, a snake is a...
The best is when someone says, well, it's not poisonous. You shouldn't kill it. What do you mean? It's still biting. Like, you see those fangs?
It's creepy.
That's the weirdest thing ever. Like, you'll see this. It open its fangs and stuff like it's going to bite. And then I killed a snake. I killed like
venomous.
a 2-foot snake, and I put the picture up, and someone said, "Oh, you shouldn't have killed that. That's no, it's not poisonous, dude. It's got fangs still. Doesn't feel too good.
No.
Snakes scare the hell out of me, man. Could never have a snake.
No, I'm not a big snake.
I know some people have goats. Used to have like a bunch of relatives have goats.
Goats are fine.
Cows.
Goats are and goats can actually serve a purpose.
Emus freak me out.
If
you
you
ever seen someone with an emu?
I've seen it.
Those freak me out, man.
Yeah, I've
like
seen
ostriches and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Freak me the hell out.
Emus, and I've seen both of those. Goats can serve a purpose. They'll like if you have property.
You ever see someone with a big ass hog?
I used to have my
paws. I'm talking like the full size pigs that are like 400, 500 pounds.
My brother-in-law had
those things are savages.
Had one of those potbelly pigs in the house. Kept it in the house the whole time. It was eating up. It was chewing up everything.
What about like a pet chicken in the house? Just
not in the
walking around
house.
Come on.
Not in the
Somebody
house.
used to work here had it.
Really?
Happy National
Yes.
Pet Day to all. Coming up next, Lunchtime Confessions here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
All right, Lance Loken and the Loken Group at Keller Williams Platinum.
GiveBlood.org/SportsRadio610 to sign up and give. Help us help Houston and donate this week.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loopholes. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports. We're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower. During lunchtime confessions, it is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Tiger Woods is a liar. I got to admit, everybody's talking about what he's done to get ready, which, by the way, I put him on my card. I didn't mention him yesterday, but I put him on my card for the Masters this week as somebody who could make the cut, maybe make a little noise. But did you
even money to make the cut?
Yeah,
even money.
Yeah, he's on my card, but he wasn't one that I would recommend betting on. But his friend, you've seen this, I'm guessing.
So you can't claim credit for it. If
No.
If it goes down.
Well, I've said it now, so maybe I can take credit because he hasn't teed off yet. But you saw his friend, his trainer, something like that, said that he's taken this preparation for the Masters so seriously that he's abstained from having sex.
Okay.
No, he hasn't.
But he has.
It's Tiger Woods.
So he's recovered, man.
Is he?
Different guy, yeah.
Is he?
Different time in
How
life.
do you know he's recovered?
Different time in life, man.
Are you one of the witnesses?
Not, but hey, I don't see any reason for him to lie about this.
Ain't no way. Yeah, ain't no way. It's a confession. I think Tiger Woods is fibbing on this one.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Found myself kind of admiring the Royals yesterday. Little bit. Might be one of my favorite ball clubs.
They got something going, 6 in a row now?
I don't even know.
Yeah.
I just know they're sponsored by QT.
Oh, that.
Those are popping up.
I noticed that. We were watching the game.
Those are popping up around Houston. My favorite gas station, Quick Trip. Shout out to the spicy chicken taquitos, the corn dogs, the hot dogs, the pizza, the sandwiches, the choice of drinks, everything like that. This is not an ad. This is a lifestyle. Shout outs to QT. Shout out to the Royals. Found myself kind of not rooting for you. I want the Astros to win, but I found myself kind of admiring you. It's my confession.
I think QT is very much like is it the McDonald's of
no.
Maybe Whataburger in that
it's not big enough.
They're not consistent.
QT?
They're not consistent. There's some trash QTs.
Where?
I've been into them.
Where?
Okay, let me go through my history on my Google.
How many QTs
maps.
are there even in Houston? I think there's like
a
2.
lot of QTs.
Where?
When you're driving around.
I see one in Katy, and
there's one in Humble that's trash.
Okay.
There's one in Humble that's awesome.
Okay.
Like QTs here. I'll tell you where.
I've never seen a trash
QT. Give me about 2 days to go through my Google
I've yet
map
to see a trash QT.
And see, they are very inconsistent.
Yet to see it.
I like QT at their best. At their worst, trash.
Yet to see it, dude.
I'm just telling you. The reason I go into it because you never really know. Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I think this Astros admin stuff just needs to stop. Everybody's wrong. Like, everyone is wrong here. Did you see the
What's
latest?
going on with the Astros admin? I know that there's been some unhappiness on the Twitter sphere, which is, I mean, let's be honest, it's the verdict of Astros fanhood because Todd Callis said he put out a Twitter poll and it said that they didn't want you to mention no-hitter. So Todd Callis, with his decades of baseball knowledge and everything, he just abandoned it because the majority rules, even though Twitter is not the majority. Good job, Callis. All right, what happened?
So yesterday we talked about that, how the Astros admin for their official Astros account has been getting destroyed because they're very rudimentary, silly. I think it's best been described as like your mom trying to tweet about, something with clever, baseball with clever momisms and all that. Well, now Astros Twitter has blocked nearly 5,000 accounts. That's not how this works.
What do you mean they blocked 5,000
Anybody
accounts?
criticize?
How do they know this number?
I'm looking at it right here. StatFacts. I guess they went through and looked at all their.
What is StatFacts?
StatFacts is just a stat aggregator.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And they went through and looked. So now that's not how this works, man.
So you can tell how many they blocked?
I guess. Yeah. You can go in And the whole object of the Astros Twitter is to build the audience, build buzz, all that. Now you're blocking up to 5,000 people?
Yeah, and I want to know if that's true or not. I know they've blocked at least one because they showed that.
Oh, look at the comments. Like, it's all people that were blocked, like commenting about it. It's silly.
Yeah, I think individuals blocking, I don't blame you.
No, that's different.
If you bring nothing,
Astros.
If you bring nothing to the table and there's nothing that is going to benefit you from it, I'll see like a dumbass topic, like a lightning rod topic, and I'll see people arguing about it. I'll just go through and block.
I get that.
It take a lot for an official team account to block you.
No, you should.
You got to feel silly.
You shouldn't be allowed to. You shouldn't be allowed to.
Yeah.
Like I don't like the soft online and stuff. I don't think that matters, but you should. But is there anything more annoying than the bragging about being blocked?
Yeah.
No, I don't like.
Is that the worst thing?
I never liked it.
I'm in a scare.
People tweet the block thing.
Come on
now.
But yeah, if you're admin, you can't block. You're the Astros administration. What's going on here? Why is this such a big deal?
Let it go. That's what I'm saying. I think everybody's at fault here.
But it is weird that the admin got looked up and like hunted down, and apparently she's a Dodgers fan.
Well, apparently, I mean, according to some.
Yeah, they say she's a Dodgers fan and all that. And
I mean, I don't know if she is or not, but that's kind of what people are doing. Yeah.
But also, why would you like? Is there a certain sense like if the Astros were 9-4 instead of 4-9, would the admin be? Would they be as
probably
annoyed?
not? Yeah. Probably not.
Is it just kind of one of those things?
Look how funny it is, instead of like rolling your eyes or whatever.
I just don't understand how Todd Callis said that a Twitter poll and talking about it being the majority led to him not saying no hitter. Blum's taking the player perspective. I admire that.
I admit
I admire that, and I admire what Jeff Blum does. But for Callis to say, well, majority rules.
Yeah.
Brother, Twitter's not the majority. That's your thing?
And Twitter is not.
Your father was Harry Callis.
It's not scientific.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's wild to me, man. Yeah. That's wild. Leave the admin alone. And admin, quit blocking people. Goodness gracious.
You're the Astros.
You shouldn't even be looking at mentions.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right. Got to confess, I've embraced something that I once made fun of regarding John Lopez.
And that is?
A nickname for Nick Caserio.
I'm telling you. I knew it would.
No, not like that. But in a way.
You're embracing it.
What is the nickname that you gave Nick Caserio?
Nicky Buckets, baby.
Nicky Buckets.
Nicky Buckets.
Well, 2 Saturdays from now, and we are 2 weeks away from the draft, we are going to react as friends to day 2 of the draft, which is day 1 for the Texans.
Right.
We're also going to take in day 3 of the draft live at Daily Sports Club. Myself, Figgy, Cody Stutz Lopez is going to be there as well. We're putting together a party. We want you there starting at 11 o'clock. And one of the drink specials is going to be Nicky Buckets. $20 buckets, $20 domestic buckets in the spirit of John Lopez's creation of Nick Caserio. $20 buckets, Daily Sports Club. See you 2 Saturdays from now, 11 o'clock. Presented by Figgy Fig Media.
You know where to find me. I'll be the dude with Nicky Buckets.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I think everybody's getting. I think a lot of Gen Zers are just acting like hipsters when it comes to this,
Gen Z
and younger. When it comes to this big article that the New Yorker dropped yesterday, that's getting a lot of run on the internet about dumb phones. Have you seen this? Have you seen this figure?
No, I never heard of it.
Apparently, it was like a 4,000-word story on how Gen Z is embracing dumb phones, which is basically you can't go on the internet.
Nokias?
No.
Basically old school Nokias?
They're actually new, but they're calling them dumb phones.
Okay.
Where all you can do is call and text. There's no way.
I don't hate it though.
I don't hate the idea. No. I they're calling it digital minimalism.
Yeah, I don't hate it.
I love the idea. In fact, like just connect. We talk about it here occasionally.
Try.
But I think these are all fake hipsters. Like, man, I'm just like digitally minimalizing.
Yeah.
And I have a dumb phone.
But if you can, cool.
But they're not.
They wouldn't be able to do that, man.
They're not. They're not doing that.
They can't do that.
I call BS, which I called BS on BS earlier. I'm calling BS on anybody who says that, all I have is a dumb phone, man. I'm like minimalizing. No way, no how. that younger people are not doing that. They're saying they're doing it. They might have a dumb phone, but they also have their one of these.
Yeah.
Yeah. Way.
I just remember when my day, the phone didn't do anything like that. You had to log into the computer. You didn't really seek out stuff. Like you'd go to a website and there'd be something here, something there, but it did seem like more pure days.
Oh, for sure. There are areas, though, where you're like, this is brilliant because I'm learning stuff that in the moment. But according to the story, they're quoting all these Gen Zers, lying through their teeth, just lying through their teeth. Yeah, I'm better equipped, better motivated than generations past. You are lying. I got a dumb phone. I'm minimalizing. Lying.
How much cheaper is a dumb phone?
I'm sure it is. I don't know. I'm not in the market for one.
I mean, you know that these things are dangerous phones. And I have the full thing and I'm on this mofo all the time. So don't take this as me looking down, but this thing should not be this cheap.
And it shouldn't be that easy to get everything.
Yeah, this thing right here with all the technology, you know that something's going on when it's this cheap.
Yeah.
To have all of this
in your hand.
They are owning me. They own my ass. See, I'm looking right at the camera. They're looking at me. You own my ass.
It's amazing.
They're listening to me.
It's amazing and it's awful. And I love the idea of dumb phones.
Yeah.
Lying. They're lying.
Coming up, speaking of lying, are we lying to ourselves when it comes to something that we've enjoyed so dang much? Next.
Who to sell?
JOY for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Are we lying to ourselves? It's a question John Lopez asked. This is one of the biggest lying seasons there is, by the way, Masters.
How so?
I mean, my gosh. How many of these Caucasian folks walking around with Masters hats on have actually been there? Probably like 30%. Let me wear my Masters hat. Never
Yeah,
been
you can
there,
get them
man.
anywhere.
Yeah. People walking
Or you have
around,
friends bringing them.
damn visor.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, bro.
Cool logo, though.
Masters time, man.
Oh, you talking about like not around here?
Yeah,
Okay.
we're in the Masters. You've never been to Masters. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
You think we're lying to ourselves when it comes to the Astros, though?
Yeah.
Are we? Do you think people? I think people have kind of accepted it. Are we?
I think you're lying to yourself if you're clinging to it's early, clinging to these are the Astros and they're world champions and they have an extra gear and they're special. That's all true. It is early. They have been a special team. Let me kind of go step by step here. Why you're fooling yourself if you don't think we are witnessing the beginning of the end. I don't want to say that. I don't like saying that. Man, one of my like thousands, if not millions, of people in this city. One of my favorite things to do. We did it yesterday. You get home, you finish what you're doing, whatever, and you turn on the TV, and almost simultaneously, we turn to each other and say, "You want to watch Astros?" And you just sit there and chill and watch the Astros, right?
Yeah, you're not still doing that?
No, we did last night. And so what I'm saying is, hell, we spent a lot of money going to playoff and World Series games. I love the Astros, but you're fooling yourself if you don't think you're watching the beginning of the end here. Now let me illustrate it for you, because I hate to just have an opinion and not back it up with something here. Hey, we're injured. Our pitching staff on the IL. As soon as they get back, we're going to be golden.
Yeah.
Are you?
Yeah, you'll be better, right?
Well, put a pin in that. Justin Verlander is 41 years old and wasn't himself for pretty much all of 2023. So what are you going to get there? That's one. Lance McCullers has not pitched in 527 days as of today. He's had 2 surgeries on his elbow, including Tommy John in 2018. Fromber, who knows? He's got an elbow issue, and I don't know if that's going to just magically go away after a 15-day IL stint. Jose Urquidy, elbow soreness. Awesome. How good is he going to be when he gets back? He was a warhorse in the postseason, but in his last 10 regular season starts,
he was all right.
3-7 with a 5.35 ERA.
He's all right. I would take that right now.
That's the sad part. Okay, how about Luis Garcia? And I love Luis Garcia.
Although the starting pitching has been great, minus they've
yeah.
And
the other one on the IL, Luis Garcia.
Cha-cha.
Love him. Think he's definitely the youngest, and he was 15-8 in 2022. He was
up and down.
Tommy John surgery.
Yeah.
He's coming up. So hey man, as soon as these pitchers get back, whoo baby. Did you just hear what I said? There's no guarantees with any of these dudes that are on the IL. That's the first thing. Second thing, and this is what made me think about it as we're watching the game last night. By the way, picked up some hot dogs even. Went to Good Dog, picked up some hot dogs, watched baseball with some hot dogs. That was a good play by us. Have you ever been to Good Dog? Excellent.
Okay.
Excellent. So we had hot dogs watching baseball.
Okay.
So I'm watching
What'd you put on it?
I had the Texican, which is guacamole, a little jalapeno.
Put guacamole on your hot dog?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was excellent.
Hey, I had the chili dog yesterday.
Really?
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at y'all.
Get the Texican. No, it's excellent.
All right. I don't want guacamole on my hot dog, but thanks.
It's not something I normally put, but it was on the menu and I tried it.
Yeah,
thank you. And it was excellent.
I'm good.
You're missing the point. So we're watching the game, eating our hot dogs, loving life, and I'm watching Spencer Arrighetti. Gets to the third.
Just get it out.
Gets to the third inning.
Just get it out.
Arrighetti and meatballs. You know it.
How did that not come out 2 hours and 45 minutes?
Because of the OJ stuff.
Yeah.
If OJ didn't die, that would have been that 10:01.
That's the headline. Why did they not? Why didn't anybody use that headline?
Arroghetti and meatballs.
Arroghetti and meatballs.
There you go.
Third inning.
You feel better?
I feel so good right now. It's like a weight has been off my shoulders. And so I'm thinking, I'm looking at him and I'm thinking, okay, this is the best prospect. I didn't know much about him.
He had a man bun.
He had nice long hair.
Yeah, had it,
all that stuff working.
Looked like he conditioned before he went out there.
But even Adam Spillane didn't know a lot. He knew more than I did. And I'm like, this is the guy. This is the top prospect.
I mean, it's his first start.
I get it.
He's going to get another chance. By the way, Joe Espada said that he will get another crack at it. So it's not just going to be a one and done type of thing. He got 12 outs.
I get it. And
it's 11 more than the last time someone made a debut. Progress.
Totally get it. But again, I'm kind of illustrating why this is the beginning of the end. Even that, taking that into account, the Astros have not picked higher than number 28 overall in an MLB draft in 6 years. They only had 4 picks total in 2020. They've had first-round picks the last few years, like Drew Gilbert, Corey Lee, Seth Beer, J.B. Bukauskas, all traded. All traded. So you're not only not getting a lot of draft picks, you're trading your top picks for guys like Verlander, Kendall Graveman, and Zach Greinke. Those guys were traded for them. The only 2 homegrown first or second round picks on the roster are Alex Bregman and Kyle Tucker, and they were drafted in 2015. So you got pitchers you don't know what they're really going to be. You can't say you do anyway.
Yeah.
That are going to come back. You got a farm system that's crap, as Arroghetti kind of illustrated, even though we hope it gets better. Then you have age. Then you have Joe Espada. Jose Abreu's a waste. By the way.
Wait. Oh, okay, Jose Abreu, yeah.
Jose Abreu's a waste. And by the way, hey, man, Myers and McCormick.
So how bad is this? Like, what are you saying? You said 88 before the season started. Do you want to adjust that?
Well, they still have, like, parts.
My question is, like, how bad is it, though?
It's the beginning of the
end. Because we're talking, and we're kind of spoiled.
Yeah.
But my question is, do you want to take wins off of the 88? It's early. If you want to adjust it, you can adjust it.
I think it's because it's early. I'm not, because they certainly have it in them to go on an 8-game tear or something. But let's say they win 8 games. What's their record going to be? If they win 8 in a row today, it's still going to be a struggle getting it down. And then the other thing is, like Jake Myers and Chas McCormick, argument. Okay, well, I love them. Now one's in left, one's in center, blah, blah, blah. They're not doing anything. Like, have you seen the numbers this year?
Chas McCormick's played everywhere.
Yeah.
I think he played all the outfield positions in like a few-day stretch.
Yeah. And then they didn't even mention this. All the players that is also catching up to you. All the players that have moved on over the years. Superstar players that have moved on. From Garrett Cole and Greinke to Correa to Springer to all. All I'm saying is it's all catching up to them now. And it's the beginning of the end.
I mean, could it just be a down year? Do we have to completely dismiss them?
I'm not even dismissing them. I'm just saying it's catching up to them, and this is the beginning.
Here's my biggest problem with this. Do you know where this is going? This is my problem with this squad.
Espada?
Yeah, he's just not. I don't think he's a guy that's going to be able to motivate you when stuff goes wrong. I don't have much confidence in this guy.
Mm-hmm.
And I can lay out like a tangible example. Could I interest you in that?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
So let me just compare 2 similar situations, because the Dusty criticism for me was Martin Maldonado. I thought that was a bit. That was it. I didn't think he sucked. I did find it interesting how frustrated people got with Dusty, and I was frustrated with the Maldi thing. It drove me nuts.
Mm-hmm.
And if he did something specific in a game, we would talk about it. But it is possible, like, even if Dusty was flawed, you can get worse. And I'll just lay out 2 examples, and I'll stay in the division. This is Joe Espada. Remember when Jose Altuve had 2 base running blunders, one of which he let a ball hit him to be the final out. All right. Oh, yeah. One of which he let a ball hit him to be the final outs.
Mm-hmm.
Then he got picked off at third base as the tying run. And then Jake Myers as the tying run.
Mm-hmm.
He tries to steal, and he falls down flat on his ass in between and gets tagged out in the 9th inning.
Mm-hmm.
This is what Joe Espada had to say about that.
Yeah, you know what? I haven't talked to Jose about that one. I don't know if he thought it was a dirt bolt read or he was trying to time Kirk throwback to the pitcher. And on Jake, he had the green light. If it was kind of slide step, so I was hoping that he shut it down there. But we wanted him to get a jump if it was the 1-4, 1-5 that Chad Green normally takes delivering the ball. So it just didn't work out that way. But I really want him to be aggressive. That's why he was in the game, maybe trying an opportunity to steal a base there.
All right, let me just say this, man. As he's saying that, I'm just imagining spit wads being thrown as he's speaking. I mean, he sounds like a pushover substitute teacher that has no control of a clubhouse. And it's one thing for a jamoke like me to sit here and say that. And some of you might be saying, you're making too much of this. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's listen to another first-year manager in the division that's managing a team far less talented than the Houston Astros. Let's hear Ron Washington, because yesterday the Angels were playing, and they had a base runner overrun the base. Let's hear if he says, he's just trying to be aggressive. He fell on his ass. Let's hear what Ron Washington had to say when the same damn thing happened.
It's obvious he overran the bag. We're down 4-2 right there in the 8th inning. If you're going to decide to get that bag, you got to get the bag. I don't care what kind of jump you got. You got to get that bag, simply because of the situation of the game. It is a teaching moment. Hopefully that will never happen again, because when you actually look at it, it was embarrassing to all of us. I know Joe didn't mean that in that manner, but we down 4-2, and it was a teaching moment.
Give me that, man.
Got to get that bag.
Give me that,
I
man.
need that for a drop.
Compare that again. Compare that again right there. Let's hear Joe Espada one more time. Here's Joe Espada. Keep in mind, the guy let a baseball hit him as the final outs. Mm-hmm. The guy got picked off at third base as the tying run 90 feet away. And then a guy falls on his ass as the tying run. And this is what Joe Espada, who supposedly has been here with these guys.
Yeah.
So supposedly he's been through the battles.
Should be able to talk with them.
You should be pretty comfortable around calling out these guys, right?
Should be able to talk
You've been
to
with
them.
Jose Altuve for half a decade.
Yeah.
This is how he talks about it.
Yeah, you know what? I haven't talked to Jose about that one. I don't know if he thought it was a dirt bolt read or he was trying to time Kirk throwback to the pitcher. And on Jake, he had the green light. If it was kind of slide step, so I was hoping that he shut it down there. But we wanted him to get a jump if it was the 1-4, 1-5 that Chad Green normally takes delivering the ball.
Hey, Johnny, pass the note to
Susie. Work out that way. But I really want him to be aggressive. That's why he was in the game, maybe trying an opportunity to steal a base there.
There you hit the teacher with a bag.
Let me get some chips. Basically throwing spit wads, okay?
Yeah.
So keep in mind, he's been in this clubhouse forever, and that was one of the sales things. Oh, he knows this team. He's been through the battles.
Absolutely.
That sounds like someone who's scared. Mm-hmm. He has no sauce. You saw what happened. Dude got picked off on third base. Dude let a baseball hit him as a final out.
Yeah.
Guy fell down running to second. Let's hear Ron Washington,
and then Ron
okay?
Washington.
He's been there for a few weeks almost. Mm-hmm. Let's hear Ron Washington talking.
It's obvious he overran the bag. We're down 4-2 right there in the 8th inning. If you're going to decide to get that bag, you got to get the bag. I don't care what kind of jump you got.
The way he says
you got to get that bag.
Get
simply
that
because
bag.
of the situation.
I need that
of the
for a
game.
drop.
Got to get that
It
bag.
is a teaching moment. Hopefully that will never happen again, because when you actually look at it, it was embarrassing to all of us. I know Joe didn't mean that in that manner, but we down 4-2, and it was a teaching moment.
All right.
That bag.
All right.
Good for him. You love hearing stuff like that.
There you go.
As a fan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want that, man. We don't have it. Damn shame.
Got to get that bag.
Coming up, the mini battles of Stefan Diggs. We've heard a lot about Stefan Diggs. My goodness, this guy has a lot of smoke, and a lot of that smoke is going to come to the forefront when the Texans take the field this next season. Let's go around the NFL. It's going to be an entertaining one, I promise you, next.
Area 45 with
Sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, so Stefan Diggs is going to have some battles this offseason. There's a few guys that he has had some serious battles with as we go around the NFL talking about the Texans' newest wide receiver. Battle one is Sauce Gardner. Polarizing figure around here. Sauce Gardner, once upon a time, was on the board when the Texans were selected number 3 overall. They went with the cornerback. Wasn't Sauce. It was a guy from LSU by the name of Derek Stingley. 1 year into that, looked like the Jets got the best. They had a first-team All-Pro in Sauce Gardner, Derek Stingley, as had been the case at LSU, unable to stay healthy. But then, year 2, Derek Stingley starts it off, gets hurt early on in the season. Midway through the season, he comes back, though, AFC Defensive Player of the Month, and he looks elite, and the Sauce Gardner, Derek Stingley debate is at least healthy. So he's still a polarizing guy. Him and Stefan Diggs have quite the beef, though.
Big time.
To the point where this was Sauce Gardner, and we'll hear some of the on-field action as well. But this was Sauce Gardner on the pivot with Ryan Clark and Fred Taylor and Channing Crowder. He was asked to list his top 5 wide receivers. He refused to say someone's name because they didn't say his name when they said their top 5.
Top 5 receivers in the game?
Right now?
Or the guys you like to go against?
So I got Tyreek. This is not in order right here. Tyreek, Justin Jefferson, Devontae Adams. Want to say somebody maybe, but he ain't put me in his top 5, so I ain't even saying him.
Make him an honorable mention then. Who would it be?
I'll make him an honorable mention. All right, so that's the 3 right there. You know who I like, though, who really like that?
Who's that?
Amari Cooper.
Yeah, he like that.
Amari Cooper.
like that.
He don't be in the top 5s, though. People don't really put him in their top 5.
Maybe because he's a little older than those guys, but Coop been crazy this year, too.
That's what I'm saying.
All right, you at 4.
All right, I feel like I'm missing something. Oh, CD. I ain't even saying CD.
Yeah.
Tyreek, Justin Jefferson, CD, Coop.
Devontae.
Okay.
No, that's a great one.
Honorable mention, Stephon Diggs.
Oh, because he did.
Honorable mention, Stephon Diggs.
So Stefan Diggs is
honorable mention.
Top 5. He just don't want to say it.
Yeah, honorable mention.
And they go at each other.
They go at it. They battled when the Bills and Jets they've gone at it for 2 years now. This was Stefan Diggs burning. This is courtesy of CBS Jim Nantz. This is Stefan Diggs burning. Sauce Gardner, a little double move, first play of the game for 40+.
Allen looking to throw. He's got time. Uncorks. Deep shot. It's caught. Right out of the gate, he hooks up with Stefan Diggs. The Buffalo Bills living up to the scouting report. That's 42 yards on the first play from scrimmage.
Stutter and go, and watch where Ahmad Gardner right there just essentially stopped his feet. And once he did that, Diggs had a two-way go. Do I go inside? Do I go outside?
By the way, that was Iron Eagle, not Jim Nantz. Race car, me figure. That was the better.
Yeah, that was the better version?
Yeah, better version.
Sauce got
Race car!
juked out of his shoes.
He did.
Yeah.
But later on in the game, he let the frustration show. How about a little suplex? Sauce Gardner.
Literal.
On Stefan Diggs.
Second and 13.
Now, this is
left, throws right. Oh, what a pass. And it's Diggs. Holds the ball outside. Tucks it under. And look at this. Oh, we're going to have some players run onto the field right now after this.
Wow. I mean, that's definitely on Sauce Gardner.
Yeah,
right?
I think so.
Pick him up and hold him and then body slam a different way.
Yeah, that would
like
be
a
it.
suplex.
After the play was over, personal foul, unnecessary roughness, number 1 of the defense. 15-yard penalty from the end of the run. Automatic, first down.
Is that frustration?
I think so.
These two are out there the whole time, whether the ball comes to them or not. It's a release. Your hands are in my face. You do this. You're holding a little bit. You're not. And then that just gets taken out, and sometimes at the wrong moment.
So that's beef number 1, Sauce Gardner versus Stefan Diggs. It was later in the season, matchup number 2. Then you had the nephew of Stefan Diggs, the son of his brother Trevon, Aiden Diggs, at the Pro Bowl. He decided to call Stefan Diggs out. Or not Stefan Diggs, he decided to call Sauce Gardner out.
Sauce, what's up? How you doing, man? You trying to talk trash about my uncle. I heard you.
I got your uncle, Steph. You was talking trash about us?
And look what happened.
What happened?
Scored on you that week 1 game.
I remember that,
Look what happened.
Look what happened. He scored on you.
Yeah.
There you go. By the way, speaking of Aiden Diggs, his dad, Stefan's brother, they're going to go at it. this year, assuming that Trevon's ready to go, which I think he is. It was a torn ACL, so I think he's good to go. So that's matchup number 2. Next one got real chippy between Stefan Diggs and Jair Alexander. Here's Stefan Diggs talking about Jair Alexander, who is a Green Bay Packer. Texans take on the Packers this year.
So is there past history with you and Alexander from the NFC North days?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, a little bit. I haven't really thought about it. You know what I'm saying? Because
you were thinking about it before the game.
Nah, I wasn't thinking about it like that because, I mean, my opponent changes each and every week as far as like, I used to play them in the past. So it wasn't like something I anticipated him, I don't know, doing the that he did. I didn't anticipate that.
So he started it.
I don't give a fuck who started. I got to win. I got to win. It's not I don't deal with more bigger. I don't deal with one-on-one battles because it's not a one-on-one game. We're not out there playing 7-on-7, and this is not one-on-ones. If that's the case, I'm by myself. But it's a team effort. You know what I'm saying? I got it done. I feel like at the end of the day, there are no more victories.
All right.
I just love this. I don't know why.
He's got some beef, man.
It's not just the beef. It's just his style. The Texans have never had anything like that at the wide receiver position, really anywhere too much. But I kind of like the addition forget the on-the-field stuff, just the way he is.
And he also says, to quote Adrian Bronner, anyone can get it.
I'm the can man.
What you say?
I'm the can man. Anybody can get it. You hear me?
Anyone can get it. He didn't do it as good as Adrian Bronner,
No.
Adrian Bronner's a GOAT.
Listen, man, they call me the problem, but you could call me the can man, because anybody can get it. Africans, Americans, Dominicans, Mexicans, anybody can get it.
Jim Gray, Adrian Bronner. Underrated. Not quite Cosell and Ali. Better trash talk, though. I think Adrian Bronner talked better trash than Ali.
That's a bold statement, and I think it's
less corny.
Incorrect.
Less corny, a little funnier. Little sillier because he wasn't as good as Ali, so it made it. I think there's like a comedic factor to it.
Yeah, you got to put it into context of when it was happening too.
Okay,
it makes it even more so for Ali. But we're not talking about that.
Good news for you, man.
Me?
Yeah, you.
What did I do?
ESPN has reached a 9-year media rights extension with Peyton Manning's Omaha Productions.
That is good news.
Extended into 2034. So good for you, man. I know you love the Manning brothers. I prefer to just watch the game myself. But, hey, if you want to watch Sue Bird get interviewed during a football game, Lopez.
I'm watching the game.
You can do it till 2034.
I'm watching the game.
You want to hear what Bill Burr has to say about.
I'm watching the game then, too.
Jalen Hurts. Good news for you right there.
By the way, it's not just that. At Omaha Productions, they got all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, they got Peyton's places. They got Eli's places. Peyton and Eli's places. So you have that. By the way.
Didn't they have the College Bowl, too?
I don't know what they had.
Yeah.
By the way, the deal, it's going to see the continuation of, this was described by Adam Schefter, Emmy award-winning Monday Night Football with Peyton and Eli. If there was never a belief that everybody in TV gets an Emmy, and I don't know any news guys who don't have Emmys. I swear to God, I don't.
Just look at their profiles.
I don't know any TV guy who doesn't have an Emmy. How many do they have?
Yeah.
How many Emmys do they give away? There's a lot.
Everybody gets an Emmy.
Tons, man.
Yeah.
Peyton and Eli Monday Night Football got an Emmy. Come on, brother. They
earned it.
John, they don't even have good audio 90% of the time. Like, Eli's mic is off.
But it's about being groundbreaking.
I mean, groundbreaking. Barstool's been doing this for a long time.
Not on the networks.
Emmy.
And Barstool, they're just like sitting on couches chatting.
What are Peyton and Eli doing?
They're actually giving content, like interviews and explaining the game and all that. Not like, hey, you lose, or whatever they do on Barstool.
Emmy.
Yeah.
Nick Chubb. The Browns have agreed to a restructured contract with Nick Chubb. This is big. One of the better players in the NFL, one of the better backs in the NFL. Huge injury last year. Missed the season, most of it. This is big for Deshaun Watson and the Cleveland Browns, assuming that he can come back. And I actually, when the Texans were missing out on Saquon Barkley, I actually wondered if there was going to be a chance that perhaps the Browns decided that they were going to release.
Yeah. Well, you weren't
Nick
alone.
Chubb.
A lot of people were wondering about that. No, it's good. The Browns do nothing for me. They don't worry me. They don't scare me. I'm not obsessed with anything that Deshaun Watson does anymore. We don't have to cover it. But if I was a Browns fan, I'd definitely be happy about this.
Yeah, that's huge.
Yeah.
It's huge for Deshaun, too. We'll see what they do. Are they going to try to throw, though? Because they did invest in Judy, and they still got Amari Cooper. O.J. Simpson, dead at the age of 76. Has the internet going nuts. A lot of jokes. Hell of a lot.
Yeah.
Let's take a second and remember another guy who left us recently, Adam Sandler. This was Adam Sandler. He's not dead. He just doesn't make good movies anymore. But this was Adam Sandler Hanukkah song with the probably my favorite O.J. Simpson reference of all time.
It's a legendary song.
O.J. Simpson, not a Jew. But guess who is? Hall of Famer Rod Carew, who converted.
O.J. Simpson.
Not a Jew.
He's gone.
Yeah. He's knocking at the pearly gates.
Is he?
Hello, pearly gates.
Is he?
Hey, pearly gates.
Is he? I saw someone put that picture of Jamal Adams.
Yeah.
Or that video of Jamal Adams trying to get in the Jets facility, and it said O.J. trying to get into heaven.
Pulling on the door.
Yeah.
That key card ain't working.
He keeps working. He keeps hitting the key card.
Hell of a lot, man.
I was going to bring this up during Internet Going Nuts, but it's obviously the story of the day in some ways. Social media right now is why I can't quit social media. Like, some of it is just so irritating and frustrating and incorrect and all that. But when something like this happens, it's one of the best forms of entertainment. Isn't it like one of the best forms of entertainment?
I think it's the best form of entertainment, and I think it's the best form of being able to cut people out of your life and not even making them cross your eyes a possibility. Anyone taking this real serious to get on a soapbox with O.J. Simpson?
Yeah.
I mean, this has been a 3.5 decade or whatever conversation. I don't need to hear from you.
It's been litigated.
I don't need it that serious.
It's been talked about.
It's
not
been documented, all that.
Yeah.
And if you're still like dying on the ledge for O.J. Simpson, you're taking it very serious.
Yeah.
And all that. We know he sliced up his wife and her friend.
But like
we know that.
A lot of times, I open my social media, usually Twitter, obviously that's where you start. And I'm like, well, let's see what the news is. But you kind of like, you almost like don't even want to see some of the other stuff because it's just so stupid. But days like this, I'm like, I got to open Twitter. I got to see what people are saying here because the memes and the videos and the comments are just going to be hilarious.
I think he probably left something behind. I think we get a confession pretty soon.
I hope you're right.
One of his buddies, golfing buddies or something like that.
I also think like there could be someone who said, who knew and was told and has evidence can say, okay.
You think you'll ever join a country club?
I was in a country club for about 4 or 5 years.
All right, so if you were in a country club and OJ joined your country club, would you golf with him or?
I would just ignore him.
But what if y'all were in like a pairing? And
you don't have to be in a pairing.
No, but what if they assigned y'all? It's the club championship.
Oh, that's
Lopez,
different.
you were with OJ.
Oh, like if I'm playing for the club championship?
Yeah.
I don't care who's the other guy.
But y'all have to share a cart.
No, you don't have to do that.
No, they're slim on carts. It's a crowded club championship.
You're using a lot of qualifiers.
So you have to play a round of golf with O.J. Simpson. Y'all are in a cart.
If I were in a club championship, which I'm not because I'm not very good.
Yeah. And they have limited
But if
carts.
I were,
and you have to ride with O.J. in the cart.
Let's get to all the points that you're making here. And I'm going to agree with all of them. Yes, and I'm sitting with O.J. in his club championship. I wouldn't talk to him. I'd play my game and beat his ass.
But y'all are in the same cart.
I wouldn't talk to him.
You're not going to chat with him?
No.
No small talk?
No.
Hey, sir, how you doing? What's your name?
Yeah. What you been up to? What you been up to?
You want to go have a drink?
Oh, wow. Look at this. Just posted.
Okay.
The Heisman Trophy Trust mourns the passing of 1968 Heisman Trophy winner O.J. Simpson. We extend our sympathy to his family. High road for the Heisman. Taking the high road. Not so much the comments. Not so much the comments, but they took the high road. You can undo this retweet, bro. You can undo it. Oh, you're posting for a murderer, but not Reggie Bush?
Oh, that's where we're going?
That's where we're going with it.
Reggie Bush is going to get brought into this now?
Is this a parody account now?
He won the Heisman, man.
They took the high road. They just acknowledged what he did for them.
He won the Heisman.
What he did with them.
That's it.
Yeah.
There you go.
Can Reggie get his Heisman back now, too? Was this really needed?
OJ never got it taken away. He just sold it, right? It had
I don't know. I don't think he ever got it taken away, no.
Yeah. No, I don't think he was at the ceremony or anything.
Right.
He wasn't like next to Billy Sims yelling, "Fight on."
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, he gone.
Should have sat on the sidelines on this one, bro.
It's around the league. Coming up, internet goes nuts for a number of reasons. Next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
I got the internet going nuts.
Internet going nuts here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. O.J. Simpson, he's got the internet going nuts. Dead at the age of 76. I hey, Twitter world. Can't believe Reggie Bush keeps getting drug into this thing, but somehow Reggie Bush just minding his own business. He's got Wendy's commercials. He's one of the faces of college football on Fox, and for whatever reason, Reggie Bush just has to get drug into this.
Well, they're defending him.
O.J. Simpson discussion.
Yeah, because the Heisman Trophy Trust did a very solemn, straightforward, with a nice graphic, deepest condolences, mourning, whatever. And, of course, the comments turned into...
Well, the rules are the rules. Like, O.J.'s violation, and then look, he got acquitted, but he killed two people. His action, while it might be worse and more harmful, it didn't impact competitiveness. Now, I'm not defending the NCAA rules, but
yeah, he still won the Heisman.
Has a little bit more to do it.
He still won the Heisman.
Yes, he did. So
still ran for 2,000 yards.
They're saying that, so there you go.
Yes.
O.J. Simpson, internet going nuts.
I got the internet going nuts.
So Ipe Misuhara,
who?
The interpreter.
Who dat?
For
Shohei.
For Shohei Ohtani. Dude, the reports are coming out now of everything that he did. $16 million.
What?
$16 million he reportedly stole from Shohei Ohtani without Ohtani's knowledge.
Man, he's rich.
So, according to the report, here's some little bullet points from the report. His average wager was $12,800.
Okay.
His largest wager was
$12,800
average. His largest wager was $160,000.
Did they know what he bet on?
No, I'm sure they do, but I haven't seen it. Total losing bets. How much he lost? Now, he won some. $182.9 million.
So you even that out with the winning bets, right?
Yeah, his net losses was $40.7 million. $16 million from Shohei Ohtani. First of all, how the hell do you get $16 million from someone else just without them knowing? Like how?
You're someone they trust and they have a lot of money and they don't do anything with their accounts.
The federal prosecutor.
You think Shohei Ohtani has a debit card?
Several.
No way.
You don't think so?
No way.
Well, you got to get money sometimes.
Well, he just has the phone. He probably just Apple Pays.
Yeah, but you still, he can get. He has.
Or the guy pays for it.
The investigation actually determined he was in fact the victim. He did not bet on baseball and did not know that Mitsuhara had hidden these bank transfers. But the question remains: how the hell does that happen? 16. It wasn't 4.5. $16 million.
Yeah. There it is.
Man.
I got the internet going nuts.
John Calipari, man.
Mm-hmm.
He left Kentucky for Arkansas. And then he told one of the biggest lies of the year. This was John Calipari at his press conference. Come on, Coach.
Kentucky's the bluest of blue. There's only a few schools like that, and I hate to tell you, Arkansas is one of them. It is.
Come on, man.
So they had the press conference in Bud Walton Arena with however many thousand people that are there. So look, that's absolutely a lie. Like, first of all,
This is one of them.
I don't blame him. I don't blame him for, speaking the language, so to speak, and, catering to the audience and all that. But, yeah, not true. Definitely not true.
I got the internet going nuts.
Well, Astros admin is at it again, and this time it's her fault. I've come to the conclusion that everyone involved with this whole "this is a dumb Astros" Twitter admin. It's at Astros, by the way. It's the organization's Astros.
Yeah, I want to see this 5,000 if this is true or not.
Everyone is wrong here. Apparently, the Astros admin has now blocked nearly 5,000 accounts in the last 24 hours. And, of course, that doesn't make it any better than what people are doing to her. Like, everybody's stupid here. Like this. The Astros should not be doing that. You're the Astros. Ignore them. Just go do your deal and let people say what they want. On the other hand, what are you doing going to find this one poor woman's LinkedIn account and harassing her?
Speaking of the Astros, they're trying to avoid the sweep in Kansas City. Hunter Brown on the mound.
How's it going?
Well,
he looking like that one guy that only got one out.
One out in the first inning, and Kansas City's up 5-0 with a runner on first. So, yeah.
16 pitches.
I'm sorry, what?
It's 1-0.
It's 1-0.
5-0.
5-0.
5-0.
That escalated quickly.
One out, runner on first for Hunter Brown.
The next Justin Verlander right there.
Man, you know what?
Yeah.
I'm thinking about something but between yesterday and that 3-inning outing and what Hunter Brown appears to be on way, it shouldn't be the Royals with Quick Trip on their jersey. It should be the Astros pitchers. They're making quick trips to the mound. Goodness gracious.
Sponsored by Quick Trip.
Quick Trip.
Sponsored by Quick Trip.
Yes.
I got the internet going nuts.
So Kourtney Kardashian. She got sick.
Which one is OJ's daughter?
Chloe, man.
Chloe?
You can't tell?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was just getting the names confused.
Yeah, you guys are irresponsible. But Kourtney Kardashian got sick. She had the flu or something like that. And she uploaded a video of her taking her medicine. Now, her medicine is not anything that's prescribed by a doctor. It's not anything that you can get at Walgreens, CVS, or any of your fine pharmacies around town. Her medicine was chugging a glass of her own breast milk, and she said she believed that this was the cure for her sickness. She then gave a thumbs up and said she felt better.
It would be for mine.
What a sicko he is. Hit the damn slime off. My gosh.
Oh, no. This sounds like a slime ball nomination.
Slime me.
All right, as you were.
You always, all I'm doing is saying funny things, trying to be funny, that other people are thinking. I just say
Nobody was thinking, I want to drink that woman's breast milk.
I wasn't thinking
Nobody was thinking that.
I wasn't thinking it.
You're the only person that was thinking that, John.
I wasn't thinking that. I just said a little funny one-liner. It wasn't mine. And now I'm down the rabbit hole. Oh, Lord.
I got the internet going nuts.
So dumb phones are all over Twitter. I guess the gist of it, or the genesis of it, is the New Yorker did like a 4,000-word story on this new fad, which I guess became a fad when they wrote about it, called dumb phones that Gen Zers are doing. And what a dumb phone is basically kind of like, it doesn't have to be a flip phone, but kind of like a flip phone, where all you can do is call and text. And the Gen Zers that they interviewed are like hipster kind of people that are saying, yeah, it's digital minimalism, and it's freeing, and they're just saying some really weird things like they've never experienced life like this, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like,
okay,
we're better equipped, I'm better motivated than generations past to confront negative impacts. Like, it's on and on and on and on and on and on and on. 2 questions. Well, 2 points. Point number 1, they're lying. They have a smartphone. They're just being hipsters and acting like they're cool with these dumb phones so they can tell people how cool they are and that they're disconnected and they're minimalists. Point number 2.
Okay.
How long could you survive with a dumb phone?
I think I could survive. I think I would enjoy life. Do I still have a computer at home?
Yes.
So I can go home to my computer?
I think I could last a long time.
I think I would last a lot. I think my life would be better, perhaps.
Well, that's what they're saying, but they're lying. But Figgy, how about you? How long could you go?
I could probably go.
Don't lie.
Maybe a week. I could probably do a good 7 days.
You go a week.
Yeah, and I get to keep my laptop and internet and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I think I could.
Yeah, have the laptop around like like a Flavor Flav type of thing, carrying around the laptop on the.
I was actually
chest.
without my phone on Sunday for pretty much the whole day. It felt good. It felt really good.
I came to the show last week and forgot my phone at home. Remember that?
That was on your birthday, right?
Oh, it was 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Or somewhere in there. But I love the idea. I love the concept of dumb phones, and apparently it's taken hold, and there's a lot of people selling them. I just don't think they're telling the truth, and I think I could probably go for a good while until, like, you have to know something, like you heard.
But do you have to know what you feel you have to know?
In your mind, you have to know.
I would get bored if I'm like going to the bathroom or something like that, or if I'm in a waiting room or something like that.
Yes,
that's when I would probably feel
the phone with in the bathroom,
because you can just scroll
like a newspaper.
Yeah, you can just scroll, or like you're in line at the DMV. You're like, all right, well,
man, I got to go there.
You do?
They won't let me change my address online.
You only do it once.
They won't let me change my address online. And they say they're appointment only. I was just going to go by there and see if I could get in. I doubt it.
Yeah, but see if you have a smartphone. Yeah, you can get in. No, just show up. Yeah, you can do that.
You think?
Yeah, they still let you do that. It's just going to be a longer wait, or you got to wait for the right.
I'm not trying to do all that.
Yeah, you got to wait for the right thing. I think waiting in line would be tough. Or like OJ. Hey, did you hear OJ died? Wait, what? Oh, I got my dumb phone. I don't have my other phone. You'd be kind of like feeling like you're missing out. But I think it's a good idea.
But you think it's cap?
100% cap.
Coming up next, why are they hiding him? Why are they hiding him? And, man, just when you thought things were bad, they're getting a lot worse. Next.
Is Sean buying the tech?
Auto Parts.
Biggie, thank you.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, so
Hey, what's going on in the Astros game?
Hunter Brown was a guy that you needed to rely on. Chandler Rome actually tweeted earlier, you need some length today because the
good thing.
The bullpens had to pitch a lot.
Yeah, well, Hunter Brown's taking the mound.
Yeah, well,
he's got delivery quite similar to
don't do this.
Quite similar to Justin Verlander.
Why are you doing this?
His delivery has been compared side by side to Justin Verlander.
Why are you doing this?
I'm just saying. Doesn't he look like him when he throws? When he pitches? Figure, doesn't he look kind of like Justin Verlander?
Why are you doing this? What are we doing here?
Yeah. So good thing.
Yeah.
What's the update?
He lasted 2/3 of an inning, so he got one more out than
Blair Henley thinks that's pretty good.
Did. Well, maybe not, because he allowed 9 runs, all earned, on 11 hits.
Well, no. He might have allowed
9 runs. Oh, yeah, the bases are loaded.
The bases are loaded.
He allowed 11 hits in 2/3 of an inning.
Yeah.
And 9 earned runs. Bases are loaded right now. Seth Martinez. Poor Seth Martinez has to come in there and try to save the day once again. Seth Martinez is in. And he left the bases loaded, by the way.
It might be 12 runs.
Yeah, 11 hits, a walk, and the bases are loaded right now. There you go. Seth Martinez gets him out.
Sat him down.
There you go. Might have to put Seth Martinez in the rotation or something.
Well, you're going to have to do something.
But, yeah, so the Astros trail 9-0.
So he did give up 9 runs
an inning.
in 2/3 of an inning.
11 hits.
11 hits.
Yeah.
And his delivery is really, I've been told, just like Justin Verlander.
Yes.
Yeah.
What is Joe Espada going to say after the end? Now, let's hear Joe Espada. Let's just get a little snippet of this. This was Joe Espada after Jose Altuve, Little League quality base running. Jake Myers just falls down running the base. Let's hear what Joe Espada said when that happened. And then I want Lopez to tell me what he's going to say after this Hunter Brown start.
Yeah, you know what? I haven't talked to Jose about that one. I don't know if he thought it was a dirt bolt read or he was trying to time Kirk throwback to the pitcher. And on Jake, he had the green light. If it was kind of slice step, so I was hoping that he shut it down there. But we wanted him to get a jump if it was the 1-4, 1-5 that Chad Green normally takes delivering the ball. It just didn't work out that way. But I really want him to be aggressive. That's why he was in the game, maybe trying an opportunity to steal a base there.
All right, there you go. I mean, that's okay. How did Ron Washington handle that situation in Anaheim? The guy overran the base. I just want to get. This has got to be normal, right?
Yeah.
You don't want to criticize your ball players, right? I mean, it's a long season. You don't want to wear on them, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's obvious he overran the bag. We're down 4-2 right there in the 8th inning. If you're going to decide to get that bag, you got to get the bag. I don't care what kind of jump you got. You got to get that bag simply because of the situation of the game. It is a teaching moment. Hopefully that will never happen again, because when you actually look at it, it was embarrassing to all of us. I know Joe didn't mean that in that manner, but we down 4-2, and it was a teaching moment.
All right, there you go. So what's he going to say after this Hunter Brown? Just let it get away from him a couple times?
Ask me.
I haven't talked to Hunter Brown yet.
Hey, Skip, what did you think of what's going on with Hunter Brown?
Yeah, I thought he might be able to get out of it there midway. He seemed to be losing. He lost a little control there. Kind of let it get away from him some. But I thought, quality pitcher. He could shake that off. I haven't talked to him yet about what exactly was bothering him. But yeah.
By the way, I think it was a mistake to take him out.
Well, you can't leave him in.
Well, I'm leaving him in, and he's gonna have to get us out of this, and then you're throwing 85. The bullpen's cooked.
No, they're cooked.
Now he's throwing them back out there. You got the Rangers coming to town tomorrow. I mean, at some point, just get through it, son.
I totally.
Son, 85 pitches. Let's go.
I mean,
get out of this. Let's go.
He might go fetal in the clubhouse and
That's
just be
fine.
sucking his thumb in the corner and be done.
Bullpen's cooked.
Yeah. And then right on cue, people are like, "Can't wait for Urquidy to get back." Okay.
That'll be good, man.
No, it will be good. But do you know what you're getting from any of these guys on the IL when they come?
Well, I mean, they got hurt arms.
Yes.
I mean, it's they got hurt arms.
Can't wait
for
them.
Kind of a big deal.
Can't wait for Justin Verlander to get back.
Yeah,
he's 41.
Yeah,
and he wasn't quite himself last year.
I mean, you're. I don't know that you can. I mean, the season's not going to be lost, but what are they going to? They're going to fall to 4-10, so you're going to be 6 games under 500. You got the Rangers coming to town.
Mm-hmm.
It's not lovely. That's for sure.
It ain't great.
That's where we're at there. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes with the Astros. I was never. I mean, no one was ever. On the text line, you're already turning on Espada. When did I ever really say anything good about him?
You just were undecided.
What was I supposed to say? They took the easy way out. They took the guy that had been there for a while, and I think that was it. I didn't know anything about this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm not impressed with his charisma, and I'm not overly impressed with his managing early on. So I don't have a big opinion on Joe Espada, one way or other.
It's just catching up to him.
It's just kind of there.
There are a lot of cracks that are now you can see them, and it's the pitching, it's the faith that these guys with injured arms are going to come back. It's the farm system, and you don't have guys like you used to. It's age, it's Espada, new manager, it's the division is getting better. It's just kind of catching up to him.
Well,
I guess that's why I had that gut feeling before the season.
Yeah,
I said on here a couple of times. I just felt like things were going to kind of not this bad.
It's one thing for some kid to get told how many ever hours before the game, hey, you're starting, and have to use someone else's cleats and suck and only be able to get one out and allow how many ever runs.
Yeah.
and then another kid to make his debut and only last 3 innings and allow 7 in the third or whatever.
Yeah.
You're relying on Hunter Brown.
No, you are on the record like we need innings.
Yeah, like we started this week saying how resilient that win was when the kid got roughed up, Blair Henley, and then you had the 10 runs and 8 2/3 scoreless from the bullpen.
Yeah.
This would be a time for Hunter Brown to eat some innings. Your bullpen is cooked because of understandable poor performances. It's not October or anything like that, but this is a game where your team could probably use you, because where you do lose is it's one thing to lose and take it on the chin, but the most impressive starts from like a Justin Verlander or a Framber Valdez, or where they get roughed up and allow 3 in the first or 4 or something like that, and then they give you 6 innings.
Yeah.
Because they save the bullpen. But this is one of those where it can snowball into, okay, it's just one game. Well, it turned into 3 because your bullpen is fried now, and now you're dependent on your guys to eat innings. And, oh, by the way, your biggest inning eater is on the injured list. So, yeah, just kind of where we're at right now.
It ain't great, and I think what you're talking about also is like this whole thing of, well, wait till the back of the back end of the bullpen is awesome. See, there's a Dana Brown factor here too. There really is. Like,
oh, you're going there now.
Oh yeah. Well, I said yesterday.
He's going up and down the road. The organization.
No. What I'm saying is, there are a lot of cracks that are starting to show themselves, and I think maybe Dana Brown too. Like, hey, let's go get Josh Hader. Okay, awesome. He's really good. What are you going to do with Ryan Presley, and what are you going to do elsewhere? Because they haven't done much at all to get. I mean, they got John Singleton, man.
Yeah, I don't know what that's about.
They haven't done much at all to bolster other places that they need help. I mean, we got a hell of a closer. Yeah, well, throw him in a 9-0 game, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, the Josh Hader is kind of that's a if you're one move away type of move, right?
Yeah. That's a deadline move.
Yeah, and
that's
I like
a
the
deadline
7-8-9. That's hey, we're one move away.
Yeah.
I know that they one move away. So we'll see. 9-0. Second inning. On the text line 832, Espada wasn't my first choice, and he hasn't been great, but I don't think he's a huge part of the problem. He has some culpability, but this disaster is on Dana Brown, Jim Crane, and Jeff Bagwell. Okay.
This start is what I just said.
That's fine.
You can point to a lot of different places where you're like, yeah, that's not what they used to be. Starting pitching, not what they used to be.
Look at this guy. Yeah. Like, come on, man. What are you doing, dude? Look how lost he looks.
The thing is,
this guy looks like a guy who made a wrong turn at the damn ball or something like that.
And he's got to stay there and ride it out.
You know where Gap is?
Got to support the teammates.
Look at this guy, man.
Got to hang in there.
Man, this guy.
I mean, I didn't think it was going to be this bad. I thought we'd kind of see like some signs of, all right.
There you go. There's a run.
They're in the, all right, there we go, 9-1.
Never mind. Hold up, Singleton.
Never mind.
Hold up, Singleton.
Can't let you run.
Yeah, you stay.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of hiding, Stefan Diggs. I feel like the Texans missed an opportunity to get fans excited. I felt like that press conference, the Stefan Diggs press conference, would have been a big opportunity for them. You know, for all the efforts that they put into getting fans excited and the home experience and the uniforms and all that, kind of thought a Stefan Diggs press conference could have got some people hype.
Yeah.
He would have thrown out the word Super Bowl. I think this team has what it takes. I've knocked on the door the last few years. But I really think you look at the makeup of this squad, you look at what they've got and the type of culture they got. I really think this is a Super Bowl caliber team. Boom.
Remember the Bills' loss when he stood on the field and watched them celebrate? That was Stefan Diggs, made the rounds.
Yeah.
No, this is a guy that would be really entertaining to watch. They didn't score today. That would
good
be
effort though.
Really entertaining to listen to and watch. I think it's going to be good for the squad. In a lot of ways. If it's a done deal and they're not going to have a press conference official.
I mean,
because they still could.
You can't have an introductory press conference 2 weeks after the move.
I mean, I guess you could.
I mean, you can have an OTA. He goes to the podium. That's not introductory. Introductory is he holds up the damn jersey. Caserio's to his right or D'Amico's to his left.
No, not that.
I mean, he's going to be available.
I'm not talking about that holding up the jersey thing. I'm talking about, hey, OTAs are starting. We're going to have a press conference with Stefan Diggs. It's not going to be like the introductory, but it's going to, in essence, be an introductory. Like, if that's that, they missed the boat. No matter how,
it's over.
No matter what you call it, they missed the boat. This is a team that wants, needs, has tried to get a lot of good publicity after the bleep show that was previously, and they're not bringing.
And they still got it. Like, everybody's excited about them. I just thought this would have been even better.
But it's like just another block.
Like, are y'all proud of the move or not?
Yeah, exactly.
Are we proud?
Didn't they bring out Daniil Hunter?
Yeah.
Didn't they bring out Joe Mixon?
You proud?
Why didn't they bring out this cat?
You don't want to tag him?
Yeah. Why didn't they bring out this cat?
You don't want to tag him on your Insta?
Yeah. You can do
What's
that.
going on with y'all?
Mm-hmm.
Treating Stefan Diggs like he's not a number one guy. Everybody's getting press conferences around the place.
Yeah. The last two they did.
Jarius Sneed got a press conference.
Yep.
How's he?
Mm-hmm.
Calvin Ridley got a press conference. He's not on that level.
No.
You make the trade for Stefan Diggs and he's not getting an introductory?
Mm-hmm.
What are we doing?
I don't know.
What are y'all scared of?
Like I said, I think maybe they are.
What are y'all scared of?
I don't know what they would be scared of, because I think any controversial things he might be asked or answered.
The hell is this?
Is going to be about Buffalo.
Is this O'Brien? What are we doing?
Oh, that is an O'Brien marking.
What are you doing, man?
Type of decision right
Can't
there.
get a Stefan Diggs press conference?
Patriots way.
Yeah,
Hey,
Nick Casario on the Patriots.
Maybe I'm being just a little bit too podium critic-ish, but that's kind of part of my
There
brand.
is no podium.
Well, yeah, I want a Stefan Diggs introductory. I felt like that would have gotten me excited. I don't get it.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna have to wait till the draft. He's a good player. Stefan's been really good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Obviously he's got to come in here and work. It's going to be about him and Tarek, Nico, building together. Yeah, we'll see what we can get from him.
Man, Tyler's going to be in a bad mood.
But yeah, anytime you bring in,
I just realized.
Anytime you bring in a player like Stefan Diggs, it's
I saw.
First words I'm going to hear about Stefan Diggs behind a podium are Nick Casario.
Pretty much.
Come on, man.
The boys are coming in here for the drive, and I saw Tyler walking by in the hallway. Man,
Has he accepted it yet?
He's going to be in a bad mood.
Tyler deserves whatever he gets today.
He
deserves all the bad things he can get today for no exceptions.
For DoorDashing Whataburger at midnight,
11:35, and tweeting about it. Come on, bro.
Yeah.
That's a bad decision.
Hell no.
I mean, that's tame. That's old tame Tyler.
That's tame Tyler?
Oh yeah, man. Hell,
11:35 Wednesday, DoorDash and Whataburger, and then
he's been 3-4 a.m. on a Tuesday before when he's DoorDashing something.
Are y'all
It's usually nuggies.
Do y'all DoorDash fast food?
Never.
No.
I mean, what are we doing?
I have.
What are we doing? What'd you DoorDash? Like, what kind of fast food? Fries?
I think McDonald's.
Man,
if you're
When was the
DoorDashing,
last time you did that?
It was a 20-piece. I don't know.
Yeah, 20-piece.
Outside of COVID.
He's lying. He's just trying to make Tyler feel better about
no,
it.
I'm
That
not
is
lying.
happening.
I'm not.
Well, hell, you ain't done it. It wasn't in Houston when you did it.
Oh, it was. Houston.
It was for your kids.
No, it was late.
Gosh,
the old 20-piece late.
Hey,
but you know me,
how
when
come
I
you hadn't told
learned,
me about
when I
this,
learned,
kid?
it was like, damn, all these charges.
You learned it cost.
That was it. That was the end of it.
How much does a 20-piece cost at DoorDash?
It was. I think I got the meal. It's probably like almost $30.
20-piece meal. 20-piece meal.
Whoa. No, I've eaten 20-piece
We got to talk
meal.
about that.
Hey, I'll eat
Of course, and then my eyes were big,
easy.
so I larged them.
Yeah, but I mean, you sitting there. I mean, like, where are you at? How many drinks deep are you if you're sitting there at the crib late night and you're like, yeah, I'm gonna order a little something. I'm gonna go with a 20-piece.
No pizza.
I didn't feel like driving.
Pizza.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the number 20. Like, what? I mean, can we get an 8-piece, a 12-piece?
That was the time.
They come in tins.
That was the time in my life I didn't do anything other than
that was when you. That was when you.
I was a 20, and I need 2 honey mustards, 2 sweet and sour.
Hey, that's when you had that old green button up on that you sweated
I
to
paid
your
the
hip.
difference.
And you were staying over here at that La Quinta Inn by Bobby Airport.
I'll get there.
I was getting it in then.
I got a 20-piece.
I was trying all of Houston.
I got a 20-piece a month ago.
A 20-piece?
20-piece McDouble and McChicken ketchup only. All of it. Yeah.
I used to tell
and a burger.
I used to tell people.
You got a hollow leg over there.
I used to tell people it's sad, man. It's really not as many as you think.
It is.
Nah, 20's nothing.
Them nuggets just ain't as full.
Yeah,
right?
it is. Yes, they got some space.
I'm lying to myself.
They do though.
Unbelievable. I got real drunk one night. My brother was working shift work, and me and my sister-in-law went out one night. On the way home, together, we ate about 25 Jack in the Box tacos.
Oh, yeah. I've taken down 12.
but I've never, like, that's like a story where we were in a family, like,
you
hey,
still
Clint, tell that
remember,
story, tell that story, you know.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, y'all just randomly went after 20 nuggets, huh?
And then, is it me or did they just really drop the price on them 20 pieces too?
After midnight?
They dropped the price on them, and I felt like it was like this is too good to be true.
Because they have the basket.
They became like $5.99 for a 20 piece. I said, are they serious?
They have it's a meal. Like they have 20 in a basket of fries now. It's
Oh
like
yeah,
a large fry. It's a basket of
I get that
fries.
for the kids. I was getting that with the kids because it comes with a basket of fries and drinks. I haven't done it in a long time.
Just cut that out of your life. That's how you drop 120 right there.
I hadn't done it in a long time, and I ain't paying them charges.
You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
All right, The Drive is live.
What'd he do last night?
Tyler's hot.
Tyler, what'd you do last night? Whataburger
None
at
really.
midnight?
I DoorDashed Whataburger, yeah.
11:30.
It wasn't.
Did you eat it in the bed? You drop ketchup on the sheets?
This wasn't a DoorDash order like on the heels of one of my really fun nights.
That was a sober evening. You were just like, I need a little something?
Yeah, I was just already home, didn't want to get out, pulled out the phone.
What DoorDash was meant for.
Exactly,
right?
yeah.
I mean, it's kind of like NIL. When it's used the way it was supposed to be used, or used the way it was intended, it makes sense.
Yeah.
When you abuse it at 4 a.m.,
still makes sense.
Yeah, it makes total, especially at that time.
So does that $5 million that Calipari needed for NIL to come to
Had to have
Arkansas,
it.
but he's going to abuse the hell out of it.
Had to have it. All right, that's Clint Tyler here. The Drive is live in this piece, and you have a right to be pissed. Tyler is not in a good mood. Clint is starting to get there. I could see Clint, that at-bat from Jose Altuve.
I don't get it. Just don't get it, man.
Bases loaded with a chance to maybe get back in it. That was
bases loaded, 2 outs. We're going all hands try to pull an outside pitch. Just don't get it, boys. Down 9. Just don't get it.
I want to see where.
But it's Altuve. It's Altuve. Don't say that, man. It's
I want to see where you all are right now. You all, the folks. I want to do because this one. We feel it feels like we're moving towards players only meeting territory. It feels like we're moving towards something right now. The Astros were they 4-9 right now, and they're down 9-0 in the third inning. 11 hits, 9 runs in the first inning. As Hunter Brown cannot get 3 outs.
Thursday ass whooping, boys.
Cannot get 3 outs. Where were you? Are we still in? I know you aren't, Clint. I don't know if Tyler is, and I don't know if some other people are. Are we still in the it's too early mode of how you're watching this team, how you feel? Or are you still, it's early, or is your confidence starting to waver a bit, Tyler?
I'm sorry,
I want to hear Tyler, because Tyler is the ultimate believer. No. I mean, I said they were down, I think 9-0 in that Game 7, and I think Tyler still believed they could come back and win. Well, where are you right now?
I'm definitely getting concerned. Definitely, most confidently, the most concerned, worried, whatever synonym you want to throw in there that I've ever been this early in a season with the Astros, because it's not just the record. That's the beginning point, and it's real crappy to start your year this way with that number in the loss column, but it's the way they're losing these games too, dude. I mean, whether it's letting these teams win it in the 9th, wasting good efforts by your hitters with bad pitching, or vice versa, or now just getting completely shellacked in the top of the first inning, bottom of the first inning. I mean, the way they're losing and the amount of losses should be alarming to any Astros fan. 100% should be.
Yeah, I was, Clint. I was in the. I'm not really worried or concerned. The last time we had this conversation, it was early. I said to you, the starting pitching has been a lot better than you thought. The middle relief has been a lot better than you thought. It was like the guys that are struggling, you feel like they're going to be guys that you've seen come around. Clint, it's just something about the feel of this team feels different than any of the teams in this run. And the confidence is dropping that they will just flip the switch and turn this around. This is ridiculous. What has gone on, to be quite honest, especially in this series. I mean, they're just getting absolutely wiped.
Well, look, it's unacceptable, no doubt about it. I'm you off the rip here. You mentioned a couple things though. Concerned, absolutely. Hell, I was concerned a week ago. I'm damn sure concerned right now. You're fixing to get swept by Kansas City, and then you got the Rangers. And who else?
Braves.
The Rangers and the Braves to deal with after this, folks. So if your ass is sitting up in mezzanines and you ain't got no problem and you just want to sit up there like an arrogant Astro fan and not take heed to what the hell's going on here, then you do it. But I ain't got that in me. I can't fan.
I don't believe you if you are in this.
I don't believe you either. I don't believe you at all. But here's the deal, Ron, is I don't believe that they're in a spot of a players only meeting yet.
You don't think so?
No. Look,
I don't know who's going to call it. But I hear you.
Here's the deal. It's easy to look at this thing and say, Eric Getty is not a guy you're going to lean on. Clearly, Blair, what the hell is his last name?
Henley.
Think
about the shirt.
Blair, I got you. Blair Henley is clearly not a guy that you're going to lean into. And last year, as you made a run to another ALCS, Hunter Brown wasn't the guy that you lead. He was in the pen, I believe, if I remember correctly. So when it all boils down to it, I could see if you're a player, if you're a leader on this team, where you're going, hey man, we have got to figure out a way to weather this storm, and you can't just start. You can't start with those three guys and the fact that they just can't seem to get out of the first damn inning. Wow, what a mess.
I mean, you're making a great point, Clint. I don't know. This game, and even yesterday, the body language is looking the body
I agree
language.
with that point.
You know what I mean? It doesn't look like they. Like when I look at the Astros, Clint, and we've watched this team. You watched them, but we've watched this team go to since I've been here. 4 straight ALCSs, 2 World Series. We've watched them deal with injuries, have guys out, in and out, bad things happen. They have never just looked like they are lost in terms of confidence. Just the body language, it just looks different.
I agree with the look from where we are right now. I agree with that point as well, Ron. I do. I think if you're a player in that locker room or in that clubhouse, I mean, I think you look at this as like more of, hey, don't nobody point no fingers. These youngsters have really let the squad down. These youngsters have really wet the bed and missed opportunities. If you get Verlander back and you get Fromber back and you get Urquidy back and hopefully at some point you get Luis Garcia and Lance McCullers back, it is a completely different feel, a completely different organization. But I agree with the point of boy, you're losing a little bit of your swagger. And I've said this from jump, you got to be careful. This ain't the same old division now. This ain't the same old division where you can tiptoe your ass to a division championship and jump into the playoffs.
Oh, you're behind the A's right now.
Yeah, there's going to be some folks hunting you. And, man, what a hell of a start now.
Yeah, it's I don't know, boy. It just feels like, I'll kind of step back from you. You've been kind of in these situations where the snowball starts to roll downhill.
Mm-hmm.
Clint, it feels like somebody, like the Astros got to get to all right, this has to stop right here.
Yep.
Like this has to stop like right here. This right here. We just walked in here and just got destroyed. I mean, and Hunter Brown. Yes, I know last year didn't depend on it, but you got to have Hunter Brown this year.
Yeah.
Now, you got to have him this year.
Well, the moment's never been bigger for him right now. This season or this game. And boy, you talk about laid an egg, man. I mean, just talking about bad body language. Got absolutely shelled. He got shelled worse than the damn kid that didn't have his glove did, for being completely honest.
Absolutely, especially for your expectations. Well,
but no, I mean, they hit the ball harder than they did with that kid.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, it was worse.
He recorded 2 outs with.
Yeah. I mean, that's the only stat. That's the only stat that's going to look better. I guarantee
it was
that.
1-5. 2-2. Yeah. Someone texted in, wow, I didn't know the Astros season was over. Yeah, I'm not saying it is, but this sucker is getting away. This is getting away.
You, my friend, whoever just sent that text, have a
just let it out.
Strong case of what I like to call weak-ass fandom. If you are not worried about what you're seeing, especially just this game, just this first inning today,
it's a series, man.
Then I can't take you seriously as a fan. You got weak-ass fandom. You need a prescription. I don't know what to do with people like you.
It looked like in that first inning, the guys in the field were, here we go again.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, this is starting to become, this is what we do.
Ron, and look, to me, this is you gotta control the damage. You gotta minimize the damage as much as you can. And go. I'm going back to the Altuve at bat right there in the top of the second with bases loaded and 2 outs, and you're down 9-0, and dude's trying to pull an outside pitch, gets wristy, and just dribbles it to the shortstop for an easy third out. Right, like to me, that's the part of the Astros that is. Boy, when things are going great and you got your full starting rotation healthy and they're rocking and rolling and everybody's swinging the stick well, then you can afford to do that. But boy, like right now, are moments when you need to be smarter than that. And I'm just pointing at that as a specific as something we've just seen. It's happened all year long.
Yeah, as I said,
I mean the base running stuff. We laugh at it. Oh, it's early, and it's inexcusable.
Yeah, from the text line, yes, we as fans have been spoiled by the Astros the last 7-8 years, but they also set a standard for themselves, and this ain't it. It isn't. It isn't it. And and I've seen this. I can understand there are ebbs and flows of a season. Right, I mean, last year, the Astros late in the season trying to compete for winning the division walked into Kansas City and got swept 4 straight. Right, you can understand there are ups and downs like that, but this just feels this is early on in the season, and this to me it's starting to feel a little bit more than just injuries. It is starting to feel like up. Just mentally how they look, how their body language is, how they're going about the business. It just doesn't. I have never, ever watched the Astros. I guess that's the best way I can put it, fellas. I've never watched the Astros in this run and thought they lacked belief in themselves and what they can do. This is the first time I've ever watched them where it just looks like they lack belief that they're going to get out of this. And maybe it is just the starting pitching. Maybe it is that they have more veteran guys, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but Blanco is coming up soon in the rotation, and that's it. But I don't know, boy. This one's rough. The Hunter Brown thing. I don't know about you fellas. You said it earlier, Clint. Like this is a deal where it seems like he had a real opportunity to really step up. Like we gotta stop with the who Hunter looks like, how he looks like Verlander and everything that his potential is. To hell with that, man. You got to start producing. Like you have got to be one of the guys that they can depend on. And you said it. There is no way in hell that Clint Stoerner should even be able to come on here and say, "Yeah, man, hell that kid Blaine Henley pitched better than he did. Blaine got 1 out."
Got 1 out. What did he give up? 5 or 7? 7?
5?
No, it was 7. I think it was this is the second time they gave up. They had a 7-run inning, right? What they did?
That was a 7-run inning yesterday.
Oh, that was Aaron Getty. That's right.
That happened to Nick.
That's right.
Yeah, he gave up 5 in that first and recorded 1 out. But you shouldn't be saying that about those two guys. Right? Isn't this the thought? The thought is next year, Hunter Brown. The hope is he is potentially a front of the rotation guy.
Yes. Yeah.
He starts 2 years now. Now he's a front of the rotation guy, right? Verlander's 40. This thing is riding out. Now we can move him right up. And his last 2 games, man, he can't get anything out. Yainer Diaz joins the scoring with the bomb. That's a homer. There you go, fellas. Y'all got a little money on the line, don't y'all?
Let's go.
That's where you guys have
Well,
to turn it to get into.
sometimes you got to turn hard luck, man.
We got a little live bet action.
Sometimes you got to turn bad luck into good money. You know what I mean? And OT Mill put me on one as we were sitting in there. If we'd have had a 12-pack of Coors Light in that damn meeting, I think Tyler and I'd have drank every bit of it. Tyler looked over at me and said, "Hey, live bet action."
Why not?
Why not, Tyler? I got a hundo on it. So yeah,
let's ride.
Easy, Russ.
Plus 9.5, Stros. Let's go.
Easy, Russ.
9.5 runs. Come on, baby.
Don't put that Russ stuff on my money, Tyler.
There you go. So this helped right here. You're in the money right now, right?
Yep.
You're in the money. You're in
Yep.
the money. Here goes Big John.
Big John, sit on one now.
Oh, God. Yeah, right.
Yeah, just sit on. There it is.
He
John
just
threw
did,
that
boys.
back too, baby.
Yeah, it was a
Get it right
solid
to center,
fly
baby.
out.
There you go.
He threw that bat like he connected with one.
I don't know about you. I am beyond disappointed in Hunter Brown. I really thought.
Remember how good he was whenever, just the first few starts his rookie campaign. We were like, all right.
I thought this was going to be a big year for him. I thought he was going to be really, really good. And it's not over. I mean,
Instead, he's giving up big numbers in the first.
I mean, it is just his best game was a 4-inning game where he had runners all over the place.
Well,
and he walked all over.
If we're going to hold Framber Valdez to a last half of back half of last year and back half of last year and then how he started this year, you got to look. Hunter Brown, the wheels came off of Hunter Brown last year too. Now he struggled down the stretch last year, and now here we start again this year. It's boy, I never would have thought that we would. Again, the last two starts, has Hunter Brown gone into has he gotten 4 in this year?
That one game, I believe he got 4, maybe 4 1/3, but he threw it into like 85 pitches. He walked. I think it was his first start. I feel like the last two have just been horrific. Obviously today. Come on, man. You know.
Yeah.
Hey, you know. Our bullpen has just been taxed.
Yeah.
Taxed.
He has not made it past the fourth.
It's taxed. It's just crazy to me, right? It is hard for me and almost it's hard to accept that Ronel Blanco can go out here and barely has any of the stuff that you have, and he can come out here and just get folks out and make plays. And get you in. I mean, he hasn't given up he's given up one damn hit. And you can't get out of the fourth. I got pissed off because I was very high on him. I didn't hear it. I think it's personal.
It's not good, dude.
Yeah, man. I'm telling you, but they close to it. They close to a meeting. Who leads that meeting, by the way?
It's got to be Breggy, doesn't it? It's got to be.
He looks like
it needs to be Verlander because Verlander can say what I don't know, but he can say what he wants to say, and he don't give a rip what nobody says. I don't have to bat in this lineup. All I got to do is pitch one time every 5 or 6 games.
Yeah, you might be right on that. It might be
bit of my ass. That's a joke, man. If you're Verlander, that's where it's at.
It is if he's there. I think he's in Sugarland going to make his second start.
Justin Verlander.
Bregman looks like he looks like he's lost his smile.
Hell, they all should have. I don't want to see none of them smiling.
Is Breggy being ridiculous?
Oh yeah, wouldn't that eat Clint up, Tyler? If they ever pan that camera in that dugout, and some guys are having a laugh or a joke in there, that was set.
Let me see Hunter Brown over there giggling in that dugout in the next 7 innings.
He better be taking a long ass shower somewhere.
Not a big fan of that myself.
I bet Clint would lose his mind.
Ain't no doubt.
Lose his mind.
Piddly-ass games, man.
Ain't no doubt. Get JP France out there. Let him stop the bleeding. Is that who's coming up?
I don't know.
First in the next series?
I think it's France and Ronel and Javier. I think those are
Whoa, we got a shot right there.
There you go. There it is.
Throw some strikes, boys.
Please, somebody do something because this ain't it. All right. Clint doesn't like to do this. He really doesn't. He does not like to do this. Paul Wall is at the game, it looks like. He does not like to do this. But he's going to have to pull the experience card here on you. He's going to have to pull that card on you to explain why you need to be thinking about this. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, y'all. You got to breathe well to sleep well. You got to sleep well to live well. I tell y'all that every single day. It's a simple concept that we all take.
and Fitness, home of the judgment-free zone. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Keeping you updated in the top of the fifth, the Astros trail 9-1 to the Royals, where it looks like they may get swept for the second time this year if they cannot come back to win this game. A lot of innings left in this game, but does not look good. Our guy Ocho says, unfortunately, Ron, baseball is not a this has to stop right here type of sport like basketball and football. Like, this is just beyond the play. This is just like, hey, man, we got – like, I don't like the way that we're looking. I don't like the way we're going about stuff. I don't like the way like our heads are getting down. I think there is a – this is not what we have – someone texted us in earlier. This is not the standard that we have set, and we got to pick this up. I think there is some there. Maybe they don't have it, but I know how many they have last year.
How many what?
Didn't they have about 4 or 5 of them last year?
4 or 5 what?
Players only meetings.
Oh,
like
yeah.
Maldi called about 3 of them.
Yeah, look, I just disagree with Ocho in that point. I mean, the whole thought that just because there's 162 games in baseball that it's in this instance any different than any other sport. I mean, you get things rolling the wrong direction, and you got a rookie manager that hasn't proven, doesn't have the experience of being able to handle this thing from the top. You dig a hole too early in the season. The division is better. Like there's a million different things right now. Any way you look at this, we can talk about Verlander and we can talk about Framber being injured. That's cool, right? That's fine. Like Hunter Brown was going to be a big part of the future of the Astros in one way, shape, or form, and it looks awful. I mean, there's no other way to slice that. You look at the couple of guys that have come up, the youngsters, the next up, which the Astros have been very, very lucky over the last handful of years with guys just coming out of nowhere. I remember when Luis Garcia came out of nowhere and pitched and exceeded expectations in a major way. Right now, all of a sudden, you got guys that didn't get their own glove. You got guys that are going out there and giving up 5 runs in the first inning, giving up 7 runs in the third inning. I mean, it's just like there's. I understand the 162, and I understand why there's so many games, but I think in the minds of some folks, it's taking it to extremes when you just ignore, like you're talking about, the body language, the obvious issues that come up throughout the first 2 months of a season, and you just ignore it and say, oh, it's a long season. Nah, man, I can't get there with that.
Yeah, and
like Abreu, Jose Abreu. Like, I mean, something's got to be done with that. Like, you can sit around and talk about, it's a long season if you want, and you look up and you hope he can repeat last year and he can contribute in the playoffs and contribute down the road, maybe. But you didn't pay him $20 million a year to come in here and maybe contribute in October. You got to hold the towel.
I'm telling you, hey, Tyler. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, see, I'm right here, Jose. Jose Abreu, I got the damn towel in my hand, and I am close to throwing it in. I really am. Like right here, man. I mean, you got a chance. Altuve comes up and gets on, and they got really fortunate that Alvarez hits a routine fly ball that the outfielder drops, and now you got Tucker and Bregman coming up behind him with the chance to maybe get back in the game, and we'll see Tucker has struck out with 2 outs, and the body language. Like, Jordan was screaming with anger, slamming the bat and you don't see that out of Jordan when he flew out, which he thought he was going to fly out, and now, like, did you see Tucker yesterday at the end of the game? He just threw the bat after he hit that little pop up to end the game. So I don't know, man. It feels like this feels like more than just a bad stretch that happens in 162 games.
Well, look, youngsters not performing, particularly Hunter Brown, not performing up to snuff, digging a hole in a better division than you're used to. Jose Abreu. These are all issues, Ron, that aren't going anywhere. They're all issues that can impact you in a major way. Tucker Bregman up with runners in scoring position, and we get a strikeout, a shallow outfield pop out.
Definitely. All right, Clint. Honestly, one of the things that we have fun with, but your experience in playing in the NFL, playing in college at the highest level, playing with different guys, and just having the experience of going through some of the things you've been through playing the game really kind of helps, especially in situations with players. And a lot of people would say, and we saw this yesterday, that the Diggs stuff gets overplayed. But you are screaming from your experience that is just not true.
Look, I don't think anybody knows, like, deep down the details of what led to the issues in Minnesota, how Stefan Diggs forced his way out of there. Well, I really don't know that anybody knows other than them, right? Guys that were in the building in Buffalo knows exactly what happened there. But it's easy to get to a point where clearly where he has gone in the NFL, drama has followed. And Sean McDermott wasn't answering questions about how happy Josh Allen was or how happy Von Miller was or Jordan Poyer he was answering questions about one guy, right? And that's Diggs. Same thing with Josh Allen. I don't remember it ever being a Gabe Davis issue. I don't remember Knox or Kincaid, the tight ends, having a problem with Josh Allen. It seems like it's always been about one guy. And here's the deal. We can all have a conversation of what happened in each place. What do you think happened? How did it impact the situation? Is it real or not? Okay. But my point is, if it's real, which in my opinion there is some level of real issue there for it to come to the public the way that it has, right? There's some level of issue there. And it makes my skin crawl when I hear people talk about it's not that big of a deal. Like, it is have
you experienced? Have you had anything?
Yes, all of it. I've been in the huddle with a guy that the head coach is scared of. The head coach won't discipline. The head coach won't tell him, "Hey man, shut the hell up and get in the huddle. We got work to do." And that I've been in a huddle with one that's a loudmouth that was completely disruptive to everything that was going on. I've been in the huddle with one where it was just the body language, where you're like, "Hey man, like, I know as a quarterback, I need this guy in good spirits, and I need this guy all like on a up and up."
It's like a pressure
in order to win games. And so now I'm trying to handle him with kid gloves, and I'm trying to make sure we get the ball to him. Not because I'm scared of him blowing up, because I know it gives us the best chance to win if he's in the right mind frame. And so that's the very tip of the iceberg, right? If it's something bigger where it becomes more disruptive, I've been in a huddle with those guys too, where it becomes disruptive during the week at practice, in the huddle. Yeah, I mean, it is absolutely 100% detrimental to the process of trying to win football games. Absolutely, without a doubt, it is. So we can sit around and have a conversation, and I can sit around and listen to conversations about, well, what happened and how important was it, and yada, yada, yada. Is it Josh Allen? Is it the Buffalo Bills? Is it Minnesota? Was it Mike Zimmer? What was going on? Right? That's fine. But it's not a big deal. These guys can manage it, and C.J. Stroud can handle it. I mean, I can't get down with that. And like I said, it borderline pisses me off when I hear those
because of your experience of
because it's just not it's just not real. It's not. I don't care how much of an alpha you are. If winning is the most important thing to you, and this guy's that talented, you're going to go out of your way, no matter how small or how big it is, to make sure that guy is happy on game day and gets feels the love and all. And if you've got a guy like that in your huddle, it is a major, major distraction. Even if that guy is uber successful and does help you continue to win games, by week 15, you're exhausted. Everybody's exhausted trying to keep this guy from blowing his lid, right? So
what it takes.
We can sit around and talk about, Ron, you and I have talked about, well, it comes from a good place. Okay. It's still exhausting for everybody around them, right? We can sit around and talk about, how big is the problem? Is it like cancerous? You can't have cancer, cancer's in your locker room. Or is it just something where it's kind of to your point of where it's just like, man, it's coming from a good place. Either way it goes, obviously one is worse than the other, but either way it goes, that guy is extremely difficult to deal with, and that guy is more times than not gonna cost you the big games and cause problems when it's all said and done. And so the minimizing of what appears to be going on around Diggs is wild to me.
All right, coming up, Tony Gwynn Jr., who is not we'll see if he'll minimize this rough start that the Astros are going through. We'll talk to him coming up next. Before that, 122 pounds, 11 months.
HIMS.com/joy. That's HIMS.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, a little update here. The Astros 9-1. They're trailing in Kansas City, and Tyler and Clint have had to resort to just gambling to try to
plus 9.5, baby. Let's go
to feel better about this game, and they're in good shape right now. If the Astros,
we're all right.
Well, I'll be honest with you. When the Astros, when they headed north,
John,
man,
second walk, baby.
There you go, Big John. Do your thing. When they headed north, man, and I'm not talking to Arlington. I'm talking to Kansas City. My hope was that I could bet on my Astros the entire series, and they'd sweep the Kansas City Chiefs, and I could come in every day and kind of look down my nose at you. Who'd I say? Chiefs. I meant the Royals. You know what the hell I'm talking about. One of the most sorry-ass Kansas City teams. And just kind of look down my nose at you, Ron.
Yeah.
But little did I know I'd be looking up at you all the whole series.
9-1. 11 to whatever it was yesterday. So these sorry-ass Royals are all in the Astros' ass. Coming up, our guy, Tony Gwynn Jr. Tony Gwynn Jr., we are joined by him. He is our Odyssey MLB Insider, Tony Gwynn Jr. Insider calls are brought to you by Grainger. With supplies and solutions for every industry, Grainger has the right product for you. Click Grainger.com or just stop by. Listen, you are always so calm, cool, and collected. And we got a lot of Tony Gwynnites out there. Hey, guys, it's early. It's early. Is there such thing of, hey, man, the way this is looking, the way they're looking, and it may be different, little different parts on this team than previous years where this feels different. Do you feel like it's not too early to be concerned with this Astros team?
I feel like it's too early. Not too early. No, I feel like it's too early to be concerned right now.
Okay.
Just because of their track record. I mean, the guys on this team, the arms on this team have proven that they can get their stuff together and get on the right path. Now, you know, if we get to the end of this month and we still having the same conversation, and they're still kind of showing, you know, some of the things that they've shown in the early portion of the season, yeah, there might be some cause for concern for sure.
T, you'd fit in good here, man. You sit up in that mezzanine level at Minute Maid Park with the American Astro fans, man, and just don't worry about it, man.
Clint strung out.
It's just hard to watch, man. I'm going, T. But I'm going beyond. Look, I understand Spencer Arrighetti and what was the kid's name that had to pitch without his shoes and the glove, Blair Henley. I can look beyond all that stuff. I know. Go ahead. I know where you're
you got to get to the bottom of this to me, Tony. I'm sorry. I know we'll get to some serious stuff. You got to help me. I don't understand. I blew a gasket to start the show the other day. This kid's making his debut. They find out Sunday night the game is Monday night. They flew his stuff to Albuquerque, but they had to be in Dallas. He gets to Dallas. They fly him up there last second. My man makes his debut. They don't have any gloves or shoes for him. His gloves and his shoes are in Albuquerque, they say, and they say they can't get it to him. So they had him wear Corey Lee, who was a catcher for the Astros years ago. Corey Lee has now plays for the Chicago White Sox that got traded last year, so he's wearing that cat shoes, and now he's using somebody's backup glove. I just got a hard time believing that we can't get that kid's equipment to Dallas, or at least get something new. I need some help understanding of how in Major League Baseball they couldn't get that cat stuff there.
Well, I can tell you how they couldn't get his equipment there. AAA, these cats is flying Southwest. So once that bag got on that plane, it was a wrap at that point. Now, I can't explain the not having some shoes for my man's once he got to the clubhouse. I mean, nowadays, a lot of the companies, they go straight to the team. Like, they have stashes of shoes. At least That's how I've seen it in a few other places. So the glove is a little bit, glove is very particular, especially in the baseball world. So I understand him wanting to have maybe his glove. But, at some point, if you're in the lineup or you about to play, you got to just figure it out.
Hey, T, they sent my man out there with old fat-footed catcher shoes. I mean, could you imagine if anybody's harder on them Nikes, it's them catchers, man. Just rolling over the edges and everything. My man got to go pitch in that, man. Come on.
I can't explain that one away. Like a major league team not having some shoes that they can, some new ones that they could give my man, and then throw the little shoe glue on there so he's not rubbing holes. They usually got that kind of stuff.
At least give him Dubon shoes. Hell, Dubon ain't but about $150. He got to be easy on them cleats, man.
He ain't stretched them out like my man the catcher.
Nah, he ain't rolling over the soles, man. What the hell is going on here?
I just know there's an Academy Sports somewhere. I just know there's a store. I just know there is. There's a Champs. There's something. There's something.
Hey, T, once we get beyond, the youngsters that we just mentioned, and you look at things like Jose Abreu appears to be broken, man. This ain't last year. He appears to be broken. It's bad.
Yeah.
You look at Hunter Brown, just got shelled in the first inning by the Kansas City Royals to the tune. I think he scored 9 runs, bro. I mean, it was awful.
9 runs, 11 hits.
Yeah, man. There you go. Appreciate you picking that up. TV and radio guy versus radio guy. Hey,
I think he said Juan Soto too, just to let you.
Yeah. But I mean, T, how much of that do you watch before you go, man, what are they going to do at first base? Man, what are they going to do with that 4th or 5th starter in this rotation? Hey, man, still the elephant in the room was the bullpen, the middle relief bullpen to start the season. That's liable to bite you sooner rather than later. I mean, there's some things starting to mount up here.
Yeah, listen, when you have a bunch of different things going on at once, you certainly, as a team, you have to be proactive. You can't, unlike you and I and the fans, and sit back and say, they got time. They need to be trying to make moves in order to, stay afloat, in terms of that division. And, in terms of Abreu, yeah, he hasn't looked like himself at all. And so you have to start moving guys around a little bit, in terms of that middle relief area. You got to start giving other guys opportunities, less high leverage situations for some of the guys who are struggling until you see that they either make the move to get better or you realize you have to make a move at that point. But that's kind of how these early season struggles go, right? Especially when you're dealing with the bullpen. In terms of the starters, what we know about the Astros is they usually got a young guy or two down there that they can call up and maybe give a shot to see if he can pitch at that level, at the level they need him to. And so offensively, listen, Tuck's not swinging the bat all that great yet. Bregg hasn't really got going yet. Alvarez is starting to, do what Alvarez does. Tuve's being Altuve. These bats are still getting ABs. We were 13. I think you guys are like 11 games into the season at this point. So there's still time offensively, but certainly the middle relief part, the starting pitching part, you can do things to try to supplement it until it catches up.
What do you do? The Abreu topic is interesting to me. I mean, you got a guy that's a $20 million guy that you came in, you knew lost a little bit of power, but you hoped was still going to hit for average kind of deal and be clutch. And it just – I don't know how much you've gotten to watch, T, but it's like I don't know. I've watched damn near every game, and I don't know that I've seen him like load up on one yet. Like it is a very short, abbreviated swing that looks like something's wrong with the swing. How do you? Has it always been like that? You're just like long term. Your knowledge and experience watching him, or would you be more concerned?
Last year, his bat looked a little bit slow, and you do have to start talking about the age thing. It has to be somewhere in the front of your mind. I know they paid him and they are counting on him to be productive, but you don't just now have one full season of it. Now we're moving into year number 2 and you're kind of seeing the same elements that you saw that kind of plagued him all of last year. And so I don't know what the answer is at that position, right? I think John is in the lineup today playing first base for him, but I don't know that he's the answer either.
Oh, I can tell you right now he's not, Tony. I mean, ain't no punchline of that joke, Tony. I'm just telling you, John, he's not.
No, I mean, I was trying to be nice about it, but that I think that's pretty accurate. I think your take is pretty accurate, Ron. And so, what do you do? That $20 million is gone already, and so the Astros have been a type of team that have been active at the deadline when they needed to. The question is, will they have enough offense to not have to address it right now? And right now, the answer is no. But again, it's still early.
All right, Tony, it's still early. Someone on the text line there loving you say, wait, what? Tony Gwynn said it's not too early, Ron, Clint, Tyler? I guess he knows it.
Damn it, Tony. Hey, Tony, look, anytime you want to come to Houston, go to a game, man, we got a bunch of friends for you, Bo.
Bet that. I won't be there this year. I'll be there next year, though.
There you go. All right, Tony, we appreciate you. Talk to you next week.
Take care.
All right, that was our Odyssey MLB insider, Tony Gwynn Jr., with supplies and solutions for every industry. Grainger has the right product for you. Call, click, Grainger.com, or just stop by. It looks like the Astros have a real chance to get back in it. They've put more on the board, and Tyler and Clint's bet is looking pretty good right now. It is now 9-3, 2 outs with the bases loaded. Yordan Alvarez, they wouldn't let him hit it, but he did drive in a run with a walk, and now Kyle Tucker comes up as the Royals go to the bullpen. It is 9-3. Top 6, 2 outs. This game could now get a little bit interesting if Kyle Tucker is able to get some damage done here. We'll keep you updated on that, let you know what happens coming up after that. Also, Masters, Tiger is teeing off right now, and we'll keep you an update, give you an update on that as well as we continue riding live right here on The Drive.
Welcome home. Area 45 with Bajani and Creighton.
If Fromber is seriously
Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Oh, it's 3 o'clock.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
In the air to right field. Wind is helping this one, and this ball is going to go. Kyle Tucker initially looked like he might have a play on it, but that got up with a jet stream, and it was easily over the wall and into the bullpen. It's a 9-run inning for Kansas City as Bobby Witt Jr. hits his third of the year.
All right, it is now going to be 10-3 as a 2-run or as a RBI double is happening right now as the Royals tack on another run. And they lead 10-3 now in the bottom of the 6th as Rafael Montero is come on, in out of the bullpen in this inning, and he gives up a run here after pitching pretty decently his last couple of outings. But the Royals lead 10-3, Clint, and it looks like we'll see if this holds up. This 7-run lead holds. They will get swept here in Kansas City on the road. And then come back home to face the Rangers and then the Braves. This is a very disappointing series thus far. The first game was a tight one that they lost in innings. All I know is I know we didn't have you in here yesterday, but all I could think about was Clint is probably just driving himself nuts that young man stayed at second base and never moved in that extra.
There you go.
I know it's driving you nuts.
You're the visiting team though.
I know it drove you nuts. But the last 2 games, big innings from the Royals. 7-run inning yesterday for them to blow out the Astros to the tune of Altuve and Alvarez are sitting down on the bench in the 7th inning. And then today, Hunter Brown was just awful. He sucked ass. If we just being honest, he recorded 2 outs, gave up 9 runs on 11 hits in the first inning. And the Astros were down 9-0, and it's been a struggle ever since. This is extremely disappointing from the Astros, Clint, and this feels like we're moving to a space where it may not be too early. We may have moved to a space where there's real concern about what you're going to get from this team moving.
Well, I think it's easy to get distracted with Spencer Arrighetti and Blair Henley and even Hunter Brown to a certain extent. Actually, not Hunter. I'm not going to give Hunter Brown that benefit of the doubt. Like, it's easy to get distracted with those guys and what's going on the last handful of days. But in reality, if you look at the Astros, again, I'll say this till I'm blue in the face. They're not playing in the same division that we've watched them play in for the last handful of years. They're in a better division, and you've got a Hunter Brown problem. You've got a Jose Abreu problem. I'm not overly concerned with the problems of the back end of the bullpen that we've seen early. You've clearly got an injury problem, which is out of your control. Obviously, you've got the middle of your rotation. Although they have been really good over these couple of stints where the Astros have given up a boatload of runs in the first or second inning or even third inning yesterday. That's still at some point going to be the weak spot or be an issue, a problem that you're going to have to find answers for. And the reality of it is, the hope was you get a guy like Hunter Brown, Ronel Blanco. You get these guys to perform well in the starting rotation, and you get to the playoffs, and you can slide those guys into that middle relief, long relief role. And the reality of it is, Hunter Brown, I mean, hell, he can't give you 4 innings in a Major League Baseball start right now. And so it's easy for me to separate, from the obvious youngster issues to, hey, man, there's some problems. One thing that Tony Gwynn just said earlier, 3-0, what time was Tony Gwynn on? 240?
240, yep.
Tony Gwynn was on with us. The one thing that stuck out to me was that you got to be proactive in fixing some of those problems. When I mentioned the Abreu problem, the Hunter Brown problem, that's the big concern here is how long do the Astros play with Abreu at first base and that being a possibility.
Well, Clint, I think clearly they see this differently than they did last year. Abreu started out in the 5 spot, and this is the 13th game of the season. He's moved from the 5th to the 7th to the 8th. To the 8th spot, and now he's had a handful of days off. He almost played 160 or was on pace to play 160 before he went on the IL late. Clearly they are seeing something different there. I just think, right now they still have the dudes in the building where you can feel confident. And there is help on the way. And I know Verlander is 40, but damn, you'd rather have him in there than Spencer or Henley or some of these other fellas. And that will be something that uplifts. And Urquidy, you would think, is on the way soon as well. They have the guys in there. It just looks different. They seem to lack a certain level of confidence that we didn't see. And listen, I'm gonna tell you this right now. The Royals are an improved baseball team. They ain't this good. They haven't improved this much to just lay it on the Astros the way they have the last 2 days. So I don't know, man. I don't know about you guys. This just feels different. It's not the first time. I think they got off to 5-7 last year. They've had some slow starts. It just feels different. And I'll be honest, I think you're lying to yourself if you're an Astros fan if you're just clinging on to it. It's just early.
Well, I saw some of those early on. I saw some of the tweets of, man, hey, everybody relax, the Astros, and over the last 8 years, here's they're slow starters. Where they got in trouble the first 15 games of the year and everything worked out just fine and all that. To your point, this seems a little different. This hole seems to be a little bit bigger, a little bit deeper. The answers to these issues seem to be a little bit further down the road than you would like.
Or just flat not there.
Yeah. Or flat not there and things just flat not working out. And
the combination of, as you said, further away in the distance, it also feels a little like to be able to get things to fix it, you don't really have a lot to give to get things to fix it. So and also it is disheartening because if I'd have told you that you would have Jeremy Pena come up and swing the bat well, your catcher position from the standpoint either way, especially offensively with the combination of the two of them, Vic and Yiner, would be night and day compared to what Maldi was. Jordan is playing at an MVP level. You didn't even have Altuve to start the season for the first month and a half plus. He is playing and swinging the bat well. Tucker's not going off, but he hasn't been awful. Bregman's doing what he did last year. Abreu sucked last year to start this thing off. Like, they are actually some of the stuff doesn't match how bad their record is, and it's a bit disheartening to look at and say, man, they had injuries last year. They had guys that were hurt last year. They had some things, and it doesn't look the same. Yeah. Like, you wouldn't have told me they got to start like this, and Pena's hitting, Yiner's hitting, Vic's hitting. Everybody is guys are looking like themselves for the most part. The middle relief has been all right. Now they're just getting torched and used a lot. But no, man, this feels different. Hopefully they get back on it again. Update 10-3 going to the 7th inning right now as the Royals continue to lead the Astros.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, the Masters update is.
You want me to turn you on real quick?
I'm already turned on.
It's got to turn you on.
Was it Tyler or was it RB Sandwich that was on the screen up here? Which one was it?
Everything that's been on the screen has turned me on.
Oh, you can't get it. Yeah, fair.
The Masters. Tiger Woods.
Come on, did he birdie that first hole?
Woods just teed off at the Masters. He's at Augusta.
Get to it, Tyler. What'd he do?
Bro, he just birdied number 1.
Come on, it's on! Number 1, let's go! Tyler's got money on it, too. He's 74?
Yeah, he has to get under 74, and I'll win some dough.
That's
a good start. Let's go, Eldrick.
I looked in his eyes, man. He's ready.
Y'all like my shirt?
I do. I like the shirt. He doesn't wear that anymore, but I like the shirt.
You got to get you one of them little Tiger shirts.
Yeah, them ticker ones. Yeah, the Sun.
Charlie the Tigers.
Don't do that. So he first off, baby birdie, man. Phil bogey to start this thing off, but has gone off a little bit.
Yep.
Bryson DeChambeau with the lead through 17, 7 under, so he's setting a nice little pace. But Tiger watch, baby. Come on, man, just get to the weekend. Just get to the weekend.
Man, have you said that tiger on his chest is a little bigger than maybe they listened to the show.
They listened, did they?
Maybe that one on the chest at the base of his buttons, which is a great. I'm OCD a tad bit, so that's a great spot. It's right here below literally right below the last button in his polo, instead of off to the side on one chest or the other, left chest, left pec. That's nice. That's a little bigger right there. I can get down with that. The hat's awful. The hat's awful, Tyler.
Tyler. The tiger was the size that it is on his shirt on the hat. That's the deal. It's so small. Looking.
Yeah, and look, I'm just not like he needs. Like
It's just not impressive.
I'm a big hat guy, and I really struggle with the low crown hats. Like, I really struggle with the low crown. Not necessarily for all of us that just like casually wear hats around. I'm talking about, like, if you're going to wear one, you're going to be on TV for 18 holes, hopefully 4 straight days, and millions and millions and millions of viewers. Like, I would think Tiger would put a little more into that hat.
Yeah, well, a lot of people sat around and looked at that and really, for I'm guessing a long amount of time, said this is it. I mean,
like right there with Tiger, could you imagine them khakis or that white, whatever, with that black, with a bigger bucket on the hat?
I would. Do you like where he has the Tiger emblem at?
I just said it on his shirt
in the middle. You like that?
Yeah, we just talked about it, and you said yeah. Hell, you answered me.
I said I like the emblem. I like the emblem being bigger.
Yeah, I like it right on the.
You don't like it on the side? There. It's a little different. I don't like it on. Yeah.
No, I like it right there. I'm OCD. I like it right in the middle. Hell yeah.
I like the size of it. It seems
and
bigger
it's
than
different.
It is different. It is different. But Tiger is giving him a shot here. Give himself a shot, baby. There you go. Birdie the first one. Let's keep going, baby. How's that walk? That's what I want to see. I got to pull.
Well, here's what you got to look at. I know Tyler's just looking at the score, Ron.
I need to see the look
at his score today is all that matters.
They're trying to make me pay for this app.
DeChambeau is sitting at 7 under.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big number on day one.
Through 17. He's got one more hole.
That's a big number.
Yeah, to see if he can add to it. So yeah, that's what I'm watching though. But Tiger there around the weekend. This is it. They try to put him right now through prime time because this may be the only time they get a chance to day one. They try to put him in there. So there we are. We'll keep you updated on the Masters, Tiger. I know that's how many of you care about Phil. We'll keep you updated here as the Masters moves on. A tradition unlike any other. Damn you, Jim.
You just shut up and let me do my job.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
There's a guy out there who really loves Jim. Who when I express my feelings about Jim, he always tells me he's done so much more for this city than
that's just a Coug alumnus.
You ever
that's just an old Coug.
Thanks for reminding me, Chief.
Well, he also pissed me off what he did.
It was rude.
All right, the Astros will keep you updated. Still trying to flirt with things. All right, they got the first 2 runners on, first and second, nobody out. As Bregman and Diaz get on, and now here we go, getting closer to John Singleton. But not excited about that. All right, some news in the sports world today. O.J. Simpson, he has died at the age of 76, according to a statement from his family. He succumbed to a battle with cancer, and my man Jeremy Schaff was not kidding around. He said, they brought him on to speak about him and to kind of talk about his legacy, and Jeremy went right to, if you look at the evidence, he seemed like a murderer. Do I mourn this? No. That's what Jeremy said.
That is, well said.
I'm telling you, it was. I looked at it, I said, What's the first thing you thought because Tyler sent it out, and then I saw it, notifications started to hit me as soon as Tyler texted us that OJ passed. I'm like, what's the first thing that came to your mind when OJ passed? I was hunting it down. I said, we ain't gonna see a lot of social media of people putting up photos with pictures of them in juice. But what's the thing that came to mind when you hear OJ died?
Well, I mean, I got an investigative discovery mind, Ron. So I obviously went right to the murderers. And I just wonder if there's somebody out there that was probably paid hush money or knows something that hadn't come to light that is now that he has passed and gone. It'll come to light.
That's just
immediately. I mean, he's guilty as hell. I mean, it's just at the end of the day.
Jeremy Shaffer certainly does.
He all but wrote about it in that book, right? Where he acted like, if I did do those murders, this is how I would have done it, and he mapped it all out.
I think he said if I did. He said if I did.
Yeah, it was just hypothetical.
First thing I thought was, I'll be honest, I never thought that cancer would beat Fred Goldman to the punch. Fred Goldman being Ron Goldman's father. He had, every time I saw that man, he had a look of revenge in his eyes. And I thought, that's how it'll end for him.
Right.
That's the first thing I thought. I cannot believe cancer beat him to the punch. Because Fred looked like he's going to take care of himself. He's still alive, by the way. 83 in Chicago, Fred Goldman.
Have you a drink
Wonder if he ever got any of that. Didn't they?
Oh, I bet he
big
is.
Civil case.
Oh, he got big money on that. But he's had.
Well, I wonder if OJ ever paid it.
Yeah, you're right.
OJ didn't strike me as one that was going to be quick to write a check.
I don't think he had it. I think he gave it all to Johnny Cochran. All right, coming up. Listen, I think Dana Brown is taking a lot of heat here of late. And listen, I think there are some things that he deserves to take heat for. But there's one thing I give him a pass on. I cannot really crush him the way I think a lot of people have been. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Before we do that, I got to tell you about Generator Supercenter, y'all. Look, I'm talking about having peace of mind. We're talking about protecting your family and having peace of mind. And when